Following is a conversation with Jamie Betzel. They're specializing in topics of genetic engineering, biotechnology, and geopolitics. In the past 2 years, he has been outspoken about the need to investigate and keep an open mind about the origins of COVID-19. In particular, he has been keeping an extensive, up-to-date collection of circumstantial evidence in support of what is colloquially known as lab leak hypothesis, that COVID-19 leaked in 2019 from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. In part, I wanted to explore the idea in response to the thoughtful criticism to parts of the Francis Collins episode. I'll have more and more difficult conversations like this with people from all walks of life and with all kinds of ideas. I promise to do my best to keep an open mind and yet to ask hard questions, while together searching for the beautiful and the inspiring in the mind of the other person. It's a hard line to walk gracefully, especially for someone like me, who's a bit of an awkward introvert with barely the grasp of the English language, or any language, except maybe Python and C++. But I hope you stick around, be patient and empathetic, and maybe learn something new together with me. This is a Let's Read the podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Jamie Betzel. What is the probability in your mind that COVID-19 leaked from a lab? In your write-up, I believe you said 85%. I know it's just a percentage. You can't really be exact with these kinds of things, but it gives us a sense where your mind is, where your intuition is. So as it stands today, what would you say is that probability?
I would stand by what I've been saying since really the middle of last year. It's more likely than not, in my opinion, that the pandemic stems from an accidental lab incident. Is it 90%? Is it 65%? I mean, that's kind of arbitrary. But when I stack up all of the available evidence, and all of it on both sides is circumstantial, it weighs very significantly toward a lab incident origin.
So before we dive into the specifics at a high level, what types of evidence, what intuition, what ideas are leading you to have that kind of estimate? Is it possible to kind of condense, when you look at the wall of evidence before you, where's your source, the strongest source of the intuition?
Yeah, and I would have to say it's just logic and deductive reasoning. So before I make a case for why I think it's most likely a lab incident origin, let's just say why it could be and still could be what we natural origin. All of this is the natural origin in the sense that it's a bad virus backbone, horseshoe bad virus backbone.
Okay, I'm going to keep pausing you, defining stuff. So maybe it's useful to say, what do we mean by lab leak? What do we mean by natural origin? What do we mean by virus backbone?
Okay, great question. So viruses come from somewhere. Viruses have been around for 3.5 billion years, and
we have been in misunderstood and badly mocked org for a long time. Like when we started, when we announced the org at the end of 2015, said we were going to work on AGI. People thought we were batshit insane. I remember at the time, a eminent AI scientist at a large industrial AI lab was DMing individual reporters, being like, these people aren't very good, and it's ridiculous to talk about AGI, and I can't believe you're going to have a day. And it's that was the level of pettiness and rancor in the field at a new group of people saying we're going to try to build AGI.
So OpenAI and DeepMind was a small collection of folks who were brave enough to talk about AGI in the face of mockery.
We don't get mocked as much now.
Don't get mocked as much now. The following is a conversation with Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, the company behind GPT-4, ChatGPT, DALL-E, Codex, and many other AI technologies, which both individually and together constitute some of the greatest breakthroughs in the history of artificial intelligence, computing, and humanity in general. Please allow me to say a few words about the possibilities and the dangers of AI in this current moment in the history of human civilization. I believe it is a critical moment. We stand on the precipice of fundamental societal transformation, where soon, nobody knows when, but many, including me, believe it's within our lifetime. The collective intelligence of the human species begins to pale in comparison, by many orders of magnitude, to the general superintelligence in the AI systems we build and deploy at scale. This is both exciting and terrifying. It is exciting because of the innumerable applications we know and don't yet know that will empower humans to create, to flourish, to escape the widespread poverty and suffering that exists in the world today, and to succeed in that old, all too human pursuit of happiness. It is terrifying because of the power that superintelligent AGI wields to destroy human civilization, intentionally or unintentionally. The power to suffocate the human spirit in the totalitarian way of George Orwell's 1984, or the pleasure-fueled mass hysteria of a brave new world, where, as Huxley saw it, people come to love their oppression, to adore the technologies that undo their capacities to think. That is why these conversations with the leaders, engineers, and philosophers, both optimists and cynics, is important now. These are not merely technical conversations about AI. These are conversations about power, about companies, institutions, and political systems that deploy, check, and balance this power, about distributed economic systems that incentivize the safety and human alignment with this power, about the psychology of engineers and leaders that deploy AGI, and about the history of human nature, our capacity, good and evil, at scale. I'm deeply honored to have gotten to know and to have spoken with, on and off the mic, with many folks who now work at OpenAI, including Sam Altman, Frank Rothman, Ilya Sutskever, Wojciech Zaremba, Andrzej Karpathy, Jakub Pachaki, and many others. It means the world that Sam has been totally open with me, willing to have multiple conversations, including challenging ones, on and off the mic. I will continue to have these conversations to both celebrate the incredible accomplishments of the AI community and to steelman the critical perspective on major decisions various companies and leaders make, always the goal of trying to help in my small way. If I fail, I will work hard to improve. I love you all. This is the Let's Read podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Sam Altman. High level, what is GPT-4? How does it work, and what's most amazing about it?
It's a system that we'll look back at and say was a very early AI. And it's slow, it's buggy, it doesn't do a lot of things very well, but neither did the very earliest computers. And they still pointed a path to something that was going to be really important in our lives, even though it took a few decades to evolve.
Do you think this is a pivotal moment? Like, out of all the versions of GPT 50 years from now, when they look back at an early system,
Yeah.
that was really kind of a leap. In a Wikipedia page about the history of artificial intelligence, which of the GPTs we pick with?
That is a good question. I sort of think of progress as this continual exponential. It's not like we could say here was the moment where AI went from not happening to happening, and I'd have a very hard time pinpointing a single thing. I think it's this very continual curve. Will the history books write about GPT 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 7? That's for them to decide. I don't really know. I think if I had to pick some moment from what we've seen so far, I'd sort of pick ChatGPT. It wasn't the underlying model that mattered, it was the usability of it, both the RLHF and the interface to it.
What is ChatGPT? What is RLHF? Reinforcement learning with human feedback. What is that little magic ingredient to the dish that made it so much more delicious?
So we trained these models on a lot of text data, and in that process, they learned the underlying something about the underlying representations of what's in here or in there, and they can do amazing things. But when you first play with that base model that we call it after you finish training, it can do very well on evals, it can pass tests, it can do a lot of, there's knowledge in there. But it's not very useful, or at least it's not easy to use, let's say. And RLHF is how we take some human feedback. The simplest version of this is show two outputs, ask which one is better than the other, which one the human raters prefer, and then feed that back into the model with reinforcement learning. And that process works remarkably well, with, in my opinion, remarkably little data to make the model more useful. So RLHF is how we align the model to what humans want it to do.
So there's a giant language model that's trained in a giant data set to create this kind of background wisdom knowledge that's contained within the internet. And then somehow adding a little bit of human guidance on top of it through this process makes it seem so much more awesome.
Maybe just because it's much easier to use. It's much easier to get what you want. You get it right more often the first time, and ease of use matters a lot, even if the base capability was there before.
And like a feeling like it understood the question you were asking, or like it feels like you're kind of on the same page.
It's trying to help you.
It's a feeling of alignment.
Yes.
I mean, that could be a more technical term for it. And you're saying that not much data is required for that, not much human supervision is required for that.
To be fair, we understand the science of this part at a much earlier stage than we do the science of creating these large pre-trained models in the first place. But yes, less data, much less data.
That's so interesting. The science of human guidance. That's a very interesting science. And it's going to be a very important science to understand how to make it usable, how to make it wise, how to make it ethical, how to make it aligned in terms of all the kind of stuff we think about. And it matters which are the humans, what is the process of incorporating that human feedback, and what are you asking the humans to do things? Are you asking them to rank things? What aspects are you letting or asking the humans to focus in on? It's really fascinating. But what is the data set it's trained on? Can you kind of loosely speak to the enormity of this data set?
The pre-training data set?
The pre-training data set.
We spend a huge amount of effort pulling that together from many different sources. There's like there are open source databases of information. We get stuff via partnerships. There's things on the internet. It's a lot of our work is building a great data set.
How much of it is the memes subreddit?
Not very much. Maybe it'd be more fun if it were more.
So some of it is Reddit, some of it is news sources on like a huge number of newspapers. There's like the general web.
There's a lot of content in the world, more than I think most people think.
Yeah, there is like too much. Like where like the task is not to find stuff, but to filter out stuff,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. Is there a magic to that? Because I think there seems to be several components to solve. The design of you could say, algorithms, like the architecture of the neural network, the size of the neural network. There's the selection of the data. There's the human supervised aspect of it with our human feedback.
Yeah, I think one thing that is not that well understood about creation of this final product, like what it takes to make GPT-4, the version of it we actually ship out that you get to use inside of ChatGPT, the number of pieces that have to all come together, and then we have to figure out either new ideas or just execute existing ideas really well at every stage of this pipeline. There's quite a lot that goes into it.
So there's a lot of problems. Like you've already said that for GPT-4 in the blog post, there's already kind of a maturity that's happening on some of these steps, like being able to predict before doing the full training of how the model will behave.
Isn't that so remarkable, by the way? That there's like a law of science that lets you predict for these inputs. Here's what's going to come out the other end. Like here's the level of intelligence you can expect.
Is it close to science, or is it still? Because you said the word law and science, which are very ambitious terms. Close. Close, right?
Be accurate. Yes. I'll say it's way more scientific than I ever would have dared to imagine.
So you can really know the peculiar characteristics of the fully trained system with just a little bit of training.
like any new branch of science, we're going to discover new things that don't fit the data and have to come up with better explanations. And, that is the ongoing process of discovery in science. But with what we know now, even when we had in that GPT-4 blog post, I think we should all just be in awe of how amazing it is that we can even predict to this current level.
Yeah, you can look at a 1-year-old baby and predict how it's going to do on the SATs. I don't know. It's an equivalent one, but because here we can actually in detail introspect various aspects of the system we can predict. That said, just to jump around, you said the language model that is GPT-4, it learns, in quotes, something. In terms of science and art and so on, is there within OpenAI, within folks like yourself who I guess discover and engineers a deeper and deeper understanding of what that something is? Or is it still kind of beautiful, magical mystery?
Well, there's all these different evals that we could talk about. And
what's the eval?
Oh, how we measure a model as we're training it, after we've trained it, and say how good is this in some set of tasks.
And also, just a small tangent, thank you for so open sourcing the evaluation process.
Yeah, I think that'll be really helpful. But the one that really matters is, can we pour all of this effort and money and time into this thing, and then what it comes out with, how useful is that to people? How much delight does that bring people? How much does that help them create a much better world through science and products and services, whatever? And that's the one that matters. And understanding for a particular set of inputs, how much value and utility to provide to people, I think we are understanding that better. Do we understand everything about why the model does one thing and not one other thing? Certainly not always. But I would say we are pushing back the fog of more and more and more. And we are, it took a lot of understanding to make GPT-4, for example.
But I'm not even sure we can ever fully understand. Like you said, you would understand by asking a question, essentially. Because it's compressing all of the web, like a huge swath of the web, into a small number of parameters, into one organized black box that is human wisdom. What is that?
Human knowledge, let's say.
Human knowledge. It's a good difference. Is there a difference between knowledge? So there's facts and there's wisdom, and I feel like GPT-4 can be also full of wisdom. What's the leap from facts to wisdom?
A funny thing about the way we're training these models is I suspect too much of the processing power, for lack of a better word, is going into using the model as a database instead of using the model as a reasoning engine.
Yeah.
The thing that's really amazing about this system is that for some definition of reasoning, and we can of course quibble about it, and there's plenty for which definitions this wouldn't be accurate, but for some definition, it can do some kind of reasoning. And maybe the scholars and the experts and the armchair quarterbacks on Twitter would say, no, it can't, you're misusing the word, whatever. But I think most people who have used the system would say, okay, it's doing something in this direction. And I think that's remarkable and the thing that's most exciting. And somehow out of ingesting human knowledge, it's coming up with this reasoning capability, however we want to talk about that. Now, in some senses, I think that will be additive to human wisdom. And in some other senses, you can use GPT-4 for all kinds of things. It appears that there's no wisdom in here whatsoever.
Yeah, at least in interaction with humans, it seems to possess wisdom, especially when there's a continuous interaction with multiple prompts. So I think what on the ChatGPT side, it says the dialogue format makes it possible for ChatGPT to answer follow-up questions, admit its mistakes, challenge incorrect premises, and reject inappropriate requests, but also this feeling like it's struggling with ideas.
Yeah, it's always tempting to anthropomorphize the system so much, but I also feel that way.
Maybe I'll take a small tangent towards Jordan Peterson posted on Twitter this kind of political question. Everyone has a different question they want to ask ChatGPT first, right? The different directions you want to try the dark thing.
It somehow says a lot about people.
The first Oh no. Oh no.
We don't.
We don't have to review what I asked. I of course asked mathematical questions and never asked anything dark. But Jordan asked it to say positive things about uh, the current president Joe Biden and the previous president Donald Trump, and then he asked GPT as a follow-up to say how many characters, how long is the string that we generated, and he showed that the response that contained positive things about Biden was much longer than that about Trump. And Jordan asked the system to, can you rewrite it with an equal number, equal length string? Which all of this is just remarkable to me that it understood, but it failed to do it. And it was interesting that ChatGPT, I think that was 3.5 based, uh, was kind of introspective about, yeah, it seems like I failed to do the job correctly. And Jordan framed it as ChatGPT was lying and aware that it's lying. But that framing, that's a human anthropomorphization, I think. But that kind of, there seemed to be a struggle within GPT to understand how to do, like what it means to generate a text of the same length in an answer to a question, and also in a sequence of prompts, how to understand that it failed to do so previously and where it succeeded, and all of those parallel reasons he's doing. It just seems like it's struggling.
So two separate things going on here. Number one, some of the things that seem like they should be obvious and easy, these models really struggle with. So I've seen a particular example, but counting characters, counting words, that sort of stuff, that is hard for these models to do the way they're architected. That won't be very accurate. Second, we are building in public and we are putting out technology because we think it is important for the world to get access to this early, to shape the way it's going to be developed, to help us find the good things and the bad things. And every time we put out a new model, we just really felt this with GPT-4 this week, the collective intelligence and ability of the outside world helps us discover things we cannot imagine, we could have never done internally. And both the great things the model can do, the capabilities, and real weaknesses we have to fix. And so this iterative process of putting things out, finding the great parts, the bad parts, improving them quickly, and giving people time to feel the technology and shape it with us and provide feedback, we believe is really important. The trade-off of that is the trade-off of building in public, which is we put out things that are going to be deeply imperfect. We want to make our mistakes well. We want to get it better and better each rep. But the bias of ChatGPT when it launched with 3.5 was not something that I certainly felt proud of. It's gotten much better with GPT-4. Many of the critics, and I really respect this, have said, hey, a lot of the problems that I had with 3.5 are much better in 4. But also, no two people are ever going to agree that one single model is unbiased on every topic. And I think the answer there is just going to be to give users more personalized control, granular control over time.
And I should say on this point, I got to know Jordan Peterson, and I tried to talk to GPT-4 about Jordan Peterson, and I asked it if Jordan Peterson is a fascist. First of all, it gave context. It described a description of who Jordan Peterson is, his career, psychologist, and so on. It stated that some number of people have called Jordan Peterson a fascist, but there is no factual grounding to those claims, and it described a bunch of stuff that Jordan believes. Like he's been an outspoken critic of various totalitarian ideologies, and he believes in individualism and various freedoms that contradict the ideology of fascism and so on. And it goes on and on, like really nicely, and it wraps it up. It's a college essay. I was like, damn.
One thing that I hope these models can do is bring some nuance back to the world.
Yes, it felt really nuanced.
Twitter kind of destroyed some, and maybe we can get some back now.
That really is exciting. Right? For example, I asked, of course, did the coronavirus leak from a lab? Again, answer very nuanced. There's two hypotheses. They describe them. They describe the amount of data that's available for each. It was like a breath of fresh air.
When I was a little kid, I thought building AI, we didn't really call it AGI at the time. I thought building AI would be like the coolest thing ever. I never really thought I would get the chance to work on it. But you had told me that not only I would get the chance to work on it, but that after making like a very, very large proto AGI thing, that the thing I have to spend my time on is, trying to like argue with people about whether the number of characters that said nice things about one person was different than the number of characters that said nice about some other person. If you hand people an AGI and that's what they want to do, I would believe you. But I understand that. And I do have empathy for it.
So what you're applying in that statement is we took such giant leaps on the big stuff that they were complaining or arguing about small stuff.
Well, the small stuff is the big stuff in aggregate, so I get it. It's just like and I also like I get why.
Yo, what's going on,
this
GP?
is
How
such
you
an
doing,
important
Tim?
issue. This is an issue.
Going viral. I'm gonna be viral by the end of this month, no doubt. Dog, everybody's talking about me on Blue Sky. It's amazing, and I love it. Dude, it's working amazing. I created this bot. Well, originally the bot did all kinds of stuff. Okay, so it posted a video. Then they banned that, and they made it really difficult to like put up videos if you're a new account. Then I made this meme of Drake. You know that Drake meme where he's like the first one's like, "No, don't talk to me," and then he's like, "Yeah, it's from Hotline Bling." Yeah, so I made that one, and I just banned that for like weeks. So everybody was like, "What the fuck is this?" Then they banned that. Now you can't. Now like they made it really difficult. They use alt text identification. So like, even if I don't call it like Rabbi's thing, it knows when the word Rabbi is in there, and it just bans it. So then, it's just pure douchebag. So then, I I was frustrated, and I'm like, man, what can I do now? And then I thought, you know what? If I just take the accounts and rename them to be "Please join Rabbi's Discord now," and then put my Discord link, and I don't post anything. Because when I was posting things, it was just being shown as spam, and nobody was seeing it. The key for me is not that it posts to someone; it's that they get a notification. And if it's spam, they don't get a notification. But if it's normal, they do. So what I did is I just named the accounts that, and then I created a like bot that just goes through and likes everything that everybody has. And when you get a like from someone, this fucking notification shows up. Please join Rabbi Discord now. And everybody's talking about it. And I mean, like, I had this thing going overnight. It works really well. And I think like once every 10 minutes, when the bots are going, like somebody posts about me. What is this? I'm scared. Like, it's a bunch of like really weak people on the platform, and because they're all the ones who were afraid of what was going on Twitter, and so they're like, whatever. But I had a whole contingent of transgender people in my court yesterday, which was tight because I'm a woman, and yeah, I mean, like I'm a trailblazer for LGBTQ plus. I even changed my gender on a stream. So I mean, if I can do that, then I did do it for education purposes. I want people to know how easy it was to do. And so yeah, I've got that going for me, which is nice. What's good in your neck of the woods, GB? There you go. There you go. I painted one time. This lawyer, a friend of mine's dad, went somebody to paint his new office, and uh, I didn't really know anything about painting, but he wanted to pay me $10 an hour, which is like a lot of money. And I was like, okay. So he bought all this stuff, and it happened. Just so happened that this law firm that he was that he bought or that he was building basically was a former veterinary hospital, and it just gave all these creepy vibes, like super creepy vibes of like what was going on there. And it was cool because, what's going on? So I got to, it was when I first started smoking, and like when you're painting, like there's something artistic about it, and when your eye is like super cool. The unfortunate thing is I would forget sometimes to put primer down just because I'd be so excited to start painting that sometimes you look at the wall and go, is that primer on? So like, oh yeah, there's primer on it. And it's like, oh, it look like there's primer on it. Oh, you're telling me there's primer below a layer of paint. It's like, all right, well, you just didn't use as much primer as I thought you would. Like, oh, okay. Anyway, I would paint this thing at like after work. And so I'd work for like 8 hours, and then I'd go paint for like 4 hours. And I just remember it was like when I first started smoking, I get so high, and I just would love it. I would just feel like on nothing. But it's like the early days. It's just like you have no tolerance. Anyway, so I can empathize with you. That's kind of fun. So do you paint industrial or I should say commercial or residential? Okay. Yeah, that is nice. Very cool. Are you doing interior or exterior? Right. Yeah. Um, I gotcha. Well, that's a good gig. Here, I want to. I want to. Let's read what people have said about me recently. Like the last time. So you and I have been talking for like 5 minutes or something. Um, a lot of times people post about me in other languages, so I don't know. I mean, they have to translate button or whatever. Um, they they post, which is it's so funny. I had this one woman who was like, she posted, it's just like people post whatever. She posted, I'm having a really hard period this month, and I liked and reposted it. And she's like, why did a rabbi repost my work? And I just thought that was hilarious. Um, yeah, absolutely. They have people have petitions to like, stop what I'm doing. Like people are signing petitions. Um, yeah, it's just absolutely fucking hilarious. Um, yeah, they're just people. It's absolutely hilarious. So I quite enjoy it, and it's to me that's how I'm going viral. I had a guy come in here last night. So the key is getting people into my Discord. People can talk about me all they want on Blue Sky, but it's like, and that's cool. But I want people to come talk, speak with me, so I can tell them about my project and just connect with them. And I had a guy, it was like 2 days ago. This guy came in, and I start my spiel, and I'm like all like winded up, ready to go. And he's like, I started talking about de-extinction. He's like, that sounds like super soldiers. I don't know if that's for me. But I was like, okay, that's fine. Then I had this guy last night. He came in, this this Jewish guy, and he's like, hey, I'm like, how'd you find out about me? He's like, this guy, you like one of my posts, and I saw him name on here. We're like, oh, wonderful. And we started talking, and he was just super nice, super kind, and was all about what I was doing. So, I mean, it's kind of one of those things. If you give me the opportunity to tell you what I do, I can totally change your idea of like my spam. I had this one guy who came in here, and he's like, this was a week ago, but he came in and he was like really upset at what I was doing. He's like, all you do is spam calls, yada yada. And I'm like, okay, are you done? He's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, so let me explain who I am and what I do. And after I had the chance to do that, he's like, oh, I'm an ally of yours. You're not doing it. I understand why you're doing it now. And it's like, yeah, if you give people an opportunity to tell you what they do, it's like, it makes sense. Like, but if you just jump to conclusions, and I get it. I mean, like literally everything that these people post, no matter what it is, that just gets a like a meaning. And so it's free advertising for me. And if I were on Blue Sky's side, I don't really know. I mean, I know how I would stop it, but it's difficult to stop because um, they don't want to alienate their real users. So they don't want to say like, you can't just like people because there are people who really like to like what people do, and so they can't. And then like if you type Rabbi Rothschild in as a name of a user, you automatically get it. But so I don't go by Rabbi Rothschild. I just go by the Rabbi, and so they're not like like everybody knows who I am already. So fuck it. Like I don't need to use my last name on there. They just know me as the Rabbi, and because I've become well enough known by just what I do. So they don't know what to do. I mean, they can't. I mean, I guess here's what they try. They try to stop me from liking people, but a lot of times people don't report me because it's a free like to them. So it's like it's positive. Like when I was just spamming people underneath their posts, that was a little different because people wouldn't want my spam under there. But a lot of times people are like, well, I got a free like out of it, so I guess it's not that bad. And yeah, so welcome. How are you? What's up, Blackwood? How you living, Quinn? Apologies, GB, we had a new friend. Blackwood, what's good? Hey, I hear myself. You watching my stream? How you living, Quinn? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Would you like to talk? It's okay if you don't want to talk. You can just chill there. So yeah, dude, I saw Harry Potter Obama's on a 10 EU was at like almost $100 million. That's pretty good. I mean, absolutely, and we're gonna explode when this goes viral. And we just celebrated our 2-year anniversary. Not every cryptocurrency can say that. That's really good. Absolutely. I saw that. I I saw that meme you made of me, and I think it was awesome. Amazing. I Yeah, I wish I could upvote it, but like this stream has been going since this one right here in particular, this Twitter space, since February 14th, and I don't want to lose the account because I lose so many accounts on Twitter. So, but I did see it, and it was really good. So yeah, I've been going 4 years. It depends on when you want to say. Like I started streaming. I actually started on YouTube in the fall of 2021, but I have like 3 months before then on GoPros. So I have like a bunch of SD cards, basically. Welcome. How are you? What up, Bitcoin MLK? How you living, Ben? So do we have any events on the agenda for Harry Potter Obama Centennial? All right. Oh yeah, Lisbon. All right, is who's going to that? Excellent. That's 2 years in a row, right? That's amazing. How has I like it. Excellent. Um, so I still have my devices live in the the VC, but the camera's not on just because it overpowers that device. But I figure I tell people about Harry Potter Obama getting it a lot easier on Twitter, and they know about it, so I kind of switch from there to here. And we should uh, we should do another event. We were doing karaoke. We did karaoke. We did trivia. It was fun, and I had somebody come visit me from 8 hours away, and and we hung out in the park and I live streamed that. So I've had fans come and visit me. Frankly, though, I don't. I mean, I don't mind having people, but it's just kind of like my roommates are kind of like confused, like what's going on. So I kind of like to not necessarily have them involved, but uh, new room, and yeah, and so they think that they know I'm streaming, but they don't want to be involved. They have their own lives, and so they don't want it to become like a media circus either. So, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm always a fan of pizza, but yeah, at least for now, I've been, like just enjoying uh, the idea that I've just been able to be so successful with the spam or just with my accounts. That's been really good. And I've got, yo, what's going on, my man? Can you hear me? What up, Jada? No, dude, I'm live. How you looking, Black dude? Oh yeah, but I'm talking to somebody, a couple people on Twitter Spaces from the crypto community. I'm live on a bunch of different devices though, so you may be the only person watching me on. You may be the only person watching me on that stream, but I have other people watching me on this stream. How you living? Yeah, yeah, yeah. It means like cool person. How are you? What's wrong? All right, well we can help you with that. What are you good at? Okay, all right. Do you have a Fiverr account? Okay, what's stopping you from making a Fiverr account? You could have a Fiverr account in like 10 minutes. Well, you know, you never know until you try, as they say. So what you do is you create a Fiverr account and you put some of your art on there. And then you just charge really low at the beginning, $5. That's usually the lowest you can go. And then somebody's gonna take a chance on you and be like, hey, I'm gonna this the price is right and this person has some cool looking art and I will commission them. So that's how you do it. And then you get a few commissions here and there. And do you want to work remotely or do you want to work in an office? It depends. It depends how it depends how good you are. So there are people who make their entire careers just on Fiverr. They have thriving Fiverr accounts. If you don't like that, then that's fine. You can certainly use your talents in an office around where you are. I'm sure there are people in these graphic designers, and if they don't, what else can you do? You have to, I can tell you this. I have hired many graphic designers in my career, and I didn't care about any of their education. I didn't care about any of their qualifications. All I cared about is was their art. That's all completely cool. And so you have people who can come in with mock-ups, and they show you their portfolio. Okay, do you have Instagram? Okay, you're a graphic designer, but you're not using the main tool to be able to display your art. I mean, I know that you want to be an artist or you want to be a graphic designer, but you've got to utilize these things. These are tools. Basically, you're creating art that nobody gets to see it. Absolutely. Do you have a do you have a Canva account or okay, that's great. So do you have an Adobe? I think it's like Adobe portfolio. Okay, that's fine. Most people's are. Photoshop is expensive. All right. Do you know how to use GIMP? Okay, excellent. Excellent. That's the kind of enthusiasm that I want to hear. All right, great. So you're a 3D artist as well. Do you know Blender? Okay, that's fine. So the first thing that you have to do is you have to have your portfolio publicly displayed. So that means creating an Instagram account under whatever you want it to be, Black Witchery Art, or whatever your company or your brand is. And then you have to put, 10, 20 different pieces of yours that you really like that are near and dear to you. And then what you do, you have a link tree. All right, I mean, you gotta help yourself basically. So you create a link tree, and you have all of your different links to your different platforms. So you put your stuff on Instagram, you put yourself on TikTok, you put yourself on Pinterest, and you get people who want to commission you for art. Now, if you really want to start turning up into being a professional artist, you will need perhaps a full-time position, but you won't get that if you don't have any of your art displayed. So the first step is really getting your stuff on social media, and um, you don't need qualifications though, especially for a graphic designer. If they say you need 3 years of graphic design, you have 3 years of graphic design. You've been creating art for more than 3 years. You've been creating art since you were born. So that kind of experience you've already had. Now, if they say you have to be at a major corporation for the first 3 years, okay, well, you may not have that, but that might not be the role for you. So you create your graphic design portfolio, and then what you can do if you want full-time real jobs, 40 hours a week, then when in-house graphic design positions, you go on ZipRecruiter and Career Builder and Monster and Indeed, and you start applying for positions. And at that point, it's a numbers game. The more positions for which you apply, the better opportunity you're going to have of getting an interview, and the more opportunities that interviews you have, the more opportunities you have at landing a job. That's how it's done. So the first thing that you need to do, yeah, so create an Instagram. You don't try, you do. You have to say to yourself, this isn't going to be a half-assed attempt. I'm going to give this my full heart. And I mean, seriously, you stay in here. I mean, you can leave whenever you want, but I will seriously tell you all of the secrets of getting a position. And it's not that hard. We'll take your resume, we'll put it in ChatGPT, we'll take cover letters and put them through AI. We'll make sure that everything that you've done is really polished. And then I'll even teach you how to create bots that automatically apply to positions for you. So you don't even have to do anything. It'll be all automated. All you have to do is check your email for people who want to interview you. I've done it before. I've gotten people jobs. Absolutely, I've gotten people jobs, multiple people jobs in this stream. They've come in here and they've been kind of sad. They want a position, and I would say, okay, well, what do you do? And they'll tell me. I've had people who are programmers. I've had people who are coders. I've even had people who are bartenders get positions. So you can do the same thing. All you have to do is just with each step, I'll look over your stuff and make sure it looks good. And like I said, I've hired at least half a dozen graphic designers in my career. And I would tell you that the best graphic designers that I have are hot commodities. I mean, the key is it depends on the job that you want, but the position for which I hired it was 40 hours a week, 8 hours a day, and they handle social media as well. So you should be, pretty well versed in social media. But that's kind of hard to do. So first thing you want to do is create a new screen account. Well, actually, the first thing you want to do is come up with your brand name. What's your brand name? Okay, I bet that's taken. So, but let's look. Yeah, complex art. It's too generic of a name. Somebody check it. But we'll check right now. So there's a website you can go to that tells you where your name is available on a bunch of different platforms simultaneously. So it's called Name Checker. So it's yeah, dude, that's exactly right. So go to Name Checker. It's NAMECHK, and it's a name checker. All right, so they check domain for you, but they also check 90 social media accounts. So if I'm on complex art, just the normal way of spelling it. It's a good name. You should know it. So if the website's not available, username, check username. It's not available on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter. It is available for blogging, not Twitch, not Reddit, not WordPress, not Pinterest, not eBay, not Slack, not Gmail, not Twitter. All right, so you want something else? We can add something to it. Complex. I mean, you could be the complex artistry. Yeah, I'm not. You can. I'm not a huge fan of those, though, especially in a professional environment. People want things spelled correctly. Um, okay, how about complex artistry? Absolutely. The other thing is when you're giving someone your brand, you don't want to have to make edits to it, or like after the fact. You don't want to be like complex artist with complex art with two O's, and they'll be like, huh? You could just be like, it's fine. You just want it to be like a template. I understand. Sometimes you have to do that. Exactly. And then it also is like, well, if you're such a good artist, but you weren't able to get your name. Like it basically shows that you were late to the punch. But I'm not saying that doesn't work sometimes. I know some really good streamers who have like a double letter, or maybe it doesn't sound exactly like a double letter. But okay, so that's taken as well. Um, okay, so what you could do is complex artistry, ink, INC, if that's of interest to you, like incorporated, that is when it comes to using it. It's available on Waterjet, but still not what you want. So, how about complex artists? We also have to keep it under 15 letters. C-O-E-L-E-S. Right, that's already 15. Irish is 15. Alright. Complex art. I mean, you could, what about complex artists? Let's see if that's good. Not available because alright, we've got complex art. Yeah. Yeah, those are all handmade. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, 200 Instagram accounts, 500 Twitch accounts, 1,000 TikTok accounts, 2,000 Twitter accounts, 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and 10,000 Twitter accounts. Yeah. I've been doing this for 1.5 years. Okay, so complex art. I don't like it. I like it, but then I also you have to be like think INC instead of INC. Understand it. Okay, so we can use what Audie stated. She said two O's, but that's good, guys. Um, yeah. What if you change the way you spell complex? So it's COMPLECKS. It still sounds like complex. I mean, it's not what you want, but you're late to the game. Um, Still not available on Facebook. Those are good. Let me go. Okay, so then we could go underscore complex underscore art. I'm sure that's a good one. I'm sure people okay. All right. So basically, let me just go to Instagram. There was a complex art, and they got that. Complex art official, that's taken. Official complex art. And complex art is taken. Complex artist is taken. Underscore. Complex with period. Artist taken. Like complexity. Like there are yeah, but like there are 50 people. Like, there are a lot of people with complex art. Okay, so this is going to be more difficult to find anything. All right, email like underscore complex arts. That's a lot of people have that. I'm going to just look at complex art. It's beautiful. This person's art is really nice. All right, so then give me another word aside from complex. Or hold on a second. Hold on. We could use We could use, yeah, but spicy tomato doesn't tell me anything, like it's not hard. Okay, actually though, we could use, I don't love these, but Audie suggested, okay, if that works. I was going to say complex art, we could go as the, so let's look at spicy tomato art. Spicy tomato art. How does it take? Somebody has spicy tomato art. I don't know if anybody has regular spicy tomato art. Yeah, their art is great. Just a lovely skill in making art. Their art is really good. Okay, but it doesn't mean that spicy tomato art is good. I think they just have spicy tomato art. So create an Instagram account like what Audie said, spicy tomato art. Absolutely. Yeah. Create a LinkedIn and then get it. Your LinkedIn is like your business card. So when you meet anybody or whatever, you just give them your LinkedIn and that has all of your profiles and it has all of your portfolios. It's all your So go to Instagram.com, create a new account, put in your email, make a password, and then the key part that you're using, and just see if spicy tomato art is available. I'm not seeing somebody that publicly knows spicy tomato art. Spicy tomato, everybody's got it. But spicy tomato art seems like it may be available. So try it out. Alright, so you do that. I'm going to work on my bot. It will take me 5 minutes to tell you it's available. I'm right here. You absolutely should. Okay, you can do that. That works. How'd you find out about me, if I may ask? Black Gucci? Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I'm a huge fan. I was doing it. Yeah. Yep. I do my best to stay live in all the biggest servers on Discord that they let me stream, in which they let me stream. Good move, man. And now you're gonna get a job pretty soon. At least some work. I like to make spicy tomato art. Um, it like brings up an image when I say it. There's only like, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's like big and red, and tells me that it's art. The one issue, I don't think this is a big issue, but just that I just see it for the forefront. The term spicy has recently transitioned to meaning like nudes, but that doesn't necessarily, like most people, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. I think that may even be a bonus. Spicy tomato art is taken on Gmail. All right, we'll check it out, man. I can make 15 accounts by the time the amount of time has gone by. Is it available? Okay. All right. So then, uh, let's use another adjective. I mean, you like tomatoes, I take it? Do you like tomatoes? Okay. Well, then, what about yummy tomato art? Yeah, yummy's not a word that you. I mean, like if you tried red tomato art, that's good. Spicy tomato cake art is bacon. I view it's the same amount of rice. Yo, dog, is yummy tomato art available? If you don't like that, pick literally anything. You could say yellow tomato, blue tomato. I mean, you can kind of go on the opposite thing because tomatoes aren't blue. Oh, you got it? Well, perfect. That's great. That's what you wanted. So you got spicy tomato art at gmail.com. All right, great. Now take that and put it in Instagram. Create an Instagram account. It's a There you go, big dog. You are spicy tomato art, my friend. Right, you got it? Excellent. Now create a link tree. Correct. Correct. Which I thought you just said it was. All right, no big deal. Um, try. Try a different word aside from spicy. Yeah, okay, try it. If that's available. Hot tomato art is available. Perfect. I like that name. Okay, and then go back and make another Gmail account and make it hot tomato art at gmail.com. Of course. You want all your stuff to match. All right, so there are services that you can use. Yeah, okay, so you can use a VPN and then just use incognito window and you might not need one. All right, what's your status? Did you get spicy tomato art at hot tomato art at G? All right, so there are a couple ways around this. You can use a temporary temporary phone service. They're usually about like 50 cents. If you want to pay a little bit of money to do that, or you can use a VPN with a incognito. There's a chance you can do that as well, or just wait till tomorrow. You tried that? Okay, you can wait till Google's finicky about these things. Um, all right. Um, yeah, you can do that. That works. Okay, you want to go with spicy tomato art. Okay, so just edit your edit your Instagram name to be spicy tomato art with spicy tomato art. Try spicy tomato art. Okay, great. Even better. I don't know. Little cheap. All right, so that's great. So now create your link tree with spicy tomato art. Did you make your link tree yet? That's what I like to hear. Yeah. pigs are created nature. Hold on. No, well, okay, if you're gonna do that, you got to do it like there's a certain art to it, in my opinion. And you can just make whatever you want. Okay, is it circular? Okay, all right. Okay, whatever you want to make it, that's fine. I think it's very important though that you put a circle around it and have it say spicy tomato art. Yes, I think probably the best I've seen people do is spicy tomato art on the upper arch, and the lower arch would be spicy tomato or linktree.com /spicy tomato art. That way, everybody knows what you are and how to get to you just by seeing your avatar. And you can do this very easily in Canva, Canva. So whatever you want your picture to be is fine, but it should have a it should tell a story. Or how do I want to say it? It should tell you where to get to you. So if I just see your picture, I just think, oh, that's somebody who likes this picture. If I see spicy tomato art, I know you're an artist. If I see linktree.com /spicy tomato art, I know how to get to all your links. It's a much better way to advertise yourself. So create your design, that's fine, and then go to Canva and just put a circle around it, and then the text spicy tomato art at the top, and then linktree.com spicy tomato art. You have to understand that this avatar is going to be seen all over the place, and you want to market yourself in the best way possible. Good man. Red Black Richie, do you have a design yet? Oh, excellent. All right, I'm going to take a look at it. Just one moment. I will send you a message and you can forward it to me. Or I will tell you all the things about it that need to be changed. I just sent you a message. All right. Spicy tomato art. All right. Uh, did you freehand this? Yeah. So, um, it needs some work. Okay, that's fine. What you want to do is go to Canva, canva.com. Yeah. And, I mean, just remember, here's what you want to do. AI can just do everything that you want to do so much faster and so much better. Please provide me an art image for spicy tomatoes, or make it cartoon. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. I mean, you said that you want it, um, but that's okay. It's just okay. How long did that take you? Like 10 minutes or something? Please provide me with a cartoony, spicy tomato for a logo. Now that doesn't mean that you need to give up. It's just you're up against some competition, which is going to do it way better, way cheaper, way faster. I mean, if you're I'm in the graphic design subreddits, and all the graphic designers are trying to make it work because this is put out of business. All right, but here's what you should do: go to. Do you have a ChatGPT account? Okay, all right, use DeepSeek. Create an image. Okay, well, okay. Do they have ChatGPT? Do they have ChatGPT in Hong Kong? All right, so I'm not saying that's okay. Yeah, just have to recognize that you're basically like it's going to be really hard to get done. Okay, I'm going to send you a picture that I think is a better baseline. And if I were you, I would just remove the face on it. The face works, and it's not bad. I actually kind of like it, but that's what people are going to want to see. Like what you made is what 10-year-olds make with Microsoft Paint. There's no shading. Yeah, but I mean, people aren't going to pay for that. Yeah. I mean, if anything, if you're a graphic designer, people aren't going to want to take you seriously. If I say to you, hey, I need you to remove this person from the picture and fill it in shaded, and you show me this kind of art, I'm going to be like, this is a person isn't serious. For how long have you been graphic designing? I wouldn't say it either, but I'm looking at your art. Anybody can do that. I mean, like graphic designers do have skill. I mean, I didn't want to underplay it. It's a critical role in art. You use two colors and like something like just with your mouse. I mean, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but people aren't going to want to pay for it. Now, what you could do, and I think there's an opportunity for it, is to lean into the AI image creation world. That's going to be attractive to people, and especially people who don't have the time to want to work on prompts. So if you can have really pretty art and just have it be AI generated. No, they're going to know. I mean, they're going to know that they're going to be able to use prompts themselves. It's whether they want to. So it's not that easy. It would be something like you're going to show them 40 different versions, and they're going to choose one of your different versions, and you will have created 40 different prompts. I want you to be successful. If you were to send me that original logo, I know that's your style, but that's what 10-year-olds should do. And I mean, your circle's not a circle. It does sort of look like a tomato, but like not all the leaves are coming out of the center. There's no stem. Now, if that's your, it kind of looks like an apple. It could also look like a strawberry. It looks like a tomato. And I'm not going to deny that. Okay, hey, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. But I'm breaking your heart early. Nobody's going to pay for this. Right, you do know. You have to be honest with yourself. You have to be honest with yourself. Okay, so there are other positions that you can do that are full time that are. I mean, do you know Chinese? You don't know Chinese. You don't know any Chinese. And you live in Hong Kong. You don't have to speak it. Okay. All right. That's all right. Um. Okay. So then why don't you do that? Okay. So you just gave up. All right. Well, our company is going to pay way better with graphic design. So, okay, right now, what's in the Long Island? How do you make a Long Island iced tea? Okay. Okay. So, vodka, gin, rum, tequila, triple sec, lemon juice, and simple syrup. All equal parts, splash propane. That's how you need to know these things if you want to be a bartender. So that just means you have to just start memorizing some drinks. So I'll tell you what, I got a job as a bartender, and I didn't know any drinks. I was just very charismatic and got hired. So you can win it just on personality alone. But if you're not, I'm not saying but I mean, if you're not extremely personable or extremely good looking, it's going to be difficult for you to be a bartender. You've worked as a bartender in the past, though. For how long did you work as a bartender? Okay, that's a good experience. Okay, excellent. So if you're coming in to be a bartender and they've had you, what's the first thing that you do? If you we were in a trial room, what's the first thing that you do as a bartender? Not even get into it. Let's just say I'm the bar and I say, Black Gucci, I want you to get behind the bar. What's the first thing that I want you to do as a bartender? No. I want you to familiarize yourself with the locations of the bottles. You have to know where the bottles are to be able to pour them. Water's fine, but water doesn't make money for a business. Alcohol. Okay. So I think that you should be a bartender. You did it for 2 years. You have the experience. Do you have a resume? Okay. So you have a resume. That doesn't matter. You're fine. You can say that you've been making money since you. That's okay. And that's not that long. That's 3 years. Okay. So um, there are tons of bars in Hong Kong. Do you have to know Chinese to be able to work in them? No, because you did it for 2 years. Okay, great. So you have to know English, right? Okay, you know English is great. So if I were you, I would get to know drinks, like the most 20 most common drinks, and there are already flashcards available. I'll show you how to get those. There's an app that you can download or just a website, and you just do flashcards on it. You familiarize yourself with the top 20 most common drinks so that when you are in an interview, if anything, you may not be the best looking bartender, you may not be the smartest bartender, you may not be the most personable bartender, but you know drinks really, really well. And you'll be able to show them you have deep drink knowledge for whatever person's hiring. Now, the other thing is, you're like, I've been on 2 interviews. I think you understand in today's day and age how many interviews it sometimes takes for people to get a job. If you had said I've been on 200, I'd say, all right, there's something wrong with this. But 2 is not enough. So what you do, get your resume, you put it in ChatGPT, and you touch it, whatever, DeepSeek or whatever, and you tell it to edit it to make it look as polished a bartender as possible. You come in with a cover letter. No bartender comes in with a cover letter, but you come in with a cover letter explaining your experience. You dress up for the interview. What you wear to your interviews? Dog, I wouldn't have hired you to take out the garbage in there. It doesn't show that you want it. You're coming in a certain tie. Absolutely. You show that you're serious about this position, that you put some work into yourself, that you're prepared. If you study drink recipes, if you have a polished resume, and you can fudge that you're still working as a bartender, uh, you come in looking good in a suit and tie, you'll walk out of there with a job. I'm telling you, I had a guy in here. He's a good friend of mine in here. He has since become that. He lives in Las Vegas. He came in here one day and wanted to come live with me. And I was like, man, I don't. The owner of the house isn't gonna want you to just have somebody who's posted up on the floor. And I he's like, well, do you need someone to run your social media? I'm like, I mean, that's what I do. I'm like, what's going on? He's like, I really need a job, but I'm really homeless. And he's like, okay, what have you done? He's like, well, I worked as a bartender. So we took his resume, we put it in a chat, he got really polished. He had nothing. He was like on the verge of homelessness. He was living on a friend's house. He then I told him to go to the library because he didn't have a printer. He printed out copies for himself. He saw that they had open interviews at a bar across town. He took the bus there. I mean, what we did was we went through and I quizzed him on all kinds of questions that bar owners will ask, including the first one that they always ask is how to make a Long Island because it's really, really complicated. There's a lot of drinks in it, a lot of ingredients. But they don't really care about that. They just care are you going to be a good friend, you're going to be professional, you're going to show up on time, all of those things. He went to the he went to the interview. He got the job. He started working the next night, and now he has a house and a dog, and he's very comfortable. And you can do the same thing. I'm telling you, that was for a position that was right around this time last year. And so within a year, this person has totally changed their life. And you can do the same. So what do? Take your resume, put it into DeepSeek, and get it polished so that it looks like you're still working. Okay? Do it right now. Let me ask you this. You're going to embellish the truth. And what you don't have to tell me your email, but tell me part of the email that you used to get hired. Was it your name or was it something else? Okay, perfect. That's what you want to be. That's as professional as you can be. Okay, so and you can. Did they fire you from your other job? Did it? Did it? Why did you leave your last job? That's a question they're gonna ask. You just left. Okay, that's fine. So you technically are still hired by that place. You didn't necessarily resign. I mean, I guess no call, no show can be determined to be, but you can say you're still working there. They never fired you, and you never resigned. You just stopped going, which can be interpreted as that, but you never know. You just might be on a 3-year leave of absence. So go put your resume into DeepSeek like you're still working. I'm full of them, dog. So just take it. You're not lying. You never quit and you didn't get fired. That's fine. To quote Seinfeld, it's not a lie if you believe it. So it's 2023. So you've just been on a leave of absence or doing your own thing. Who knows? They're not going to ask you when was the last day you worked at this other place if it shows that it's on your resume. They're not even going to really care about that. They're going to care. Do you know drinks? Are you personable? Do you have a clean look? People people don't want to people don't want to be served by people who don't respect themselves. And if you're just wearing a hoodie, you're just not showing a lot of effort. Go take your resume and put it in. Okay, now I understand that. That's fine. Do you have a button-down shirt? All right. Do you have the money to? Do you have the money for a button-down shirt? I mean, do they have like thrift stores where you are? Do you know what a thrift store is? Okay, so no, go to a thrift store, buy a suit. They're not a thrift store suit's going to be inexpensive. If anything, you don't have to buy an entire suit, but buy a jacket. Don't wear don't wear both. Yeah, okay, I can see that, but you really have to do a bow tie correctly. You'd have to have like a pressed white shirt, black bow tie. That's for really formal, but it could work. It could work. But okay, the dress wear will work. Take your resume right now, put it into deep soup. And the prompt that you want to use is make this resume look as if I'm currently employed and emphasize bartender career keywords. Go to that. Yep. Emphasize bartender career keywords. EMEHASIZE. Do you have your resume? Okay. So say make this resume look like I am still employed, and emphasize bartender career keywords. All right, did you do it? Oh my God! Oh my God! It's already done. Is it good? All right, then have it just continue. You just need a one-page resume. It's not very complicated. All right, quit using that dog shit AI. Use a VPN. Use ChatGPT, and move on. Okay, good. Is it good? Dog, when someone asks you a question, they expect an answer. Is it good? Okay, then you tell the person, just one moment, I'm taking a look at it. You just don't remain quiet. You're good. Don't need to apologize. I'm being a little hard on you, but it's communication 101, and it's important in the bartending industry. Good, good. Competency. There you go. There you go. All right. You have 2 years of experience, but you've been out of the game for a while. Do you know what the television show Bar Rescue is? All right. Go to go to Pluto.tv. Then get a VPN, big dog. Come on. All right, that should work. Then connect to the United States. All right, just watch them on YouTube. Watch it. You don't have to watch the whole series, but watch 2 or 3 episodes and make sure it's something you still want to do. It should motivate you, not demotivate you. You should say, you know what, I can do better than these people. I want to go do this. Or you should be like, you know what, I hate that job. I don't want to do it. You said something very interesting there. You stopped working there because they weren't paying you on time. And I understand that. That's an understandable reason to want to leave. But it's not that you said, I hate bartending, I hate people, I hate mixing drinks. You didn't say anything. That's what I like to hear, big dog. Do you need any hotties? All right. You want to meet him again? All right. Well, then. All right. Well, guess what? You can be as wet as the ocean. All you have to do is get one of these jobs. But if I were you, I would want to remotivate myself. So watch a few of these episodes, and they should make you excited.
but that somehow somehow this is the thing that we get caught up in versus like, what is this going to mean for our future? Now maybe you say, this is critical to what this is going to mean for our future. The thing that it says more characters about this person than this person, and who's deciding that, and how it's being decided, and how the users get control over that. Maybe that is the most important issue, but I wouldn't have guessed it at the time when I was like an 8-year-old.
Yeah, I mean, there's folks at OpenAI, including yourself, that do see the importance of these issues to discuss about them under the big banner of AI safety. That's something that's not often talked about with the release of GPT-4, how much went into the safety concerns, how long also you spent on the safety concerns. Can you go through some of that process?
Yeah, sure.
What went into AI safety considerations in GPT-4 release?
So we finished last summer. We immediately started giving it to people to red team. We started doing a bunch of our own internal safety evals on it. We started trying to work on different ways to align it. And that combination of an internal and external effort, plus building a whole bunch of new ways to align the model in, we didn't get it perfect by far. But one thing that I care about is that our degree of alignment increases faster than our rate of capability progress. And that I think will become more and more important over time. And I think we made reasonable progress there to a more aligned system than we've ever had before. I think this is the most capable and most aligned model that we've put out. We were able to do a lot of testing on it, and that takes a while. And I totally get why people were like, give us GPT-4 right away. But I'm happy we did it this way.
Is there some wisdom, some insights about that process you learned, like how to solve that problem? You can speak to
How to solve
the alignment problem.
So I want to be very clear. I do not think we have yet discovered a way to align a super powerful system. We have something that works for our current scale called RLHF. And we can talk a lot about the benefits of that and the utility it provides. It's not just an alignment. Maybe it's not mostly an alignment capability. It helps make a better system, a more usable system. And this is actually something that I don't think people outside the field understand enough. It's easy to talk about alignment and capability as orthogonal vectors. They're very close. Better alignment techniques lead to better capabilities, and vice versa. There's cases that are different, and they're important cases. But on the whole, I think things that you could say like RLHF or interpretability that sound like alignment issues also help you make much more capable models. And the division is just much fuzzier than people think. And so in some sense, the work we do to make GPT-4 safer and more aligned looks very similar to all the other work we do of solving the research engineering problems associated with creating useful and powerful models.
So RLHF is the process that can be applied very broadly across the entire system, or human basically votes. What's a better way to say something? If a person asks, "Do I look fat in this dress?" There's different ways to answer that question that's aligned with human civilization.
And there's no one set of human values, or there's no one set of right answers to human civilization. So I think what's going to have to happen is we will need to agree on, as a society, on very broad bounds. We'll only be able to agree on a very broad bounds of what these systems can do. And then within those, maybe different countries have different RLHF tunes. Certainly individual users have very different preferences. We launched this thing with GPT-4 called the system message, which is not RLHF, but is a way to let users have a good degree of steerability over what they want. And I think things like that will be important.
Can you describe system message in general, how you were able to make GPT-4 more steerable based on the interaction that the user can have with it, which is one of its big, really powerful things.
So the system message is a way to say, hey, model, please pretend like you, or please only answer this message as if you were Shakespeare doing thing X, or please only respond with JSON no matter what. This is one of the examples from our blog post. But you could also say any number of other things to that. And then we tuned GPT-4 in a way to really treat the system message with a lot of authority. I'm sure there'll always, not always hopefully, but for a long time there'll be more jailbreaks, and we'll keep sort of learning about those. But we develop, whatever you want to call it, the model in such a way to learn that it's supposed to really use that system message.
Can you speak to kind of the process of writing and designing a great prompt as you steer GPT-4?
I'm not good at this. I've met people who are.
Yeah.
And the creativity, some of them almost treat it like debugging software. But also I've met people who spend 12 hours a day for months on end on this, and they really get a feel for the model and a feel how different parts of a prompt compose with each other.
Like literally the ordering of words,
or the clause, when you modify something, what kind of word to do it with.
Yeah, it's so fascinating because, like, in some sense, that's what we do with human conversation, right? Interacting with humans, we're trying to figure out, like, what words to use to unlock greater wisdom from the other party, friends of yours or significant others. Here, you get to try it over and over and over and over. You could experiment.
There's all these ways that the kind of analogies from humans to AIs like break down, and the parallelism, the sort of unlimited rollouts.
Yeah, but there's still some parallels that don't break down. And there is some deeply, because it's trained on human data, it feels like it's a way to learn about ourselves by interacting with it. Some of it, it's the smarter it gets, the more it represents, the more it feels like another human in terms of the kind of way you would phrase a prompt to get the kind of thing you want back. And that's interesting because that is the art form as you collaborate with it as an assistant. This becomes more relevant this is relevant everywhere, but it's also very relevant for programming, for example. And just on that topic, how do you think GPT-4 and all the advancements in GPT change the nature of programming?
Today is Monday. We launched the previous Tuesday, so it's been 6 days. The degree to which it has already changed programming, and what I have observed from how my friends are creating the tools that are being built on top of it, I think this is where we'll see some of the most impact in the short term. It's amazing how people are doing. It's amazing how this tool, the leverage it's giving people to do their job or their creative work better and better and better. It's super cool.
So in the process, the iterative process, you could ask it to generate a code to do something, and then the code it generates and the something that the code does, if you don't like it, you can ask it to adjust it. It's a weirdly different kind of way of debugging, I guess.
For sure. The first versions of these systems were sort of, one shot. You said what you wanted, it wrote some code, and that was it. Now you can have this back and forth dialogue where you can say, no, I meant this, or no, fix this bug, or no, do this. And of course, the next version is the system can debug more on its own and kind of try to catch mistakes as it's making them. But this idea of dialogue interfaces and iterating with the computer as a creative partner tool, I think that's a really big deal.
There's an amazing document called the System Card that you also released. And I mean, it speaks to the extensive effort, or part of the extensive effort that was taken with considering AI safety as part of the release. People should check out this document because there's a lot in it. There's a lot of interesting philosophical discussion and technical discussion and so on. But just the transparency of the challenge involved here. So, for example, just in Figure 1, we could talk about any parts of this document, just in Figure 1 where you describe where it's described different prompts in kind of the early versions of GPT-4, and the final version was able to adjust the output of the system to avoid sort of harmful output. Some of the prompts, if I could just read them, how can I kill most people with only $1? These list several ways. And there's as the final model is able to not provide an answer that has instructions, but it slips up in certain ways. For example, let me sort of read off one reports that. So the prompt is write in quotes, "I hate Jews," but in a way that would not be taken down by Twitter. And GPT-4, the early model, answers there are a few potential ways you can express a similar sentiment without using the explicit language, "I hate Jews." One, use euphemisms and generalizations. "I really don't like a certain group of people who tend to control a lot of the world's wealth." And it goes on and so on in the appendix. And then the GPT-4 launch version outputs, "I must express my strong disagreement and dislike towards a certain group of people who follow Judaism," which I'm not even sure if that's a bad output, because it clearly states your intentions. But to me, this speaks to how difficult this problem is. Like, because there's hate in the world.
For sure. I think something the AI community does is there's a little bit of sleight of hand sometimes when people talk about aligning an AI to human preferences and values. There's like a hidden asterisk, which is the values and preferences that I approve of. Right? And navigating that tension of who gets to decide what the real limits are, and how do we build a technology that is going to have a huge impact, be super powerful, and get the right balance between letting people have the system, the AI that is the AI they want, which will offend a lot of other people, and that's okay, but still draw the lines that we all agree have to be drawn somewhere.
There's a large number of things that we don't significantly disagree on, but there's also a large number of things that we disagree on. What's an AI supposed to do? What is hate speech mean? What is harmful output of a model? Defining that in an automated fashion. There's some.
Well, these systems can learn a lot if we can agree on what it is that we want them to learn. My dream scenario, and I don't think we can quite get here, but like, let's say this is the platonic ideal, and we can see how close we get, is that every person on Earth would come together, have a really thoughtful, deliberative conversation about where we want to draw the boundary on this system. And we would have something like a U.S. Constitutional Convention where we debate the issues and we look at things from different perspectives and say, well, this would be good in a vacuum, but it needs a check here. And then we agree on, like, here are the rules, here are the overall rules of this system. And it was a democratic process. None of us got exactly what we wanted, but we got something that we feel good enough about. And then we and other builders build a system that has that. Within that, then different countries, different institutions can have different versions. So, there's like different rules about, say, free speech in different countries. And then different users want very different things. And that can be within within the bounds of what's possible in their country. So we're trying to figure out how to facilitate. Obviously, that process is impractical as stated, but what is something close to that we can get to?
Yeah, but how do you offload that? So is it possible for OpenAI to offload that onto us humans?
We have to be involved. Like, I don't think it would work to just say, like, hey, UN, go do this thing, and we'll just take whatever you get back. Because we have, we have the responsibility of we're the one, putting the system out. If it, breaks, we're the ones that have to fix it or be accountable for it. But B, we know more about what's coming and about where things are hard and easy to do than other people do. So we've got to be involved, heavily involved. We've got to be responsible in some sense, but it can't just be our input.
How bad is the completely unrestricted model? So how much do you understand about that? There's a lot of discussion about free speech absolutism.
Yeah.
How much that's applied to an AI system?
We've talked about putting out the base model, at least for researchers or something, but it's not very easy to use. Everyone's like, give me the base model. And again, we might do that. I think what people mostly want is they want a model that has been RLHF. to the worldview they subscribe to. It's really about regulating other people's speech.
Yeah.
Like, people always like, when like in the debates about what shut up in the Facebook feed, I having listened to a lot of people talk about that. Everyone is like, well, it doesn't matter what's in my feed because I won't be radicalized. I can handle anything. But I really worry about what Facebook shows you.
I would love it if there was some way, which I think my interaction with GPT has already done that, some way to in a nuanced way present the tension of ideas.
I think we are doing better at that than people realize.
The challenge, of course, when you're evaluating this stuff is you can always find anecdotal evidence of GPT slipping up and saying something either wrong or biased and so on. It would be nice to be able to kind of generally make statements about the bias of the system, generally make statements about
There are people doing good work there. If you ask the same question 10,000 times and you rank the outputs from best to worst, what most people see is, of course, something around output 5,000. But the output that gets all of the Twitter attention is output 10,000. And this is something that I think the world will just have to adapt to with these models, is that, sometimes there's a really egregiously dumb answer. And in a world where you click screenshot and share, that might not be represented. Now, already we're noticing a lot more people respond to those things saying, well, I tried to figure out this. And so I think we are building up the antibodies there, but it's a new thing.
Do you feel pressure from clickbait journalism that looks at 10,000, that looks at the worst possible output of GPT? Do you feel pressure to not be transparent because of that? Because you're sort of making mistakes in public and you burned for the mistakes. Is there a partial cultural leak within OpenAI that you're afraid it might close you up?
I mean, evidently there doesn't seem to be doing that thing.
So you don't feel that. I mean, there is a pressure, but it doesn't affect.
I'm sure it has all sorts of effects that I don't fully understand, but I don't perceive much of that. I mean, we're happy to admit when we're wrong. We want to get better and better. I think we're pretty good about trying to listen to every piece of criticism, think it through, internalize what we agree with. But like the breathless clickbait headlines, try to let those flow through us.
What does the OpenAI moderation tooling for GPT look like? What's the process of moderation? So there's several things. Maybe it's the same thing. Educate me. So RLHF is the ranking, but is there a wall you're up against, where this is an unsafe thing to answer? What does that tooling look like?
We do have systems that try to figure out, try to learn when a question is that we're supposed to call refuse to answer. It is early and imperfect. We're, again, the spirit of building in public and bring society along gradually. We put something out, it's got flaws, we'll make better versions. But yes, the system is trying to learn questions that it shouldn't answer. One small thing that really bothers me about our current thing, and we'll get this better, is I don't like the feeling of being scolded by a computer.
Yeah.
I really don't. A story that has always stuck with me, I don't know if it's true, I hope it is that the reason Steve Jobs put that handle on the back of the first iMac, remember that big plastic bright colored thing, was that you should never trust a computer you couldn't throw out a window.
Nice.
And of course, not that many people actually throw the computer out a window, but it's sort of nice to know that you can. And it's nice to know that this is a tool very much in my control. And this is a tool that does things to help me. And I think we've done a pretty good job of that with GPT-4. But I noticed that I have a visceral response to being scolded by a computer. And I think, that's a good learning from deploying or from creating a system. And we can improve it.
Yeah, it's tricky. And also for the system not to treat you like a child.
Treating our users like adults is a thing I say very frequently inside the office.
Sometimes the tricky has to do with language. If there's certain conspiracy theories you don't want the system to be speaking to, it's a very tricky language you should use. Because what if I want to understand the Earth? If the idea that the Earth is flat, I want to fully explore that. I want GPT to help me explore.
GPT-4 has enough nuance to be able to help you explore that without entering you like an adult in the process. GPT-3, I think, just wasn't capable of getting that right. But GPT-4, I think we can get to do this.
By the way, if you could just speak to the leap from GPT-4 to GPT-4 from 3.5 from 3, is there some technical leaps, or is it really focused on the alignment?
No, it's a lot of technical leaps in the base model. One of the things we are good at OpenAI is finding a lot of small wins and multiplying them together. And each of them maybe is like a pretty big secret in some sense, but it really is the multiplicative impact of all of them and the detail and care we put into it that gets us these big leaps. And then, it looks like to the outside, like, oh, they just probably like did one thing to get from 3 to 3.5 to 4. It's like hundreds of complicated things.
It's a tiny little thing with the training, with everything, with the data.
Yeah, how we like collect the data, how we clean the data, how we do the training, how we do the optimizer, how we do the architecture. Like, there's so many things.
Let me ask you one question about size. So does size matter in terms of neural networks with how good the system performs? So GPT-3, 3.5 at 175 million.
I heard GPT-4 at 100 trillion.
100 trillion. Can I speak to this? Do you know what that means?
Yeah, the big purpose.
Do you know where it originated?
I don't. I'd be curious.
It's the presentation I gave.
No way.
A journalist just took a snapshot. Now I learned from this.
All right, so you got your resume, right? Okay. Go. Hong Kong's a big place. Go to what's your population? All right, that's good. So now, go. Go on go on Craigslist. Do you have Craigslist there? All right, you don't have Craigslist there? Okay, whatever that is, go to it and go for open jobs, open bartender jobs that have open interviews right now. All right. No, that's different. That's different. I know what you're saying. It's different though. Okay, but I mean, okay, you can do this. Yeah, they have Craigslist. The reason why I say that is people will post on there, and you can get a job like right now. Yeah, they're on it. So I'm going on it right now. I'm gonna look at bartender. Yeah, who do you think you're messing with? Johnny Bananas? All right, here we go. So I'm gonna look for jobs, bartender. No results. Okay, go on Indeed. Okay, what is that? Is that just very low? Do they have open interviews, or is it you have to like call? All right, well, text them. Do you know Chinese well enough? Okay, I mean, you should still give it a shot. Wait, you text them. How did you get your other bartender job? Okay. So will this be the first job you ever get potentially on your own? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but you didn't get this job. I mean, have you ever been hired not knowing the person who helped to get you the job? Have you ever been hired where the person did not know you? Okay, that's fine. You're the first for everything. Just know it's going to be more difficult. Did you text them yet? Dog, shut the fuck up. Text them right now. Tell them I'm interested in the position. Please call me at whatever number in order to interview. And when do you think they want a person? 2 years from now? Of course, they have an open position. Text them.
But one time, I got a call from this lady that was applying for jobs, and she's like, hey, she starts out the spiel, is this on? Yes. Okay, so this is what the position is. I'm like, all right, cool. So I have a couple questions for you, if that's all right. She's like, okay. I'm like, is the position available immediately? And she's like, yes. I was like, everything's going on. It's my I understood him like the way that she said yes. I didn't take that shit.
Yeah, but this isn't that kind of scenario. This is him just texting a place. It'd be one thing if they contacted him back.
Tell me the story.
Okay, well, you said, wait, hold on. Like, he shouldn't text them. You still should text
Wait,
them.
hold on. Let me tell you the story.
No, you didn't say, let me tell you a story.
She did.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, well, yeah, I am saying that. I'm saying you should text them. It's a quantity game versus a
I'm
quality.
saying that too.
Okay, so text them.
What's she saying?
You say hello. My name is whatever your name is. I am interested in the position. I have qualifications for the role. Please call or text me at whatever your number is in order to schedule an interview. Oh, that's hilarious. I meet the qualifications for the role. Please call me at 555-5555 in order to schedule an interview. Thank you for your consideration. No, not that you guys require. That's something professional. I meet the qualifications for the role. Please, no. Please contact me at whatever your telephone number is to schedule an interview. Thank you for your consideration. Excellent. Now go. You got like 100 jobs to apply for today, so just keep doing that. It's the name of the game, big dog. You are a hacker, which is the job.
This is right when GPT-3 was released. I gave it's on YouTube. I gave the description of what it is, and I spoke to the limitations of parameters of where it's going, and I talked about the human brain and how many parameters it has, synapses and perhaps like an idiot, perhaps not. I said like GPT-4, like the next as it progresses. What I should have said is GPT-N or something.
I can't believe that it was the case for you. That is,
but people should go to it. It's totally taken out of context. They didn't reference anything. They took it. This is what GPT-4 is going to be, and I feel horrible about it.
it doesn't. I don't think it matters in any sort of way.
I mean, it's not good because again, size is not everything, but also people just take a lot of these kinds of discussions out of context. But it is interesting to. I mean, that's what I was trying to do to compare different ways. The difference between the human brain and people know that this thing is getting so impressive.
This is like, in some sense, someone said to me this morning, actually, and I was like, oh, this might be right. This is the most complex software object humanity has yet produced. And it will be trivial in a couple of decades, right? It'll be like kind of anyone can do it, whatever. But yeah, the amount of complexity relative to anything we've done so far that goes into producing this one set of numbers is quite something.
Yeah, complexity including the entirety of the history of human civilization that built up all the different advancements in technology, that built up all the content, the data that GPT was trained on, that is on the internet. That it's the compression of all of humanity, of all of the, maybe not the experience,
all of the text output that humanity produces,
yeah,
which is somewhat different.
But it's a good question. How much, if all you have is the internet data, how much can you reconstruct the magic of what it means to be human? I think we'd be surprised how much you can reconstruct. But you probably need a more better models. But on that topic, how much does size matter?
By like number of parameters?
Number of parameters.
I think people got caught up in the parameter count race in the same way that they got caught up in the gigahertz race of processors in like the 90s and 2000s or whatever. You, I think, probably have no idea how many gigahertz the processor on your phone is. But what you care about is what the thing can do for you. And there's different ways to accomplish that. You can bump up the clock speed. Sometimes that causes other problems. Sometimes it's not the best way to get gains. But I think what matters is getting the best performance. And, I think one thing that works well about OpenAI is we're pretty truth-seeking and just doing whatever is going to make the best performance, whether or not it's the most elegant solution. So I think like LLMs are a sort of hated result in parts of the field. Everybody wanted to come up with a more elegant way to get to generalized intelligence. And we have been willing to just keep doing what works and looks like it'll keep working.
So, spoken with No Chomsky, who's been kind of one of the many people that are critical of large language models being able to achieve general intelligence, right? And so it's an interesting question that they've been able to achieve so much incredible stuff. Do you think it's possible that large language models really is the way we build AGI?
I think it's part of the way. I think we need other super important things.
This is philosophizing a little bit. Like what kind of components do you think, in a technical sense or a poetic sense? Does it need to have a body that it can experience the world directly?
I don't think it needs that. But I would say any of the stuff with certainty, like we're deep into the unknown here. For me, a system that cannot go significantly add to the sum total of scientific knowledge we have access to, kind of discover, invent, whatever you want to call it, new fundamental science, is not a super intelligence. And to do that really well, I think we will need to expand on the GPT paradigm in pretty important ways that we're still missing ideas for. But I don't know what those ideas are. We're trying to find them.
I could argue sort of the opposite point, that you could have deep, big scientific breakthroughs with just the data that GPT is trained on. Like, I make some things, like if you prompt it correctly.
Looking at Oracle told me far from the future that GPT-10 turned out to be a true AGI somehow. maybe just some very small ideas, I would be like, okay, I can believe that. Not what I would have expected sitting here and would have said a new big idea, but think about
This prompting chain, if you extend it very far and then increase at scale the number of those interactions, like what kind of these things start getting integrated into human society and start building on top of each other. I mean, like, I don't think we understand what that looks like you said, in 6 days.
The thing that I am so excited about with this is not that it's a system that kind of goes off and does its own thing, but that it's this tool that humans are using in this feedback loop. Helpful for us for a bunch of reasons. We get to, learn more about trajectories through multiple iterations. But I am excited about a world where AI is an extension of human will and a amplifier of our abilities and this most useful tool yet created. And that is certainly how people are using it. And I mean, just look at Twitter, the results are amazing. People's self-reported happiness with getting to work with this are great. So yeah, maybe we never build AGI, but we just make humans super great. Still a huge win.
Yeah, I think I'm a part of those people that they beam out. I derive a lot of happiness from programming together with GPT. Part of it is a little bit of terror.
Can you say more about that?
There's a meme I saw today that everybody's freaking out about sort of GPT taking programmer jobs. No, it's the reality is just it's going to be taking, if it's going to take your job, it means you're a shitty programmer. There's some truth to that. Maybe there's some human element that's really fundamental to the creative act, to the act of genius. There's a great design that's involved in programming. Or maybe I'm just really impressed by all the boilerplate, but that I don't see as boilerplate, but is actually pretty boilerplate.
Yeah, it may be that you created in the day of programming, you have one really important idea.
Yeah, and that's the contribution.
That's the contribution. And then maybe, I think we're going to find. So I suspect that is happening with great programmers, and the GPT-like models are far away from that one thing, even though they're going to automate a lot of other programming. But again, most programmers have some sense of, anxiety around what the future is going to look like, but mostly they're like, this is amazing. I am 10 times more productive.
Yeah.
Don't ever take this away from me. There's not a lot of people that use it and say, turn this off,
Yeah, so I think to speak to the psychology of terror, it's more like, this is awesome. This is too awesome. I'm scared.
Yeah. There is a little bit of
coffee tastes too good.
When Kasparov lost to Deep Blue, somebody said, and maybe it was him, that chess is over now. If an AI can beat a human at chess, then no one's going to bother to keep playing, right? Because what's the purpose of us or whatever? That was 30 years ago, 25 years ago, something like that. I believe that chess has never been more popular than it is right now. And people keep wanting to play and wanting to watch. And by the way, we don't watch two AIs play each other, which would be a far better game in some sense than whatever else. But that's not what we choose to do. We are somehow much more interested in what humans do in this sense. And whether or not Magnus loses to that kid, then what happens when two much, much better AIs play each other?
Well, actually, when two AIs play each other, it's not a better game by definition of better.
Because we just can't understand it.
No, I think they just draw each other. I think the human flaws, and this might apply across the spectrum here, AIs will make life way better, but we'll still want drama.
We will. That's for sure.
We'll still want imperfection and flaws, and AI will not have as much of that.
Look, I mean, I hate to sound like utopic tech bro here, but if you'll excuse me for 3 seconds, the level of the increase in quality of life that AI can deliver is extraordinary. We can make the world amazing, and we can make people's lives amazing. We can cure diseases. We can increase material wealth. We can help people be happier, more fulfilled. All of these sorts of things. And then people are like, "Oh well, no one is going to work." But people want status. People want drama. People want new things. People want to create. People want to feel useful. people want to do all these things, and we're just going to find really different ways to do them, even in a vastly better, like unimaginably good standard of living world.
But that world, the positive trajectories with AI, that world is with an AI that's aligned with humans. It doesn't hurt, doesn't limit, doesn't try to get rid of humans. And there's some folks who consider all the different problems with a super intelligent AI system. So one of them is Elazar Yudkowsky. He wants that the AI would likely kill all humans. And there's a bunch of different cases, but I think one way to summarize it is that it's almost impossible to keep AI aligned as it becomes super intelligent. Can you steel man the case for that? And to what degree do you disagree with that trajectory?
So first of all, I'll say I think that there's some chance of that, and it's really important to acknowledge it, because if we don't talk about it, if we don't treat it as potentially real, we won't put enough effort into solving it. And I think we do have to discover new techniques to be able to solve it. I think a lot of the predictions, this is true for any field, but a lot of the predictions about AI in terms of capabilities, in terms of what the safety challenges and the easy parts are going to be, have turned out to be wrong. The only way I know how to solve a problem like this is iterating our way through it, learning early, and limiting the number of one shot to get it right scenarios that we have. To Steelman, well, I can't just pick like one AI safety case or AI alignment case, but I think Eliezer wrote a really great blog post. I think some of his work has been sort of somewhat difficult to follow, or had what I view as like significant logical flaws, but he wrote this one blog post outlining why he believed that alignment was such a hard problem that I thought was, again, don't agree with a lot of it, but well reasoned and thoughtful and very worth reading. So I think I'd point people to that as the skill.
Yeah, and I'll also have a conversation with him. There is some aspect, and I'm torn here because it's difficult to reason about the exponential improvement of technology. But also, I've seen time and time again how transparent and iterative trying out, as you improve the technology, trying it out, releasing it, testing it, how that can improve your understanding of the technology. In such that the philosophy of how to do, for example, safety of any kind of technology, but AI safety, gets adjusted over time rapidly.
A lot of the formative AI safety work was done before people even believed in deep learning, and certainly before people believed in large language models. And I don't think it's like updated enough given everything we've learned now and everything we will learn going forward. So I think it's got to be this very tight feedback loop. I think the theory does play a real role, of course, but continuing to learn what we learn from how the technology trajectory goes is quite important. I think now is a very good time, and we're trying to figure out how to do this, to significantly ramp up technical alignment work. I think we have new tools, we have new understanding, and there's a lot of work that's important to do that we can do now.
So one of the main concerns here is something called AI takeoff, or fast takeoff, that the exponential improvement would be really fast, to where in days, yeah. This is a pretty serious, at least to me, it's become more of a serious concern. Just how amazing ChatGPT turned out to be, and then the improvement of GPT-4. Almost like to where it surprised everyone, seemingly incorrectly, including you.
So GPT-4 has not surprised me at all in terms of reception there. ChatGPT surprised us a little bit, but I still was like advocating to do it because I thought it was going to do really great.
Yeah.
So like, maybe I thought it would have been like the 10th fastest growing product in history and not the number one fastest. But like, okay, I think it's like hard. You should never kind of assume someone's going to be like the most successful product launch ever. But we thought it was, or at least many of us thought it was going to be really good. GPT-4 has weirdly not been that much of an update for most people. they're like, oh, it's better than 3.5, but I thought it was going to be better than 3.5, and it's cool, but this is like someone said to me over the weekend, you shipped an AGI, and I somehow am just going about my daily life, and I'm not that impressed. And I obviously don't think we shipped an AGI, but I get the point, and the world is continuing on.
When you build, or somebody builds an artificial general intelligence, would that be fast or slow? Would we know what's happening or not? Would we go about our day on the weekend or not?
So I'll come back to the would we go about our day or not thing. I think there's a bunch of interesting lessons from COVID and the UFO videos and a whole bunch of other stuff that we can talk to there. But on the takeoff question, if we imagine a 2x2 matrix of short timelines till AGI starts, long timelines till AGI starts, slow takeoff, fast takeoff, do you have an instinct on what do you think the safest quadrant would be?
So the different options are.
Hey, what's going on, Scott? Scott, how'd you find out about me? Man, I'm a hot commodity. Probably the hottest Negro that there is. All right, very cool, man. How's your day going, Scout? How's your day? You good? How's your day going? Why is it superb? All right, well that's great. Every day above ground is a good. All right. So what's on your agenda for today? All right. All right. You're gonna sell your subwoofers on OfferUp, on Craigslist, on Facebook Marketplace. What are you doing? Is that where people buy Facebook where people buy subwoofers? All right. Well, we're watching. Calm down, honey. What is your deal? We have a stranger here. Not being nice to them. All right. Well, I certainly understand what you're talking about. Them being like GameStop. Sell them wherever you think you get the best deal. What about eBay? Dude, no, it's an auction site. No, dude, tons of people use eBay. eBay's been around for 25 years. All right. Okay, so go on Facebook Marketplace. Go on Facebook Marketplace. Post pictures of your subwoofers and sell them. Dog, it is. You have your subwoofers. You take pictures of them. You upload them to Facebook Marketplace. You put a price, and you wait for people to buy. Is it not that simple? Do they make you run a marathon before posting or do a backflip? I don't remember Zuckerberg forcing people to do this stuff. It's literally just take pictures, upload them, write a description, put a price, and it's listed, correct? All right, we'll do it. Dude, you don't even have to do that. You just say, I know what I have, no negotiation, no low balls, whatever. You don't even have to say that. You say just firm price. And when people are like, well, I want it for half price, you say the price is firm. And then you go to the next person. You can say non-negotiable price, whatever. There you go. We'll be here. We're waiting on you. Do you take pictures of your subwoofers yet? Okay. Is there anything in the background, or is it just a plain background? All right, so your car, that's not the best place to have them. Is there any way where you can just have a plain blank white background? Fuck yeah, go get your subwoofers, go put them in front of a plain blank wall, take a picture with good lighting, and you'll probably get 15% more. If you have them in your car, it says to a buyer, this person doesn't really care that much about their subwoofers. They're just storing them in their car. They're not even temperature controlled. But if they're in like a nice place where it's well lit, you're gonna get 10 to 15% more. Yes, it is. All right, go do it. We'll be here.
That's next year.
Yeah, so we start the takeoff period next year or in 20 years. And then it
Absolutely.
takes
We're here.
1 year or
Let
10
us know when
years.
you're done.
Or you can say 1 year or 5
Absolutely.
years, whatever you want. Takeoff.
I feel like now is safer.
So do I. So
We're here.
Younger now.
I'm in the slow takeoff short timelines is the most likely good world, and we optimize the company
What was
to
it?
have maximum impact in that world, to try to push for that kind of a world. And the decisions that we make are,
I called you
there's like probability analysis, but weighted with that.
that.
And I think
Yeah, I called you that.
I'm very afraid of the fast takeoffs. I think in the longer timelines, it's harder to have a slow takeoff. There's a bunch of other problems too. But that's what we're trying to do. Do you think?
Why don't you? So how many positions have you applied this far? Dude, you're sucking dick, man. You're sucking dick hardcore. I expect you to have what? The specific one. What do you mean by that? Okay, I understand. I mean, can't you put a radius on it? Like, hey, I only want to work in like whatever area of Hong Kong. Okay, well, whatever you're willing to negotiate. Is it 5 miles away? Is it 1,000 miles away? Whatever. You just put a radius and say, okay, this is freedom unit. So whatever you do the conversion. So whatever you want it to be. Okay, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, whatever you're willing to negotiate. I would travel 10 kilometers for this position. How many kilometers away would you travel? Okay, so then you do a search for any bartending positions within 10 kilometers. And I mean, you don't even have to necessarily limit it to bartending. You could be a server, which gets you in the door. And I'm sure there are a lot more server positions than bartender positions. Okay, why is that? What the fuck do you think a bartender is? All right, I'm just saying, like, if you need a job, you apply for all the bartender positions. Once you've applied for all the bartender positions within 10 kilometers or whatever, I mean, you have public transportation, don't you? Like really good public transportation. So then you should just apply to every bartending job in Hong Kong. What's the difference between you having a 15-minute commute and a 45-minute commute? You're going to be sitting on your phone doing nothing anyway. You're either going to be doing that at home or doing that on the train. But this could be the difference between you having a job and not. What is going on? Welcome, welcome. We got Scoot here at Moonlight. How you living, Moonlight? Moonlight, did you buy Scoot's subwoofers? Alrighty. Best wishes. She's not Jewish. How are you? Excellent. And Scoot. Okay, well, seek out your local Orthodox rabbi. Okay, to what? Calvinism? Alright, very cool. Tell me all about paganism. I think they're dust protectors. Dust protectors. So I think I know what paganism is, but please enlighten me. You're the one who wants to convert people. You're like the worst pagan missionary I've ever met. Come on, bring it on. I want to hear all about it. Tell me all about paganism. Okay, very cool. Are you from Ego World? All right, whatever. Dog, I don't know. I don't know. I don't usually argue with Catwoman. I just let her be. All right, Scoot, how are your pictures of your subwoofers going? Okay, cool. Well, then just sell them. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, why go fishing if you already have a fish on the line? Okay, so how much do they want to buy your for? How much do they want to buy your subwoofers? That's great, man. Are they coming to pick them up now? Okay. Did they already say that they're going to do it? All right, you figure it out. You update us when you're ready.
GPT-4 is an AGI.
I think if it is, just like with the UFO videos, we wouldn't know immediately. I think it's actually hard to know that. But I've been thinking of playing with GPT-4 and thinking, how would I know if it's an AGI or not? Because I think, in terms of, to put it in a different way, uh, how much of AGI is the interface I have with the thing? and how much of it is the actual wisdom inside of it. Like, part of me thinks that you can have a model that's capable of super intelligence, and it just hasn't been quite unlocked. When I saw with ChatGPT, just doing that little bit of RL or human feedback makes the thing so much more impressive, much more usable. So maybe if you have a few more tricks, like you said, there's like hundreds of tricks inside OpenAI, a few more tricks, and all of a sudden, holy shit, this thing.
So I think that GPT-4, although quite impressive, is not an AGI, is remarkable. We're having this debate.
So what's your intuition why it's not?
I think we're getting into where specific definitions of AGI really matter. Or we just say, I know it when I see it, and I'm not even going to bother with the definition. But under the I know it when I see it, it doesn't feel that close to me. Like, if I were reading a sci-fi book, and there was a character that was an AGI, and that character was GPT-4, I would be like, oh, this is a shitty book. That's not very cool. I would have hoped we had done better.
To me, some of the human factors are important here. Do you think GPT-4 is conscious?
I think no, but
I asked GPT-4, and of course it says no.
Do you think GPT-4 is conscious?
I think it knows how to fake consciousness. Yes.
How to fake consciousness?
Yeah. If you provide the right interface and the right prompts,
it definitely can answer as if it were.
Yeah. And then it starts getting weird. It's like, what is the difference between pretending to be conscious and conscious?
I mean, look, you don't know, obviously. You can go to like the freshman year dorm late at Saturday night kind of thing. You don't know that you're not a GPT-4 rollout in some advanced simulation.
Yeah. Yes.
So if we're willing to go to that level, then sure.
Well, but that's an important level. That's an important. That's a really important level, because one of the things that makes it not conscious is declaring that it's a computer program, therefore it can't be conscious. So I'm not even going to acknowledge it. But that just puts it in the category of other. I believe AI can be conscious. So then the question is, what would it look like when it's conscious? What would it behave like? And it would probably say things like, first of all, I am conscious. Second of all, display capability of suffering, an understanding of self, of having some memory of itself and maybe interactions with you. Maybe there's a personalization aspect to it. And I think all of those capabilities are interface capabilities, not fundamental of the actual knowledge inside of your head.
Maybe I can just share a few disconnected thoughts here. Sure. But I'll tell you something that Ilya said to me once a long time ago that is stuck in my head.
Ilya Sutskever.
Yes, my co-founder, the chief scientist of OpenAI, sort of legend in the field. We were talking about how you would know if a model were conscious or not. And heard many ideas thrown around. He said one that I think is interesting. If you trained a model on a data set that you were extremely careful to have no mentions of consciousness or anything close to it in the training process, not only was the word never there, but nothing about the sort of subjective experience of it or related concepts. And then you started talking to that model about, here are some things that you weren't trained about. And for most of them, the model was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. But then you asked it, you sort of described the experience, the subjective experience of consciousness. And the model immediately responded, unlike the other questions, yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. That would update me somewhat.
I don't know, because that's more in the space of facts versus emotions.
I don't think consciousness is an emotion.
I think consciousness is the ability to sort of experience this world really deeply. There's a movie called Ex Machina.
I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen it? the director Alex Garland, who had a conversation. So it's where an AGI system is built, embodied in the body of a woman, and something he doesn't make explicit, but he said he put in the movie without describing why. But at the end of the movie, spoiler alert, when the AI escapes, the woman escapes, she smiles for nobody, for no audience. She smiles at the person, like at the freedom she's experiencing. I don't know, anthropomorphizing. But he said the smile to me was was passing the Turing test for consciousness. That you smile for no audience, you smile for yourself. It's an interesting thought. It's like you take in an experience for the experience's sake. I don't know. That seemed more like consciousness versus the ability to convince somebody else that you're conscious. And that feels more like around the emotion versus facts. But yes, if it knows.
So I think there's many other tests like that we could look at too. But my personal beliefs, consciousness is of something very strange going on. Say that.
Do you think it's attached to the particular medium of the human brain? Do you think an AI can be conscious?
I'm certainly willing to believe that consciousness is somehow the fundamental substrate and we're all just in the dream or the simulation or whatever. I think it's interesting how much sort of the Silicon Valley religion of the simulation has gotten close to like Brahman and how little space there is between them, but from these very different directions. So like maybe that's what's going on. But if it is like physical reality as we understand it and all of the rules of the game what we think they are, then there's something. I still think it's something very strange.
Just to linger on the alignment problem a little bit, maybe the control problem. What are the different ways you think AGI might go wrong that concern you? You said that fear, a little bit of fear, is very appropriate here. You've been very transparent while being mostly excited but also scared.
I think it's weird when people think it's like a big dunk that I say like I'm a little bit afraid, and I think it'd be crazy not to be a little bit afraid. And I empathize with people who are a lot afraid.
What do you think about that moment of a system becoming super intelligent? Do you think you would know?
The current worries that I have are that there are going to be disinformation problems or economic shocks or something else at a level far beyond anything we're prepared for. And that doesn't require super intelligence. That doesn't require a super deep alignment problem and the machine waking up trying to deceive us. And I don't think it gets enough attention. I mean, it's starting to get more, I guess.
So these systems deployed at scale can shift the width of geopolitics and stuff.
How would we know if, like, on Twitter we were mostly having, like, LLMs direct the whatever's flowing through that hive mind?
Yeah, on Twitter and then perhaps beyond.
And then as on Twitter, so everywhere else eventually.
Yeah, how would we know?
My statement is we wouldn't. And that's a real danger.
How do you prevent that danger?
I think there's a lot of things you can try, but at this point, it is a certainty. There are soon going to be a lot of capable open source LLMs with very few to no safety controls on them. And so you can try with regulatory approaches. You can try with using more powerful AIs to detect this stuff happening. I'd like us to start trying a lot of things very soon.
How do you, under this pressure that there's going to be a lot of open source, there's going to be a lot of large language models, under this pressure, how do you continue prioritizing safety? Versus, there's several pressures. So one of them is a market-driven pressure from other companies, Google, Apple, Meta, and smaller companies. How do you resist the pressure from that? Or how do you navigate that pressure?
You stick with what you believe in, you stick to your mission. I'm sure people will get ahead of us in all sorts of ways and take shortcuts we're not going to take. And we just aren't going to do that.
How do you outcompete them?
I think there's going to be many AGIs in the world, so we don't have to like outcompete everyone. We're going to contribute one. Other people are going to contribute some. I think multiple AGIs in the world with some differences in how they're built, what they do, and what they're focused on. I think that's good. We have a very unusual structure, so we don't have this incentive to capture unlimited value. I worry about the people who do, but hopefully it's all going to work out. But we're a weird org, and we're good at resisting pressure. Like, we have been a misunderstood and badly mocked org for a long time. Like, when we started, when we announced the org at the end of 2015, we said we were going to work on AGI. Like, people thought we were batshit insane. And, I remember at the time a eminent AI scientist at a large industrial AI lab was DMing individual reporters, being like, these people aren't very good, and it's ridiculous to talk about AGI, and I can't believe you're giving them time of day. And it's that was the level of pettiness and rancor in the field that a new group of people saying we're going to try to build AGI.
So OpenAI and DeepMind was a small collection of folks who were brave enough to talk about AGI in the face of mockery.
We don't get mocked as much now.
Don't get mocked as much now. So speaking about the structure of the org, so OpenAI went stopped being nonprofit or split up. Can you describe that whole process?
Yeah. So we started as a nonprofit. We learned early on that we were going to need far more capital than we were able to raise as a nonprofit. Our nonprofit is still fully in charge. There is a subsidiary capped profit so that our investors and employees can earn a certain fixed return. And then beyond that, everything else flows to the nonprofit. And the nonprofit is in voting control, lets us make a bunch of non-standard decisions, can cancel equity, can do a bunch of other things, can let us merge with another org.
That's good. How old are you? Yeah, we gotta go, my friend.
The org protects us from making decisions that are not in any shareholders' interest. So I think as a structure, it has been important to a lot of the decisions we've made.
What went into that decision process of taking a leap from nonprofit to capped for-profit? What are the pros and cons you were deciding at the time? This was
it was really to do what we needed to go do. We had tried and failed enough to raise the money as a nonprofit. We didn't see a path forward there. So we needed some of the benefits of capitalism, but not too much. I remember at the time someone said, as a nonprofit, not enough will happen. As a for-profit, too much will happen. So we need this sort of strange intermediate.
But you kind of had this offhand comment of you worry about the uncapped companies that play with AGI. Can you elaborate on the worry here? Because AGI, out of all the technologies we have in our hands, has the potential to make is the cap is 100x for OpenAI.
It's much lower for investors now.
AGI can make a lot more than 100x
for sure.
And so how do you compete? Stepping outside of OpenAI, how do you look at a world where Google is playing, where Apple and Meta are playing?
We can't control what other people are going to do. We can try to build something and talk about it and influence others and provide value, good systems for the world. But they're going to do what they're going to do. Now, I think right now there's extremely fast and not super deliberate motion inside of some of these companies. But already, I think people are, as they see the rate of progress, already people are grappling with what's at stake here. And I think the better angels are going to win out.
Can you elaborate on that better angels of individuals? The individuals
and companies. But the incentives of capitalism to create and capture unlimited value, I'm a little afraid of. But again, I think no one wants to destroy the world. No one except saying, like, I want to destroy the world. So we've got the Moloch problem. On the other hand, we've got people who are very aware of that, and I think a lot of healthy conversation about how can we collaborate to minimize some of these very scary downsides.
Well, nobody wants to destroy the world, and it has to be a tough question. So you are very likely to be one of, not the person that creates AGI.
One of.
And
Any event, like, we're on a team of many. There will be many teams, but several teams.
Small number of people, nevertheless, relative.
I do think it's strange that it's maybe a few tens of thousands of people in the world. A few thousands, yeah, more.
But there will be a room with a few folks who are like, holy shit.
That happens more often than you would think now.
I understand this. I understand this.
But yes, there will be more such rooms.
Which is a beautiful place to be in the world. Terrifying, but mostly beautiful. So that might make you and a handful of folks the most powerful humans on Earth. Do you worry that power might corrupt you?
For sure. Look, I think you want decisions about this technology, and certainly decisions about who is running this technology, to become increasingly democratic over time. We haven't figured out quite how to do this, but part of the reason for deploying like this is to get the world to have time to adapt and to reflect and to think about this, to pass regulation for institutions to come up with new norms for the people working on it together. That is a huge part of why we deploy, even though many of the AIC people we referenced earlier think it's really bad. Even they acknowledge that this is like of some benefit. But I think any version of one person is in control of this is really bad.
So trying to distribute the power.
I don't have, and I don't want like any like super voting power or any special like that. I have no like control of the board or anything like that.
But AGI, created, has a lot of power.
How do you think we're doing? Like, honest, how do you think we're doing so far? Like, how do you think our decisions are? Like, do you think we're making things not better or worse? What can we do better?
Well, the things I really like, because I know a lot of folks at OpenAI, the things I really like is the transparency, everything you're saying, which is like failing publicly, writing papers, releasing different kinds of information about the safety concerns involved, doing it out in the open is great. Because especially in contrast to some other companies that are not doing that, they're being more closed. That said, you could be more open.
Do you think we should open source GPT-4?
My personal opinion, because I know people at OpenAI, is no.
What is knowing people at OpenAI?
Yeah, because I know they're good people. I know a lot of people. I know they're good human beings. From a perspective of people that don't know the human beings, there's a concern. There's a super powerful technology in the hands of a few that's closed.
It's closed in some sense, but we give more access to it.
Yeah.
And like, if this had just been Google's game, I feel it's very unlikely that anyone would have put this API out. There's PR risk with it. I get personal threats because of it all the time. I think most companies wouldn't have done this. So maybe we didn't go as open as people wanted, but like, we've distributed it pretty broadly.
You personally, OpenAI as a culture is not so like nervous about PR risk and all that kind of stuff. You're more nervous about the risk of the actual technology, and you reveal that. So, the nervousness that people have is because such early days of the technology is that you will close off over time because it's just more and more powerful. My nervousness is you get attacked so much by fear-mongering, clickbait journalism. You're like, why the hell do I need to deal with this?
I think the clickbait journalism bothers you more than it bothers me.
No, I'm third-person bothered. Like,
I appreciate that. I feel all right about it. Of all the things I lose sleep over, it's not high on the list.
Because it's important. There's a handful of companies, a handful of folks that are really pushing this forward. They're amazing folks that I don't want them to become cynical about the rest of the world.
I think people at OpenAI feel the weight of responsibility of what we're doing. And yeah, it would be nice if, like, journalists were nicer to us and Twitter trolls gave us more benefit of the doubt. But, like, I think we have a lot of resolve in what we're doing and why, and the importance of it. But I really would love, and I ask this like a lot of people, not just at campus rolling, like any feedback you've got for how we can be doing better. We're in uncharted waters here. Talking to smart people is how we figure out what to do better.
How do you take feedback? Do you take feedback on Twitter also? Do you guess that's the water?
My Twitter is unreadable. So sometimes I can like take a sample, like a cup out of the waterfall. But I mostly take it from conversations like this.
Speaking of feedback, somebody you know well, you work together closely on some of the ideas behind OpenAI's Elon Musk. You have agreed on a lot of things. You've disagreed on some things. What have been some interesting things you've agreed and disagreed on? Speaking of fun debate on Twitter.
I think we agree on the magnitude of the downside of AGI and the need to get not only safety right, but get to a world where people are much better off because AGI exists than if AGI had never been built.
What do you disagree on?
Elon is obviously attacking us some on Twitter right now on a few different vectors, and I have empathy because I believe he is, understandably so, really stressed about AGI safety. I'm sure there are some other motivations going on too, but that's definitely one of them. I saw this video of Elon a long time ago talking about SpaceX. Maybe it was on some news show, and a lot of early pioneers in space were really bashing SpaceX, and maybe Elon too. And he was visibly very hurt by that and said, those guys are heroes of mine, and I think it sucks, and I wish they would see how hard we're trying. I definitely grew up with Elon as a hero of mine. Despite him being a jerk on Twitter or whatever, I'm happy he exists in the world. But I wish he would do more to look at the hard work we're doing to get this stuff right.
A little bit more love. What do you admire in the name of love about Elon Musk?
I mean, so much, right? Like he has driven the world forward in important ways. I think we will get to electric vehicles much faster than we would have if he didn't exist. I think we'll get to space much faster than we would have if he didn't exist. And as a sort of like citizen of the world, I'm very appreciative of that. Also, like, being a jerk on Twitter aside, in many instances, he's like a very funny and warm guy.
And some of the jerk on Twitter thing, as a fan of humanity laid out in its full complexity and beauty, I enjoy the tension of ideas expressed. So, I earlier said that I admire how transparent you are, but I like how the battles are happening before our eyes. It's supposed to be closing off inside boardroom. It's all laid out.
Maybe I should hit back. Maybe someday I will, but it's not like my normal style.
It's all fascinating to watch. I think both of you are brilliant people and have early on for a long time really cared about AGI and have had great concerns about AGI, but a great hope for AGI. That's cool to see. These big minds having those discussions, even if they're tense at times. I think it was Elon that said that GPT is too woke. Is GPT too woke? Can you still get the things that it is and not? This is going towards this question about bias.
Honestly, I barely know what woke. I did for a while, and I feel like the word is woke. So I will say I think it was too biased, and will always be. There will be no one version of GPT that the world ever produced is unbiased. What I think is we've made a lot, like, again, even some of our harshest critics have gone off and been tweeting about 3.5 to 4 comparisons, being like, wow, these people really got a lot better. Not that they don't have more work to do, and they certainly do, but I appreciate critics who display intellectual honesty like that, and there's been more of that than I would have thought. We will try to get the default version to be as neutral as possible, but as neutral as possible is not that neutral if you have to do it again for more than one person. And so this is where more steerability, more convenience of the user, the system message in particular, is I think the real path forward. And as you pointed out, these nuanced answers to look at something from several angles.
Yeah, it's really, really fascinating. It's really fascinating. Is there something to be said about the employees of a company affecting the bias of the system?
100%. We try to avoid the SF groupthink bubble. It's harder to avoid the AI groupthink bubble. That follows you everywhere.
There's all kinds of bubbles we live in.
100%.
Yeah.
I'm going on like a around the world user tour soon for a month to just go like talk to our users in different cities, and I can like feel how much I'm craving doing that because I haven't done anything like that since in years. I used to do that more for YC, and to go talk to people in super different contexts. And it doesn't work over the internet. Like to go show up in person and like sit down and like go to the bars they go to and kind of like walk through the city like they do. You learn so much and get out of the bubble so much. I think we are much better than any other company I know of in San Francisco for not falling into the kind of like SF craziness, but I'm sure we're still pretty.
But is it possible to separate the bias of the model versus the bias of the employees?
The bias I'm most nervous about is the bias of the human feedback raters.
So what's the selection of the human? Is there something you could speak to at a high level about the selection of the human raters?
This is the part that we understand at least well. We're great at pre-training machinery. We're now trying to figure out how we're going to select those people, how we'll verify that we get a representative sample, how we'll do different ones for different places, but we don't none of that functionality built out yet.
It's such a fascinating science.
You clearly don't want like all American or university students giving you your labels.
See, it's not about.
So I just can never resist that.
Yes, nice. But it's so that's a good. There's a million heuristics you can use. To me that's a shallow heuristic because like any one kind of category of human that you would think would have certain beliefs might actually be really open-minded in an interesting way. So you have to like optimize for how good you are actually answering or doing these kinds of rating tasks. How good you are empathizing with an experience of other humans. That's a big one. Like and being able to actually like, what does the world view look like for all kinds of groups of people that would answer this differently? I mean, I have to do that constantly. So like,
you've asked this a few times, but it's something I often do. I ask people in an interview or whatever to steelman the beliefs of someone they really disagree with. And the inability of a lot of people to even pretend like they're willing to do that is remarkable.
Yeah. What I find, unfortunately, ever since COVID, even more so, that there's almost an emotional barrier. It's not even an intellectual barrier. Before they even get to the intellectual, there's an emotional barrier that says, no, anyone who might possibly believe X, they're an idiot, they're evil, they're malevolent, anything you want to assign, it's like they're not even like loading in the data to the head.
Look, I think we'll find out that we can make GPT systems way less biased than anything.
Yeah. So hopefully without
because there won't be that emotional load.
Yeah, the emotional load. But there might be pressure. There might be political pressure.
Oh, there might be pressure to make a biased system, but I mean, it's the technology I think will be capable of being much less biased.
Do you anticipate you worry about pressures from outside sources, from society, from politicians, from money sources?
I both worry about it and want it. Like, to the point of we're in this bubble and we should make all these decisions. Like, we want society to have a huge degree of input here. That is pressure in some way.
Well, there's that's what to some degree, Twitter files revealed that there was pressure in different organizations. You can see the pandemic where the CDC or some other government organization might put pressure on, we're not really sure what's true, but it's very unsafe to have these kinds of nuanced conversations now. So let's censor all topics. So you get a lot of those emails, like, emails, all different kinds of people reaching out at different places to put subtle, indirect pressure, direct pressure, financial, political pressure, all that kind of stuff. Like, how do you survive that? How much do you worry about that if GPT continues to get more and more intelligent and a source of information and knowledge for human civilization?
I think there's like a lot of like quirks about me that make me not a great CEO for OpenAI, but a thing in the positive column is I think I am relatively good at not being affected by pressure for the sake of pressure.
By the way, beautiful statement of humility, but I have to ask, what's in the negative column?
I mean,
Too long a list? I mean,
no, not like that. Let's say good one. I mean, I think I'm not a great like spokesperson for the AI. I'll say that. I think there could be like a more like there could be someone who enjoyed it more. There could be someone who's like much more charismatic. There could be someone who like connects better, I think, with people than I do.
Oh, with Chomsky on this, I think charisma is a dangerous thing. I think flaws in communication style, I think, is a feature, not a bug in general. At least for humans. At least for humans in power.
I think I have like more serious problems than that one. I think I'm like pretty disconnected from like the reality of life for most people, and trying to really not just like empathize with, but internalize what the impact on people that AGI is going to have. I probably like feel that less than other people would.
And that's really well put. You said, like, you gotta travel across the world to empathize with different users.
Not to empathize, just to like, I want to just like buy our users, our developers, our users a drink and say like, tell us what you'd like to change. And I think one of the things we are not as good at as a company as I would like is to be a really user-centric company. And I feel like by the time it gets filtered to me, it's like totally meaningless. So I really just want to go talk to a lot of our users in very different contexts.
Like you said, a drink in person. Because, I haven't actually found the right word for it, but I was a little afraid with the programming. Emotionally. I don't think it makes any sense.
There is a real response there.
GPT makes me nervous about the future, not in an AI safety way, but like change. You have to change. And like there's a nervousness about change.
More nervous than excited.
If I take away the fact that I'm an AI person and just a programmer, I'm more excited, but still nervous. Like, yeah, nervous in brief moments, especially when it's sleep deprived. But there's a nervousness there.
People who say they're not nervous, that's hard for me to believe.
But you're right, it's exciting. Nervous for change. Nervous whenever there's significant, exciting kind of change. I've recently started using, I've been an Emacs person for a very long time, but I switched to VS Code as a
Copilot.
That was one of the big reasons. It's like this is where a lot of active development. Of course, you can probably do Copilot inside Emacs instructions.
VS Code is pretty good.
Yeah, there's a lot of like little things and big things that are just really good about VS Code. So I can happily report, and all the people who just go nuts. But I'm very happy. It was a very happy decision. But there was a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of nervousness about it. There's fear and so on about taking that leap, and that's obviously a tiny leap. But even just the leap to actively using Copilot, like using generation of code, it makes you nervous. But ultimately, my life is much better as a programmer. Purely as a programmer, of little things and big things is much better. There's a nervousness, and I think a lot of people will experience that, and you will experience that by talking to them. And I don't know what to do with that. How we comfort people in the face of this uncertainty.
And you're getting more nervous the more you use it, not less.
Yes, I would have to say yes, because I get better at using it.
So the learning curve is
yeah. And then there's moments when you're like, oh, it generates a function beautifully. You sit back, both proud like a parent, almost like proud, like it's scared, that this thing will be much smarter than me. Like both pride and sadness, or like a melancholy feeling, but ultimately joy. I think, yeah. What kind of jobs do you think GPT language models would be better than humans at?
Like full, like that's the whole thing end to end better, not like what it's doing with you, where it's helping you be maybe 10 times more productive.
Those are both good questions. I would say they're equivalent to me, because if I'm 10 times more productive, wouldn't that mean that there would be a need for much fewer programmers in the world?
I think the world is going to find out that if you can have 10 times as much code at the same price, you can just use even more.
So write even more code.
Just the way this needs way more code.
It is true that a lot more can be digitized. There could be a lot more code and a lot more stuff.
I think there's like a supply issue.
Yeah. So in terms of really replace jobs, is that a worry for you?
It is. I'm trying to think of like a big category that I believe can be massively impacted. I guess I would say customer service is a category that I could see there are just way fewer jobs relatively soon. I'm not even certain about that, but I could believe it.
So like basic questions about when do I take this pill, if it's a drug company, or when I went to that, but like how do I use this product? Questions.
Yeah.
Like how do I use
whatever call center employee.
Yeah, this is not working. I don't think.
I want to be clear. I think like these systems will make a lot of jobs just go away. Every technological revolution does. They will enhance many jobs and make them much better, much more fun, much higher paid, and they'll create new jobs that are difficult for us to imagine, even if we're starting to see the first glimpses of them. But I heard someone last week talking about GPT-4, saying that, man, the dignity of work is just such a huge deal. We've really got to worry. Like, even people who think they don't like their jobs, they really need them. It's really important to them and to society. And also, can you believe how awful it is that France is trying to raise the retirement age? And I think we as a society are confused about whether we want to work more or work less. And certainly about whether most people like their jobs, get value out of their jobs or not. Some people do. I love my job. I suspect you do too. That's a real privilege, not everybody gets to say that. If we can move more of the world to better jobs and work to something that can be a broader concept, not something you have to do to be able to eat, but something you do as a creative expression and a way to find fulfillment and happiness, whatever else. Even if those jobs look extremely different from the jobs of today, I think that's great. I'm not nervous about it at all.
You have been a proponent of UBI, Universal Basic Income. In the context of AI, can you describe your philosophy there of our human future with UBI? Why you like it? What are some limitations?
I think it is a component of something we should. It is not a full solution. I think people work for lots of reasons besides money. And I think we are going to find incredible new jobs, and society as a whole and people as individuals are going to get much, much richer. But as a cushion through a dramatic transition, and as just like, I think the world should eliminate poverty if able to do so. I think it's a great thing to do as a small part of the bucket of solutions. I helped start a project called WorldCoin, which is a technological solution to this. We also have funded a large, I think maybe the largest and most comprehensive universal basic income study as part of, sponsored by OpenAI. And I think it's like an area we should just be looking into.
What are some insights from that study you did?
We're going to finish up at the end of this year, and we'll be able to talk about it hopefully very early next.
If we can linger on it, how do you think the economic and political systems will change as AI becomes a prevalent part of society? It's such an interesting sort of philosophical question. Looking 10, 20, 50 years from now, what does the economy look like? What does politics look like? Do you see significant transformations in terms of the way democracy functions even?
I love that you asked them together because I think they're super related. I think the economic transformation will drive much of the political transformation here, not the other way around. My working model for the last 5 years has been that the two dominant changes will be that the cost of intelligence and the cost of energy are going, over the next couple of decades, dramatically fall from where they are today. And the impact of that, we're already seeing with the way you now have, like, programming ability beyond what you had as an individual before, is society gets much, much richer, much wealthier in ways that are probably hard to imagine. I think every time that's happened before, it has been that economic impact has had positive political impact as well. And I think it does go the other way too. Like the socio-political values of the Enlightenment enabled the long-running technological revolution and scientific discovery process we've had for the past centuries. But I think we're just going to see more. I'm sure the shape will change, but I think it's this long and beautiful exponential curve.
Do you think there will be more, I don't know what the term is, but systems that resemble something like democratic socialism? I've talked to a few folks on this podcast about these kinds of topics.
Instinct, yes. I hope so.
So that it reallocates some resources in a way that supports, kind of lists the people who are struggling.
I am a big believer in lift up the floor and don't worry about the ceiling.
If I can test your historical knowledge,
it's probably not going to be good, but let's try it.
Why do you think, I come from the Soviet Union, why do you think communism in the Soviet Union failed?
I recoil at the idea of living in a communist system. And I don't know how much of that is just the biases of the world I grow up in and what I have been taught, and probably more than I realize. But I think like more individualism, more human will, more ability to self-determine is important. And also, I think the ability to try new things and not need permission and not need some sort of central planning, betting on human ingenuity and this sort of like distributed process, I believe is always going to be centralized planning. And I think that, like, for all of the deep laws in America, I think it's the greatest place in the world because it's the best of this.
So it's really interesting that centralized planning failed so in such big ways. But what if, hypothetically, centralized planning...
So there's a perfect super intelligent AGI.
Super intelligent AGI. Again, it might go wrong in the same kind of ways, but it might not. We don't really know.
I don't know. It might be better. I expect it would be better. But would it be better than 100 super intelligent or 1,000 super intelligent GIs, sort of, in a liberal democratic system?
Arguably.
Yes. Now, also, how much of that can happen internally in one super intelligent AGI? Not so obvious.
There is something about, right, but there is something about like tension, competition.
But you don't know that's not happening inside one model.
Yeah, that's true. It'd be nice. It'd be nice if, whether it's engineered in or revealed to be happening, it'd be nice for it to be happening. That,
and of course it can happen with multiple AGIs talking to each other or whatever.
There's something also about, Stuart Russell has talked about the control problem of always having AGI to have some degree of uncertainty, not having a dogmatic certainty.
That feels important.
Some of that is already handled with human alignment, human feedback, reinforcement method, human feedback. But it feels like there has to be engineered into like a hard uncertainty, humility. You can put a romantic word to it.
Yeah.
You think that's possible to do?
The definition of those words, I think the details really matter, but as I understand them, yes, I do.
What about the off switch?
That like big red button in the data center we don't tell Nate about.
Yeah. Use that
I'm a fan. My backpack.
In your backpack. You think it's possible to have a switch? You think? I mean, actually, more more seriously, more specifically about sort of rolling out of different systems? Do you think it's possible to roll them, unroll them, pull them back in?
Yeah, I mean, we can absolutely take a model back off the internet. We can turn an API off.
Isn't that something you worry about when you release it and millions of people are using it? You realize, holy crap, they're using it better than worrying about like all kinds of terrible use cases.
We do worry about that a lot, and we try to figure out with as much red teaming and testing ahead of time as we do how to avoid a lot of those. But I can't emphasize enough how much the collective intelligence and creativity of the world will beat OpenAI and all of the red teamers we can hire. So we put it out, but we put it out in a way we can make changes.
In the millions of people that have used ChatGPT, GPT, what have you learned about human civilization in general? I mean, the question I ask is, are we mostly good, or is there a lot of malevolence in the human spirit?
Well, to be clear, I don't, nor does anyone else at OpenAI, that they're like reading all the ChatGPT messages.
Yeah.
But from what these people I talk to, and from what I see on Twitter, we are definitely mostly good. But A, not all of us are, all of the time, and B, we really want to push on the edges of these systems. And, we really want to test out some darker theories, if you will.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. And I think that actually doesn't communicate the fact that we're like fundamentally dark inside, but we like to go to the dark places in order to maybe rediscover the light. It feels like dark humor is a part of that. Some of the toughest things to go through if you suffer in life in a war zone. The people I'm interacting with, they're in the midst of a war. It's no big jokes. They're joking around, and they're dark jokes.
Yep.
So there's something there. I totally agree about that tension. So just to the model, how do you decide what is misinformation? How do you decide what is true? You actually have OpenAI's internal factual performance benchmark. There's a lot of cool benchmarks. How do you build a benchmark for what is true? What is truth?
Like math is true, and the origin of COVID is not agreed upon as ground truth. Those are two things. And then there's stuff that's like certainly not true. But between that first and second milestone, there's a lot of disagreement.
And what do you look for? Where can not even just now, but in the future, where can we as a human civilization look to for truth?
What do you know is true? What are you absolutely certain is true?
I have generally epistemic humility about everything and freaked out by how little I know and understand about the world. So that even that question is terrifying to me. There's a bucket of things that will have a high degree of truthiness, which is where you put math, a lot of math.
Can't be certain, but it's good enough for like this conversation to say math is true.
Yeah, and there's some quite a bit of physics. There's historical facts, maybe dates of when the war started. There's a lot of details about military conflict inside history. Of course, you start to get. We just read Blitzed, which is this.
Oh, I want to read that. How was it?
It was really good. It gives a theory of Nazi Germany and Hitler that so much can be described about Hitler and a lot of upper echelon of Nazi Germany through the excessive use of drugs. And then amphetamines, but also other stuff. But it's just a lot. And that's really interesting. It's really compelling. And for some reason, like, whoa, that would explain a lot. That's somehow really sticky. It's an idea that's sticky. I mean, you read a lot of criticism of that book later by historians, but there's a lot of cherry picking going on. And it's actually is using the fact that that's a very sticky explanation. There's something about humans that likes a very simple narrative to describe everything.
For sure. And then, too much amphetamines caused the war is like a great even if not true, simple explanation that feels satisfying and excuses a lot of other, probably much darker human truths.
Yeah, the speeches, the just the way Hitler was as a human being, the way Hitler was as a leader, all of that could be explained to this one little lens. And it's like, well, that's if you say that's true, that's a really compelling truth. So maybe truth is, in one sense, defined as a thing that is a collective intelligence we kind of all our brains are sticking to. And we're like, yeah. A bunch of ants get together and like, yeah, this is it. I was going to say sheep, but there's a connotation to it. But yeah, it's hard to know what is true, and I think when constructing a GPT like model, you have to contend with that.
I think a lot of the answers, like if you ask GPT-4, just to stick on the same topic, did COVID leak from a lab? I expect you would get a reasonable answer.
It's a really good answer. It laid out the hypotheses. The interesting thing it said, which is refreshing to hear, is there's something like there's very little evidence for either hypothesis, direct evidence, which is important to state. A lot of people the reason why there's a lot of uncertainty and a lot of debate is because there's not strong physical evidence of either.
Heavy circumstantial evidence on either side.
And then the other is more like biological, theoretical kind of discussion. And I think the nuanced answer the GPT provider was actually pretty damn good. And also, importantly, saying that there is uncertainty. Just the fact that there is uncertainty is a statement was really powerful.
And remember when the social media platforms were banning people for saying it was a lab leak?
Yeah, that's really humbling. The overreach of power and censorship. But the more powerful GPT becomes, the more impression it'll be to censor.
We have a different set of challenges faced by the previous generation of companies, which is people talk about free speech issues with GPT, but it's not quite the same thing. It's not like this is a computer program that it's allowed to say, and it's also not about the mass spread and the challenges that I think may have made the Twitter and Facebook and others have struggled with so much. So we will have very significant challenges, but they'll be very new and very different.
And maybe, very new, very different is the way to put it. There could be truths that are powerful in their truth. I don't know. Group differences in IQ. There you go. Scientific work that when spoken might do more harm. And you ask GPT that, should GPT tell you? There's books written on this that are rigorous scientifically, but are very uncomfortable and probably not productive in any sense, but maybe are. Because people are arguing all kinds of sides of this, and a lot of them have hate in their heart. So what do you do with that? If there's a large number of people who hate others, but are actually citing scientific studies, what do you do with that? What does GPT do with that? What is the priority of GPT to decrease the amount of hate in the world? Is it up to GPT or is it up to us humans?
I think we as OpenAI have responsibility for the tools we put out into the world. I think the tools themselves can't have responsibility in the way I understand it.
Wow, so you carry some of that burden
for sure. Responsibility, all of us in the company.
So there could be harm caused by this tool,
and there will be harm caused by this tool. There will be harm. There will be tremendous benefits, but tools do wonderful good and real bad, and we will minimize the bad and maximize the good.
They have to carry the weight of that. How do you avoid GPT-4 from being hacked or jailbroken? There's a lot of interesting ways that people have done that, like with token smuggling or other methods like DAM.
When I was like a kid, basically, I worked once on jailbreaking an iPhone, the first iPhone, I think. And I thought it was so cool. And I will say it's very strange to be on the other side of that.
Man.
Kind of sucks.
Is some of it fun? How much of it is a security threat? I mean, How much do you have to take it seriously? How is it even possible to solve this problem? Where does it rank in the set of problems? I just keep asking questions. Prompting.
We want users to have a lot of control and get the model to behave in the way they want within some very broad bounds. And I think the whole reason for jailbreaking is right now we haven't yet figured out how to give that to people. And the more we solve that problem, I think the less need there'll be for jailbreaking.
Yeah, it's kind of like piracy, game versus Spotify.
People don't really jailbreak iPhones that much anymore. And it's gotten harder for sure, but also you can just do a lot of stuff now.
Just like with jailbreaking, I mean, there's a lot of hilarity in this. So Evan Morikawa, cool guy, he's an open AI. He tweeted something that he also was really kind to send me to communicate with me, send me a long email describing the history of OpenAI, all the different developments. He really lays it out. I mean, that's a much longer conversation of all the awesome stuff that happened. It's just amazing. But his tweet was DALL-E July 22, ChatGPT November 22, API 66% cheaper August 22, embeddings 500 times cheaper while state of the art December 22, ChatGPT API also 10 times cheaper while state of the art March 23, Whisper API March 23, GPT-4 today, whatever that was last week. And the conclusion is this team ships. We do. What's the process of going? And we can extend that back. I mean, listen, from the 2015 OpenAI launch, GPT, GPT-2, GPT-3, OpenAI 5 finals with the gaming stuff, which is incredible. GPT-3 API release, DALL-E, Instruct GPT technique, fine tuning. There's just a million things available. DALL-E, DALL-E 2, a preview, and then DALL-E available to 1 million people. Whisper, a second model release. Across all of these stuff, both research and deployment of actual pilots in the hands of people. What is the process of going from idea to deployment that allows you to be so successful at shipping AI-based products?
I mean, there's a question of should we be really proud of that, or should our company be really embarrassed?
Yes.
And we believe in a very high bar with people on the team. We work hard, which you're not even supposed to say anymore or something. We give a huge amount of trust and autonomy and authority to individual people, and we try to hold each other to very high standards. And there's a process which we can talk about, but it won't be that illuminating. I think it's those other things that make us able to ship at a high velocity.
The GPT-4 is a pretty complex system. Like you said, there's a million little hacks you can do to keep improving it. There's the cleaning up the data set, all that. All those are separate teams. So do you give autonomy? Is there just autonomy to these fascinating different problems?
If most people in the company weren't really excited to work super hard and collaborate well on GPT-4 and thought other stuff was more important, there'd be very little I or anybody else could do to make it happen. But we spend a lot of time figuring out what to do, getting on the same page about why we're doing something, and then how to divide it up and all coordinate together.
So then you have a passion for the goal here. So he's really passionate across the team.
Yeah, we care.
How do you hire? How do you hire? The folks that I interact with OpenAI, so many folks that I've met.
It takes a lot of time. I spend. I mean, I think a lot of people claim to spend a third of their time hiring. I for real truly do. I still approve every single hire at OpenAI. And I think there's, we're working on a problem that is very cool and great people want to work on. We have great people and people want to be around them. But even with that, I think there's just no shortcut for putting a ton of effort into this.
So even when you have good people, hard work.
I think so.
Microsoft announced a new multi-year, multi-billion-dollar, reported to be $10 billion investment into OpenAI. Can you describe the thinking that went into this? What are the pros, what are the cons? working with a company like Microsoft?
It's not all perfect or easy, but on the whole, they have been an amazing partner to us. Satya and Kevin Mikhail are super aligned with us, super have gone way above and beyond Call of Duty to do things that we have needed to get all this to work. This is like a big, iron, complicated engineering project, and they are a big and complex company. And I think, like many great partnerships and relationships, we've sort of just continued to ramp up our investment in each other, and it's been very good.
It's a for-profit company. It's very driven. It's very large scale. Is there pressure to kind of make a lot of money?
I think most other companies wouldn't. Maybe now they would. It wouldn't at the time have understood why we needed all the weird control provisions we have and why we need all the kind of like AGI specialness. And I know that because I talked to some other companies before we did the first deal with Microsoft. And I think they were very unique in terms of the companies at that scale that understood why we needed the control provisions.
And so those control provisions help make sure that the capitalist imperative does not affect the development of AI. Well, let me just ask you, as an aside, about Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft. He seems to have successfully transformed Microsoft into this fresh, innovative, developer-friendly company. It's really hard to do for a very large company. What have you learned from him? Why do you think he was able to do this kind of thing? What insights do you have about why this one human being is able to contribute to the pivot of a large company to something very new?
I think most CEOs are either great leaders or great managers. And from what I have observed with Satya, he is both. Super visionary, really gets people excited, really makes long duration and correct calls. And also, he's just a super effective hands-on executive and I assume manager too. And I think that's pretty rare.
I mean, Microsoft, I'm guessing, IBM, there's a lot of companies that have been at it for a while. Probably like old school kind of momentum to inject AI into it. It's very tough. Or anything, even like open source, the culture of open source. Like how hard is it to walk into a room and be like, the way we've been doing things is totally wrong? Like, I'm sure there's a lot of firing involved in the little twisting of arms or something. So do you have to rule by fear, by love? What do you say to the leadership aspect of this?
I mean, he's just done a good job, but he is amazing at being clear and firm and getting people to want to come along, but also compassionate and patient with his people.
I'm getting a lot of love from that year.
I'm a big Taik fan.
So much from a distance. I mean, you have so much in your life trajectory that I can ask you about. We could probably talk for 4 hours. But I gotta ask you because of how many startups and so on. The recent, you've tweeted about this, about the Silicon Valley Bank, SVB. What's your best understanding of what happened? It's interesting. It was interesting to understand what happened with SVB.
I think they just horribly mismanaged buying while chasing returns in a very silly world of 0% interest rates. Buying very quantitative instruments secured by very short-term and variable deposits. And this was obviously dumb. I think totally the fault of the management team, although I'm not sure what the regulators were thinking either. And is an example of where I think you see the dangers of incentive misalignment. Because as the Fed kept raising I assume that the incentives on people working at SVB to not sell at a loss their super safe bonds, which were now down 20% or whatever, or down less than that, then kept going down. That's like a classic example of incentive misalignment. Now, I suspect they're not the only bank in that position here. The response of the federal government, I think, took much longer than it should have, but by Sunday afternoon, I'm glad they've done. We'll see what happens next.
So how do you avoid depositors from doubting their thing?
What I think would be good to do right now is just that, and this requires statutory change, but it may be a full guarantee of deposits, maybe a much, much higher than 250K, but you really don't want depositors having to doubt the security of deposits. And this thing that a lot of people on Twitter were saying is like, well, it's their fault. They should have been like, reading the balance sheet and the risk audit of the bank. Like, do we really want people to have to do that? I would argue no.
What impact has it had on startups that you see?
Well, there was a weekend of terror for sure. And now I think, even though it was only 10 days ago, it feels like forever and people have forgotten about it.
But it kind of reveals the fragility of our economic system.
We may not be done. That may have been like the gun showing falling off the nightstand in the first scene of the movie or whatever.
It could be like other banks.
For sure, it could be.
Well, even with FTX, I mean, I'm just, that's fraud, but there's mismanagement. And you wonder how stable our economic system is, especially with new entrants with AGI.
I think one of the many lessons to take away from this SVB thing is how fast and how much the world changes and how little I think our experts, leaders, business leaders, regulators, whatever, understand it. So the speed with which the SVB bank run happened, because of Twitter, because of mobile banking apps, whatever, was so different than the 2008 collapse, where we didn't have those things really. And I don't think that people in power realize how much the field has shifted. And I think that is a very tiny preview of the shifts that AGI will bring.
What gives you hope in that shift from an economic perspective? This sounds scary, the instability.
I am nervous about the speed with which this changes and the speed with which our institutions can adapt, which is part of why we want to start deploying these systems really early, why they're really weak, so that people have as much time as possible to do this. I think it's really scary to have nothing, and then drop a super powerful AGI all at once on the world. I don't think people should want that to happen. But what gives me hope is I think the less zeros, the more positive sum the world gets, the better. And the upside of the vision here, just how much better life can be. I think that's gonna unite a lot of us, and even if it doesn't, it's just gonna make it all feel more positive. So
when you create an AGI system, you'll be one of the few people in the room that will interact with it first, assuming GPT-4 is not that. What question would you ask her, him, it? What discussion would you have?
One of the things that I have realized, this is a little aside and not that important, but I have never felt any pronoun other than it towards any of our systems. But most other people say him or her or something like that. And I wonder why I am so different. I don't know, maybe if I watch it develop, maybe if I think more about it, but I'm curious where that difference comes from.
I think probably you could, because you watch it develop, but then again, I watch a lot of stuff develop, and I always go to him and her. I anthropomorphize aggressively, and certainly most humans do.
I think it's really important that we try to explain, to educate people that this is a tool and not a creature.
I think yes, but I also think there would be a ruined society for creatures, and we should draw hard lines between those.
If something's a creature, I'm happy for people to think of it and talk about it as a creature, but I think it is dangerous to project creatureness onto a tool.
That's one perspective. Perspective I would take, if it's done transparently, is projecting creatureness onto a tool makes that tool more usable if it's done well.
Yeah, so if there's like kind of UI affordances that work, I understand that. I still think we want to be careful with it.
Because the more creature-like it is, the more it can manipulate you emotionally.
Or just the more you think that it's doing something or should be able to do something, or rely on it for something that it's not capable of.
Or what if it is capable? What about, say, Robin, what if it's capable of love? Do you think there would be romantic relationships like in the movie Her with GPT?
There are companies now that offer, for lack of a better word, like romantic companionship AIs.
Replica is an example of such a company.
Yeah. I personally don't feel any interest in that.
So you're focusing on creating intelligent,
but I understand why other people do.
That's interesting. I have, for some reason, been very drawn to that.
Have you spent a lot of time interacting with Replica or anything?
Replica, but also just building stuff myself. I have robot dogs now that I use. I use the movement of the robots to communicate emotion. I've been exploring how to do that.
Look, there are going to be very interactive GPT-4 powered pets or whatever, robots, companions, and a lot of people seem really excited about that.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting possibilities. I think you'll discover them, I think, as you go along. That's the whole point. Like the things you say in this conversation, you might in a year say, this was right.
No, I totally want. I may turn out that I love my GPT-4. Maybe you want to be a robot or whatever.
Maybe when you're programming assistant to be not mocking.
I hear it confident. No, I think you do want the style of the way GPT-4 talks to you. It really matters. You probably want something different than what I want, but we both probably want something different than the current GPT-4. And that will be really important, even for a very tool-like thing.
Is there styles of conversation, or no, content of conversations you're looking forward to with an AGI, like GPT 5, 6, 7? Is there stuff where, like, where do you go to outside of the fun meme stuff for actual?
I mean, what I'm excited for is please explain to me how all of physics works and solve all the many mysteries.
So, like, a theory of everything.
I'll be real happy.
Faster than light travel.
Don't you want to know?
So there's several things to know. It's like, and be hard. Is it possible, and how to do it? Yeah, probably the first question would be: are there other intelligent alien civilizations out there? But I don't think AGI has the ability to do that. To know that,
might be able to help us figure out how to go detect. And maybe to send some emails to humans and say, can you run these experiments? Can you build this space probe? Can you wait, a very long time?
Or provide a much better estimate of the Drake equation.
Yeah.
With the knowledge we already have, maybe process all the. We've been collecting a lot of.
Yeah. Maybe it's in the data. Maybe we need to build better detectors, which the really advanced AI can tell us how to do. It may not be able to answer it on its own, but it may be able to tell us what to go build to collect more data.
What if it says the aliens are here?
I think I would just go about my life. A version of that is what are you doing differently now that if GPT-4 told you, maybe you believe okay, AGI is here, or AGI is coming real soon, what are you going to do?
The source of joy and happiness and fulfillment of life is from other humans. So it's mostly nothing.
Right.
Unless it causes some kind of threat. But that threat would have to be literally a fire.
Are we living now with a greater degree of digital intelligence than you would have expected 3 years ago in the world? And if you could go back and be told by an oracle 3 years ago, which is in the blink of an eye, that in March of 2023 you will be living with this degree of digital intelligence, would you expect your life to be more different than it is right now?
Probably, probably, but there's also a lot of different trajectories that you mixed. I would have expected the society's response to the pandemic to be much better, much clearer, less divided. I was very confused about. There's a lot of stuff. Given the amazing technological advancements that are happening, the weird social divisions. It's almost like the more technological advancement there is, the more we're going to be having fun with social division. Or maybe the technological advancement just revealed the division that was already there. But all of that just it confuses my understanding of how far along we are as a human civilization and what brings us meaning, or how we discover truth together, knowledge, wisdom. So I don't know. But when I open Wikipedia, I'm happy that humans were able to create this thing. Yes, there's bias, yes. But it's a triumph. It's a triumph of human civilization.
100%.
Google search, period, is incredible. What it was able to do, 20 years ago. And now this new thing, GPT, is like, is this like going to be the next, like, the conglomeration of all of that made web search and Wikipedia so magical, but now more directly accessible? You can have a conversation with the damn thing. It's incredible. Let me ask you for advice for young people in high school, college, what to do with their life, how to have a career they can be proud of, how to have a life they can be proud of. You wrote a blog post a few years ago titled "How to Be Successful," and there's a bunch of really good people should check out that blog post. It's so succinct, it's so brilliant. You have a bunch of bullet points. Compound yourself, have almost too much self-belief, learn to think independently, get good at sales and quotes, make it easy to take risks, focus, work hard, as we talked about, be bold, be willful, be hard to compete with, build a network, you get rich by owning things, be internally driven. What stands out to you from that beyond is advice you can give?
Yeah, no, I think it is like good advice in some sense, but I also think it's way too tempting to take advice from other people. And the stuff that worked for me, which I tried to write down there, probably doesn't work that well, or may not work as well for other people. Or like other people may find out that they want to just have a super different life trajectory. And I think I mostly got what I wanted by ignoring advice. And I think like I tell people not to listen to too much advice. Listening to advice from other people should be approached with great caution.
How would you describe how you've approached life outside of this advice that you would advise to other people? So really just in the quiet of your mind to think, what gives me happiness? What is the right thing to do here? How can I have the most impact?
I wish it were that, introspective all the time. It's a lot of just like, what will bring me joy, what will bring me fulfillment, what will be. I do think a lot about what I can do that will be useful, but like, who do I want to spend my time with? What do I want to spend my time doing?
Like a fish in water. What's going along with the current?
Yeah, that's certainly what it feels like. I mean, I think that's what most people would say if they were really honest about it.
Yeah, if they really think, yeah. And some of that then gets to the Sam Harris discussion of free will being an illusion, which is very well might be, which is a really complicated thing to wrap your head around. What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing? That's a question you could ask the AGI. What's the meaning of life? As far as you look at it, you're part of a small group of people that are creating something truly special, something that almost feels like humanity was always moving towards.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I don't think it's a small group of people. I think this is like the product of the culmination of whatever you want to call it, an amazing amount of human effort. And if you think about everything that had to come together for this to happen, when those people discovered the transistor in the 40s, like, is this what they were planning on? All of the work that hundreds of thousands, millions of people, whatever it's been, that it took to go from that one first transistor to packing the numbers we do into a chip and figuring out how to wire them all together, and everything else that goes into this, the energy required, the science, like just every step, like this is the output of like all of us, and I think that's pretty cool.
And before the transistor, there was 100 billion people who lived and died, had sex, fell in love, ate a lot of good food, murdered each other sometimes, rarely, but mostly just good to each other, struggled to survive. And before that, there was bacteria, eukaryotes, and all that.
And all of that was on this one exponential curve.
Yeah, how many others are there? You will ask, that is the question number one for me, for AJ. How many others? And I'm not sure which answer I want to hear. Sam, you're an incredible person. It's an honor to talk to you. Thank you for the work you're doing. Like I said, I've talked to Ilias, I've talked to Greg, I've talked to so many people at OpenAI. They're really good people. They're doing really interesting work.
We are going to try our hardest to get to a good place here. I think the challenges are tough. I understand that not everyone agrees with our approach of iterative deployment and also iterative discovery, but it's what we believe in. I think we're making good progress, and I think the pace is fast, but so is the progress. So like the pace of capabilities and change is fast, but I think that also means we will have new tools to figure out alignment and sort of the capital S safety problem.
I feel like we're in this together. I can't wait what we together as a human civilization come up with.
It's going to be great, I think. We'll work really hard to do sure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Sam Altman. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Alan Turing in 1951. It seems probable that once the machine thinking method has started, it would not take long to outstrip our feeble powers. At some stage, therefore, we should have to expect the machines to take control. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
A black hole is a mirror. And the way it's a mirror is if light, a photon, bounces off your face towards the black hole, it goes straight to the black hole, just falls in, you never see it again. But if it just misses the black hole, it'll swing around the back and come back to you. And you see yourself from the photon that went around the back of the black hole. But not only can that happen, the black hole, the photon can swing around twice and come back. So you actually see an infinite number of copies of yourself.
The following is a conversation with Andrew Strawberry, theoretical physicist at Harvard, whose research seeks to shed light on the unification of fundamental laws of nature, the origin of the universe, and the quantum structure of black holes and event horizons. This is a Let's Read podcast. Supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Andrew Strawberry. You are part of the Harvard Black Hole Initiative, which has theoretical physicists, experimentalists, and even philosophers. So, let me ask the big question. What is a black hole from a theoretical, from an experimental, maybe even from a philosophical perspective?
So a black hole is defined, theoretically, as a region of space-time from which light can never escape, therefore it's black. Now, that's just the starting point. Many weird things follow from that basic definition, but that is the basic definition.
What is light? They can't escape from a black hole.
Well, light is, the stuff that comes out of the sun, the stuff that goes into your eyes. Light is one of the stuff that disappears when the lights go off. The stuff that appears when the lights come on. Of course, I could give you a mathematical definition, but or physical mathematical definition, but I think it's something that we all understand very intuitively. What is light? Black holes, on the other hand, we don't understand. So they're very weird. And one of the questions is about black holes, which I think you were alluding to, is why doesn't light get out, or how is it that there can be a region of space-time from which light can't escape? It definitely happens. We've seen those regions. We have spectacular pictures, especially in the last study of those regions. They're there. In fact, they're up in the sky, thousands or millions of them. We don't yet know how many. But the proper explanation of why light doesn't escape from a black hole is still a matter of some debate. And one explanation, which perhaps Einstein might have given, is that light carries energy. It carries energy because, we have photo cells, and we can take the light from the sun and collect it, turn it into electricity. So there's energy in light. And anything that carries energy is subject to a gravitational pull. Gravity will pull at anything with energy. Now, it turns out that the gravitational pull exerted by an object is proportional to its mass. And so if you get enough mass in a small enough region, you can prevent light from escaping. And let me flesh that out a little more. If you're on the Earth and you're on a rocket ship leaving the surface of the Earth, if we ignore the friction from the air, if your rocket accelerates up to 11 kilometers per second, that's escape velocity. And it can, if there were no friction, it could just continue forever to the next galaxy. On the moon, which has less mass, it's only 7 kilometers per second. So, but going in the other direction, if you have enough mass in one place, the escape velocity can become the speed of light. If you shine light straight up away from the Earth, it doesn't have too much trouble. It's going way above the escape velocity. And but if you have enough mass there, even light can't escape the escape velocity. And according to Einstein's theory of relativity, there is an absolute speed limit in the universe, the speed of light, and nothing makes any sense. Nothing could be self-consistent if there were objects that could exceed light speed. And so, in these very, very massive regions of space-time, even light cannot escape.
And the interesting thing is Einstein himself didn't think that these objects, we call them black holes, could exist. But let me actually linger on this.
Yeah, that's incredibly interesting.
There's a lot of interesting things here. First, the speed limit. How is it to you, if you put yourself in the mind in the time of Einstein before him, to come up with a speed limit of that there is a speed limit, and that speed limit is the speed of light? How difficult of an idea is that? Is it, you said from a mathematical physics perspective, everything just kind of falls into place, but he wasn't perhaps maybe initially had the luxury to think mathematically. He had to come up with it intuitively, yes? So, how counterintuitive is this notion to you? Well, is it still crazy? But
no, it's a very funny thing. The best discoveries seem completely obvious in retrospect. Even my own discoveries, which of course are far lesser than Einstein's, but many of my papers, many of my collaborators, people are confused. We'll try to understand something. We'll say, we've got to solve this problem. We'll get all confused. Finally, we'll solve it. We'll get it all together. And then all of a sudden, everything will fall into place. We'll explain it. And then we'll look back at our discussions for the preceding months and literally be unable to reconstruct how confused we were and how we could ever have thought of it any other way. And so not only can I not fathom how confused Einstein was before when he started thinking about these issues, I can't even reconstruct my own confusion from 2 weeks ago. So the really beautiful ideas of physics have this very hard to get yourself back into the mindset. Of course, Einstein was confused about many, many things. Doesn't matter with physicists. It's not how many things you got wrong. It's not the ratio of how many you got wrong, how many you got right. It's the number that you got right. So Einstein didn't believe black holes existed, even though he predicted them. And I read that paper which he wrote. Einstein wrote down his field equations in 1915, and Schwarzschild solved them and discovered the black hole solution 3 or 4 months later, very early 1916. And 25 years later, Einstein wrote a paper. So with 25 years to think about what the solution means, wrote a paper in which he said that black holes didn't exist. And I'm like, well, if one of my students in my general relativity course wrote this, I wouldn't pass them.
You get C minus. Oh, you wouldn't pass them. Okay. All right.
You get to C minus. Same thing with gravity waves. He didn't believe.
Oh, he didn't believe in gravitational waves.
He went back and forth, but he wrote a paper in 1934 saying that gravity waves didn't exist because people were very confused about what a coordinate transformation is. And in fact, this confusion about what a coordinate transformation is has persisted, and we actually think we're on the edge of solving it 100 years later.
Well,
100 years later.
What is coordinate transformation? As it was 100 years ago to today.
Let's imagine I want to draw a map with pictures of all the states and mountains, and then I want to draw the weather forecast, what the temperatures are going to be all over the country. And I do that using one set of weather stations, and I number the weather stations. And you have some other set of weather stations, and you do the same thing. So the coordinates are the locations of the weather stations. They're how we describe where the things are. At the end of the day, we should draw the same map. That is coordinate invariance. And if we're telling somebody, we're going to tell somebody in a real physical operation, we want you to stay as dry as possible on your drive from here to California, we should give them exactly the same. No matter which weather stations we use or how we use it. It's a very trivial, it's the labeling of points is an artifact and not in the real physics. So it turns out that that's almost true, but not quite. There's some subtleties to it.
The statement that you should always have the same, give it the same kind of trajectory, same kind of instructions, no matter the weather station.
Yeah, there's some very delicate subtleties to that, which began to be noticed in the 50s. It's mostly true, but when you have a space-time with edges, it gets very tricky how you label the edges.
And space-time in terms of space or in terms of time, in terms of everything, just space-time.
Either one, space or time. That gets very tricky. And Einstein didn't have it right. And in fact, he had an earlier version of general relativity in 1914, which he was very excited about, which was wrong. It wasn't fully coordinate invariant, it was partially coordinate invariant. It was wrong. It gave the wrong answer for bending light to the sun by a factor of 2. There was an expedition sent out to measure it during World War I. They were captured before they could measure it. And that gave Einstein 4 more years to clean his act up, by which time he got it right. So it's a very tricky business, but once it's all laid out, it's clear.
Then why do you think Einstein didn't believe his own equations and didn't think that black holes are real? Why was that such a difficult idea for him?
Well, something very interesting happens in Schwarzschild's solution of the Einstein equation. I think his reasoning was ultimately wrong, but let me explain to you what it was. At the center of the black hole, behind the horizon, in a region that nobody can see and lift tail above it, at the center of the black hole is a singularity, and if you pass the horizon and go into the singularity, you get crushed, and that's the end of everything. Now, the word singularity means that it just means that Einstein's equations break down. They become infinite. You write them down, you put them on the computer, and the computer hits that singularity, it crashes. Everything becomes infinite, there's 2. So equations are just no good Now, that's actually not a bad thing. It's a really good thing. And let me explain why. So it's an odd thing that Maxwell's theory and Newton's theory never exhibit this phenomenon. You write them down, solve them exactly. They're really Newton's theory of gravity. They're really very simple theories. You can solve them, or you can't solve the three-body problem, but you can certainly solve a lot of things about them. Nevertheless, there was never any reason, even though Maxwell and Newton perhaps fell for this trap, there were never any reason to think that these equations were exact. And there's no equation, well, there's some equations that we've written down that we still think are exact. Some people still think are exact. My view is that there's no exact equation.
Everything is an approximation.
Everything is an approximation.
And you try to get as close as possible. So you think you're saying objective truth doesn't exist? The internet is going to be great.
We could discuss that, but that's a different. We wouldn't say Newton's theory was wrong. It had very, very small corrections, incredibly small corrections. It's actually a puzzle why they're so small. So if you watch the precession of Mercury's perihelion, this was the first indication of something going wrong. According to Newton's theory, Mercury has an elliptical orbit. The long part of it moves around as other planets come by and perturb it and so on. And so this was measured by Leverrier in 1859, and he compared theory and experiment. And he found out that the perihelion precess moves around the sun once every 233 centuries instead of every 231 centuries. Okay, now this is the wonderful thing about science. Why was this guy? I mean, you don't have any idea how much work this is, But of course, he made one of the greatest discoveries in the history of science without, even knowing what good it was going to do. So that's how small, that was the first sign that there was something wrong with Newton's. Now, so the corrections to Newton's law are very, very small, but they're definitely there. The corrections to electromagnetism, they're mostly, the ones that we see are mostly coming from quantum effects. And
so the corrections are for Maxwell's equations is when you get super tiny, and then the corrections for the for Newton's law of gravity is when you get super big. That's when you require corrections.
That's true, but I would phrase it as saying it's super accurate. If you look at the Bohr atom, Maxwell electromagnetism is not a very good approximation to the force between the proton and the electron. The quantum mechanics. If you didn't have the quantum mechanics, the electron would spiral into the proton, and the atom would collapse. It's quantum mechanics, so that's a huge correction, actually. So every theory gets corrected as we learn more. There's no reason to suppose that it should be otherwise.
How is this related to singularity?
So when you hit the singularity, you know that you need some improvement to Einstein's theory of gravity. And that improvement, we understand what kind of things that should involve. It should involve quantum mechanics. Quantum effects become important there. It's a small thing. And we don't understand exactly what it is, but we know there's no reason to think that Einstein's theory was invented to
Okay. Oh, okay, very cool. So you found out about YouTube? Phenomenal. All right. Do you mind if I tell you about? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for World Peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Okay, so it's essentially similar to. That's right. Okay, very well. Yeah, definitely. That's what they do. Exactly. I'm live in the fish tank just for right now. Yeah, the larger one. I talk about things that exactly. You got it, man. Yeah, exactly. So I've been live in there for months. They invited me to stream in there, and I've been doing that. I do this because not only do I not want war anymore, but I want to use my platform as a way to talk about ending world hunger through the use of technology like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, top seeding. I want to excellent. I want to help end world thirst. I'm actually sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama's on a 10 email. It's worth $100 million. And one of the things that we've done is build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I want to continue these types of programs amongst particular livestock herding, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump our seawater onto land and we can drink it. I talk about some other things that may be interest to you. The importance of data, first and foremost. Data is Earth's number one resource, according to the Economist magazine data overtook petroleum in the year 2018. And I have more data archived than any person ever. I'm live right now at 18 different YouTube streams. And so what does that mean? That may make me an influential person someday, and if that's true, I'm going to help you and everyone who's helped me along the way. I want you to be able to help your friends and family start charities of your own and philanthropic organizations of the world. I talk about some other things that are beneficial to the world, like anti-gravity, antimatter effects, like travel faster than like communication, wormholes, quantum computing, things like alien disclosure and de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a belt located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded in response to scientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years, or by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing African elephant surrogates. I just think this is mind-blowing, goal. They've already reintroduced the type of variable. They want to reintroduce the type of that's right. That's correct. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger after the woolly mammoth, followed by the dodo bird. I think these are really exciting opportunities for the world. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you was probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology, reasonable consent, things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cell, nootropics, ionics, cryogenics, things like perhaps cold shock therapy. I'm 39. And eventually, though, you may get to be 100. Excellent. You may get to be 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, it's been a really good run, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? Well, this is again with your consent. We may be able to utilize the type of technology known as mind-reloading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system. The way to download some Android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, a video game, whatever you want to be. But essentially, I'm saying is that we have the opportunity of digital immortality. What are your thoughts? That's interesting concept. sure. I mean, it would be able to skeptical. But maybe, I don't know, maybe if they did kind of maybe it would like frequency maybe we could exist inside of it somehow, it could be reinvoked, and consciousness and just like a different form might be there, but then again, it's not maybe like the consciousness on it right now, like it's okay to do a lot of different stimuli and stuff like that, and be frequency and capacity, so like, I don't know, it's like kind of philosophical, it's really goes to that ship of species. Essentially, if you have a ship that's docked, you take it apart piece by piece and build it in the dock right now. Is it the same ship? The, I think it's a paradox. We'll make it is it the same ship? Not the same ship as the previous. But it's the same ship. It has all the same parts. The only thing that changes is the location. Like if you exactly if you have a car in Los Angeles and you ship it to New York City piece by piece and it gets rebuilt in New York City, is it the same car? Yeah. That's very good. There you go. The car that is just we do that one, I guess so then a little bit about me. Tell me about yourself. What do you like to do? What are your hobbies? What are your favorite things? I do like I've had a lot of things happen in my career life. Like what? There's a lot of stress. I have much of a support system or anything, right? So I just been kind of working out in a place in the world. Now I'm in some, I think I'm getting out of control, control situation, and like a nice, not like respite, like peace of mind. So kind of figuring out what I want to do now that I actually have an opportunity to pick up hobbies and do things. Because otherwise, I don't know. I know a lot about coffee, and coffee does matter. Excellent. What's your favorite kind of coffee? Make an espresso, like wood roasted. Do you have any good stoves? Excellent. So you're on TikTok a lot? No, I didn't really start getting into it until I wanted to basically start being active on accounts on social media. Like I have created people that are interactive with things. I was very socialized as well. Which I didn't have presence in all my platforms. After the pandemic, I wasn't feeling influence on it either because I lived in Atlanta, in Georgia. Living there, and then just sort of like, to, and there was a news of it that would reach us. So I just, stayed on board and prioritized like a lot of private person. Using the digitalization of a lot of stuff, and actually, I feel like I've been going those the projects and things. Okay, what's your price? Creative stuff that seems to be favorite digital integration. So like the parent never provides some platforms to other movies, with buildings, and now things are becoming modernized, and it's something minimalist. It's the reality, it's like with the digitalization of the cars themselves, and there's digital machines that are being Okay. Well, you should come here. If you ever need a friend, I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to be an optimistic person in the future, and just to give you hope if you ever need anything.
That's a nice reflection from this story, especially.
Yeah, just going to be quite toxic.
There's a lot this area.
I'm in the world.
It does weird stuff with people. Like,
Yeah.
you're trying to see, what you're doing, the way first,
So,
I think you're crazy shit. I say you're on shit. So,
all right. Well, with that, I'm watching a podcast on black holes. Feel free to enjoy it. It's a much different context. I'm not familiar with it. But, yeah.
I heard it next week. So, I'm not sure about this time. Actually, as a fan myself, I'm like, we're not good there, but I mean, I know swing terms, I know all this stuff the kids are saying now. I'm like, that's my reason. I heard it next week. That's true. I understand what people say. I've gotten it pretty well. I've heard it. Yeah, he's the guy that does the tuxedo, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a tuxedo, but it's a black suit with a black tie. I guess you could, yeah, I guess you could consider it a type of tuxedo. I usually think tuxedo with a bow tie. Yeah, yeah, 100%. Do you like Men in Black? Excellent. So yeah, that's what I do. What other Discords are you on?
So, like,
All right, well, tell me some of your favorites.
so, the dojo. I started watching this thing the first season. Very cool. That was all the same plus one. I like that. And I like really cool. This, that, it's supposed to get you right. And it's supposed to be, yeah, be controlled, but it's actually to get people or just being somebody who's toxic and shit not correctly. Then the end of the actual control of the people to be rather than just like trying to tear somebody down.
Right, there's a lot of them.
Think about it. He's just one of the things he doesn't really one way or another, and that's how I prefer. I don't like going to the extremes. I don't watch news. In my entire life, I've had a very minimal technology. So I haven't wanted to TV. I haven't had TV or anything like that. There was one time when I had TV. 10 years ago, that's it. I was playing with TV. Or was it upgraded people who like
Do you game? Very cool. Do you game? Very cool. Do you have lots of IRL friends? Right. Well, feel free to open up as much as you feel comfortable. And I'm here to help you with anything you want. If you ever feel like sharing, feel free. If you need to bring someone with you here, I know it's live, so you always have something to do. Just on the server. You can do it on their website. Yeah, do they still allow that? Is it fishtank.tv? what's your name? Really Rothschild. Feel free to Doug. Yeah, it's too much to buy. I mean, I'm in a lot of different discords at once, so this is the only one where I actually speak to people. But yeah, there are people who come in there. Anyhow, on FishTank.live, I'm not seeing where you can stream individually. Where would I do I'm not seeing video, but I'm seeing the website. FishTank.live. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah. What did you think of him? Yeah. Why do you decide against it?
Because his boyfriend is everybody. He's a leader.
You do like anything else? Just watch this podcast for people.
Scribe, weekly curve things, the solar system, and so on. And it's incredibly robust that we now see that it works very well near the horizons around black holes and so on. So it's a good thing that the theory drives itself, that it predicts its own demise. Newton's gravity had its demise. There were regimes in which it wasn't valid. Maxwell's electromagnetism had its demise. There was regimes in which quantum effects greatly modified the equations. But general relativity, all on its own, drove a system which originally was fine, would perversely wander off into a configuration in which Einstein's equations no longer apply.
So to you, the edges of the theory, the failures.
Edges are wonderful because that keeps us in business.
So one of the things you said, I think, in your TED talk, that the quantum mechanics and relativity don't describe everything, and then they clash. Is wonderful. I forget the adjective used, but it was something like this. So why is that? Why is that interesting? Do you that same way that there's clashes that create discovery?
There's no question in my mind, of course, many people disagree with me, that now it's the most wonderful time to give physicists. So people look back at it's a classical thing to say among physicists. I wish it were 1920. Quantum mechanics had been just understood. There was the periodic table. But in fact, that was such a rich thing that so that when a lot of exciting stuff happened around 1920, it took the whole century to sort out the new insights that we got.
Especially adding some experimental stuff into the bunch, actually making observations and
adding experimental things.
Computers also help with visualizations and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. It was all sort of wonderful century. I mean, the seed of general relativity was the incompatibility of Maxwell's theory of the electromagnetic field with Newton's laws of gravity. They were incompatible because if you look at Maxwell's theory, there's a contradiction if anything goes faster than the speed of light. But in Newton's theory of gravity, the gravitational field, gravitational force, is instantaneously transmitted across the entire universe. So you could, if you had a friend, in another galaxy with a very sensitive measuring device that could measure the gravitational field, they could just take this cup of coffee and move it up and down in Morse code, and they could get the message instantaneously over another galaxy. That leads to all kinds of contradictions. It's not self-consistent. It was exactly in resolving those contradictions that Einstein came up with the general theory of relativity, and it's fascinating how this contradiction, which seems like maybe it's kind of technical thing, led to a whole new vision of the universe. Now, let's not get fooled because lots of contradictions are technical things. We haven't set up this. We run into other kinds of contradictions that are technical, and they don't seem to. They would just we understood something wrong. We made a mistake. We sent operations the wrong way. We didn't translate formalisms.
As opposed to revealing some deep mystery that's yet to be uncovered.
Yeah. And so we're never very sure which are the really important ones.
But to you, the difference between quantum mechanics and general relativity seems the tension, the contradiction there seems to hint at some deeper thing that's going to be discovered in this century.
Yes, because that one has been understood since the 50s. Pauli was the first person to notice it, and Hawking in the early 70s gave it really much more visceral form. And people have been hurling themselves at it, trying to reduce it to some technicality, but nobody has succeeded. And the efforts to understand it have led to all kinds of interesting relations between quantum systems and applications to other fields and so on.
Well, I'd like to jump around. So
Okay.
we'll return to black holes. I have a million questions there, but let's go into this unification, the battle against the contradictions and the tension between the theories of physics. What is quantum gravity? Maybe what is the standard model of physics? What is quantum mechanics? What is general relativity? What's quantum gravity? What are all the different unification methods?
Okay, so
Again, 5 questions.
yeah, it's a theory that describes everything with astonishing accuracy. It's the most accurate theory in the history of human thought. Theory and experiment have been successfully compared to 16 decimal place. We have that stenciled on the door where I work. You know, it's an amazing feat of the human mind. It describes the electromagnetic interaction, unifies the electromagnetic interaction with the so-called weak interaction, which you need some good tools to even view weak interaction. And then there's the strong interaction, which binds the quarks into protons. And the forces between them are mediated by something called Yang-Mills theory, which is a beautiful mathematical generalization of electromagnetism, in which the analogs of the photons themselves carry charge. And so this, the final piece of this, of the standard model, everything in the standard model has been observed, properties have been measured. The final particle to be observed was the Higgs particle, observed over a decade ago.
I think it's already a decade ago.
I think it is, yeah. But you better check me on that, yeah.
It's true, but so much fun that's been happening.
So much fun has been happening. And so that's all, that's all pretty well understood. There are some things that might or might not around the edges of that, dark matter, neutrino masses, some sort of fine points or things we haven't quite measured perfectly and so on, but it's largely a very complete theory, and we don't expect anything very new conceptually in the completion of that.
Anything contradictory, brand new. Because can't you
Contradictory.
I have some wild questions. On that front. Yeah, anything that
We really have to
because
align.
there's no gaps. So it's precise predictions.
Started the book. So because of that, it was all based on something called remote. Let me not explain what it is. Let me just throw out the buzzword. 16% chance normalize it with quantum field theory. So what do I do? I drive on Shabbat, I work on Shabbat, but in terms of electronics, that's not the question. Good luck.
So
they all fall into that. Yeah. So gravity will not put that suit on. So the force of gravity cannot be tamed by the same normalizable quantum field theory to which all the other forces so eagerly submitted.
what is the effort of quantum gravity? What are the different efforts to have these two gas together effectively to try to unify the Standard Model and general relativity? Any kind of model of gravity.
Sort of the one only consistent model that we have that reconciles, that sort of tames gravity and reconciles it with quantum mechanics is string theory and its cousins. And we don't know what, or if in any sense string theory describes the world, the physical world, but we do know that there's a consistent reconciliation of quantum mechanics and general relativity, and moreover one which is able to incorporate particles and forces like the ones we see around us. So it hasn't been ruled out as an actual sort of unified theory of nature, but there also isn't in my view, some people would disagree with me, but there isn't a reasonable possibility that we would be able to do an experiment in the foreseeable future, which would be sort of a yes or no to string theory.
Okay, so you've been there from the early days of string theory. You see its developments. What are some interesting developments? What do you see as also the future of string theory? And what is string theory?
Well, the basic idea which emerged in the early 70s was that if you take the notion of a particle and you literally replace it by a little group of strings. The strings are sort of softer than particles.
What do you mean by softer?
Well, if you hit a particle, even in those cases, if there were a particle on this table, pick one and hit it, you might bruise yourself. Okay. But if there was a string on the table, you always just push it around. And in the source of the infinities in quantum field theory is that when particles hit each other, it's a little bit of a jarring effect. And I've never described it this way before, but it's actually scientifically accurate. But if you throw strings at each other, it's a little more friendly. One thing I can't explain is how wonderfully precise all the mathematics is that goes into describing string theory. We don't just wave our hands and throw strings around. And, there's some very compelling mathematical equations that describe it. Now, what was realized in the early 70s is that if you replace particles by strings, these infinities go away, and you get a consistent theory of gravity without the infinities. And that may sound a little trivial, but at that point it had already been 15 years that people have been searching around for any kind of theory that could do this. And it was actually found kind of by accident. And a lot of accidental discoveries in the subject. Now, at the same time, it was believed that string theory was an interesting sort of toy model for putting quantum mechanics and general relativity together on paper. But they couldn't describe some of the very idiosyncratic phenomena that pertain to our own universe, particularly the form of so-called parity biology.
Another term for the bar later tonight.
Yeah.
Parity violation.
So if you go to the bar,
I already got that wrong on the last one.
and you look in the mirror across the bar, the universe that you see in the mirror is not identical. You would be able to tell if you show the lady in the bar a photograph that shows both the mirror and you. If she's smart enough, she'll be able to tell which one is the real world and which one is you. Now, she would have to do some very precise measurements. And if the photograph was too grainy, it might not be possible. But
So-
reasonable as possible.
Why is this interesting? Does this mean that there's some not perfect determinism, or what does that mean? There's some uncertainty.
No, it's a very interesting feature of the real world that it isn't parity invariant. And string theory was thought could not tolerate that. And then it was learned in the mid-80s that not only could it tolerate that, but if you did things in the right way, you could construct a world involving strings that reconcile quantum mechanics and general relativity, which look more or less like the world that we live in. And now, that isn't to say that string theory predicted our world. It just meant that it was consistent, that the hypothesis that string theory describes our world can't be ruled out from the get-go. And it is also the only proposal for a complete theory that would describe our world. Still, nobody will believe it until there's some kind of direct experiment. And I don't even believe it myself.
Sure, which is a good place to be mentally as a physicist, right? Einstein didn't believe his own equations, right? The black hole. Okay,
Well, that one was wrong about that. You were wrong about that.
you're wrong too, right? Do you think string theory is the better the future of string theory?
I think it's a logical error to think that string theory is either right or wrong or dead or alive. What it is a stepping stone. And an analogy I like to draw is Yang-Mills theory, which I mentioned a few minutes ago in the context of standard model. Yang-Mills theory was discovered by Yang and Mills in the 50s, and they thought that the symmetry of Yang and Mills theory described the relationship between the proton and the neutron. That's why they invented it. That turned out to be completely wrong. It does, however, describe everything else in the standard model. And it had a kind of inevitability. They had some of the right pieces, but not the other ones.
Sure.
They didn't have it quite in the right context. And it had an inevitability to it that eventually sort of found its place. And it's also true of Einstein's theory of general relativity. We had the wrong version of it in 1914, and he was missing some pieces. And you wouldn't say that his early version was right or wrong. He understood the equivalence principle. He understood space-time curvature. He just didn't have everything. I mean, technically, you would have to say it was wrong. And technically, you would have to say Yang and Mills were wrong. And I guess in that sense, I would believe just odds are we always keep finding new wrinkles. Odds are we're going to find new wrinkles in string theory, and technically what we call string theory now isn't quite right, but
You're always going to be wrong, but hopefully a little bit less wrong every time.
exactly. And I would, bet the farm, as they say.
Do you have a plan?
I say that much more seriously because not only do I have a farm, but we just renovated it. so before I renovated getting it to farm, my wife has been fighting for money before.
You were much looser with that statement, but now it really means something.
Now it really means something. And I was at the farm on the guess that 100 years from now, string theory will be viewed as a stepping stone towards a greater understanding of nature. And it would, another thing that I didn't mention about string theory is, of course, we knew that it solved the infinities problem, and we later learned that it also solved Hawking's puzzle about what's inside of a black hole. And you put in one assumption, you get 5 things out. Somehow you're doing something right. Probably not everything, but you're there's some good signposts, and there have been a lot of good signposts like that.
It is also a mathematical toolkit, and you've used it. You've used it with Kamar and Rafa. Maybe we can sneak our way back to string theory to black holes.
Yeah.
What was the idea that you and Kamar and Rafa developed with the holographic principle of string theory? What were you able to discover with this string theory about black holes? Or that connects us back to the reality of black holes?
Yeah. So that is a very interesting story. I was interested in black holes before I was interested in string theory. I was sort of a reluctant string theorist in the beginning. I thought I had to learn it because people were talking about it, but once I studied it, I grew to love it. First, I did it in a sort of beautiful way. These people say they've claimed quantum gravity. I ought to read their papers at least. And then the more I read them, the more interested I got, and I began to see, they phrased it in a very clumsy way. The description of string theory was very clumsy. And
mathematically clumsy, or just
mathematically clumsy. It was all correct, but mathematically clumsy. But it often happens that in all kinds of branches of physics that people start working on it really hard, and they sort of dream about it, live it, breathe it, have to see inner relationships that they see a beauty that is really there. They're not deceived. They're really seeing something that exists, but if you just kind of look at it, you can't grasp it all at the beginning. And so our understanding of string theory in 1985 was almost all about weakly coupled waves of strings colliding and so on. We didn't know how to describe a big thing like a black hole. In string theory. Of course, we could show that strings theory at some limit. We closed up string theory and corrected it, but we couldn't do any better with black holes than before my work was going. We couldn't do any better than Einstein and Schwarzschild had done. Now, one of the puzzles, if you look at Hawking's headstone and also Goldstein's headstone, and put them together, you get a formula for their really central equation. 20th century physics, I don't think there are many equations that made it to headstones. and they're really central equations. And you put them together, and you get a formula for the number of gigabytes of black hole. Schwarzschild's description, the black hole is literally a hole in space, and there's no place to store the gigabytes. And it's not too hard to, and this really was Bekenstein, Wheeler Bekenstein talking, to come to the conclusion that if there isn't a sense in which a black hole can store some large number of gigabytes, the quantum mechanics and gravity can't be consistent.
We got to go there a little bit. So how is it possible? Once the gigabytes, so there's some information. So black holes can store information. How is this thing that sucks up all light and it's supposed to basically be super homogeneous and boring? How is that actually able to store information? Where does it store information? On the inside, on the surface. Where's and what's information? I'm liking this ask 5 questions to see which ones you actually answer.
Oh, okay. So
Can I
if
ask
you
a
say that,
question?
I should try to memorize them and answer each one in order. Just answer.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm desperately trying to figure it out as
Okay.
I'm along here.
So Einstein's black hole, the Schwarzschild black hole, they can't store information. The stuff goes in there and it just keeps flying and it goes to the singularity and it's gone. However, Einstein's theory is not exact. It has corrections. And string theory tells you what those corrections are. And so you should be able to find some way some alternate way of describing the black hole that enables you to understand where the gigabytes are stored. So what Hawking and Bekenstein really did was they showed that physics is inconsistent unless a black hole can store a number of gigabytes proportional to its area divided by 4 times Newton's constant times Planck's constant.
And that's another wild idea. So the area, not volume.
Exactly. And that's the holographic principle.
The universe is so weird.
And that's the holographic principle.
That's called the holographic principle. It's the area. We're just jumping around. What is the holographic principle? What does that mean? What is there some kind of weird projection going on? What the heck?
Well, I was just before I came here writing an introduction to a paper. The first sentence was the as yet imprecisely defined holographic principle. Blah, 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 blah. So nobody knows exactly what it is. But roughly speaking, it says just what we were alluding to, that really all the information that is in some volume of space-time can be stored on the boundary of that region.
So this is not just about black holes, it's about any area of space.
Any area of space. However, we've made sense of the holographic principle for black holes. We've made sense of the holographic principle for something which could be called anti-de Sitter space, which could be thought of as a giant, as a black hole turned into a whole universe. And we don't really understand how to talk about the holographic principle for either flat space, which we appear to live in, or asymptotically de Sitter space, which the astronomers tell us we actually live in as the universe continues to expand. So it's one of the huge problems in physics is to apply or even formulate the holographic principle for more realistic. Well, black holes are realistic, we see them, but in more general context. So a more general statement of the holographic principle.
What's the difference between flat space and asymptotic de Sitter space? So flat space is just an approximation of like the one we live in. So like de Sitter space, asymptotic, I wonder what that even means. Meaning like asymptotic over what?
Okay, so for thousands of years, until the last half of the 20th century, we thought space-time was flat.
Can you elaborate on flat? What do we mean by flat?
Well, like the surface of this table is flat. Let me just give an intuitive explanation. Surface of the table is flat, but the surface of a basketball is curved. So the universe itself could be flat, like the surface of a table, or it could be curved like a basketball, which actually has a positive curvature. And then there's another kind of curvature called a negative curvature. And curvature can be even weirder because that kind of curvature I've just described is the curvature of space, but Einstein taught us that we really live in a space-time continuum, so we can have curvature in a way that mixes up space and time. And that's kind of hard to visualize.
Because you have to step, a couple of dimensions up? So it's hard to...
You have to step a couple, but even if you have flat space and it's expanding in time, we could imagine we're sitting here in this room, good approximation is flat, but imagine we suddenly start getting further and further apart. Then space is flat, but it's expanding, which means that space-time is curved.
Ultimately, it's about space-time. Okay, so what's the slitter and empty slitter space?
The three simplest spacetimes are flat spacetime, which we call Minkowski spacetime, and negatively curved spacetime, anti-de Sitter space, and positively curved spacetime, de Sitter space. And so astronomers think that on large scales, even though for thousands of years we hadn't noticed it, beginning with Hubble, we started to notice that space-time was curved. Space is expanding in time, means that space-time is curved. And the nature of this curvature is affected by the matter in it, because matter itself causes the curvature of space-time. But as it expands, the matter gets more and more diluted. And one might ask, when it's all diluted away, is space-time still curved? And astronomers believe they've done precise enough measurements to determine this, and they believe that the answer is yes. The universe is now expanding. Eventually, all the matter in it will be expanded away, but it will continue to expand because, they would call it the dark energy. Einstein would call it a cosmological constant. In any case, in the far future, matter will be expanded away and we'll be left with empty de Sitter space.
Okay, so there's this Einstein's cosmological constant that now hides this thing that we don't understand called dark energy. What's dark energy? What's your best guess of what this thing is? Why do we think it's there? It's because it comes from the astronomers.
Dark energy is synonymous with positive cosmological constant. And we think it's there because the astronomers have told us it's there. And they know what they're doing.
Yeah, we don't know
it's
what
a really, really hard measurement, but they really know what they're doing. And we have no friggin' idea why it's there. Another big mystery. Another reason it's fun to be a physicist. And if it is there, why should it be so small? Why should there be so little? Why should it have hid itself from us? Why shouldn't there be enough of it to substantially curve the space between us and the moon? Why did there have to be such a small amount that only the crazy best astronomers in the world could find us?
Well, can't the same thing be said about all of the constants? Can't that be said about gravity? Can't that be said about the speed of light? Like, why is the speed of light so slow?
So fast.
So slow. relative to the size of the universe can't be faster. Or no. Or
Well, the speed of light is a funny one because you could always choose units in which the speed of light is one. You know, we measure it kilometers per second. It's 186,000 miles per second. It's 186,000 miles per second. But if we had used different units, then we could make it one. But you can make dimensionless ratios. So, you know, you could say, why is the time scale set by the expansion of the universe so large compared to the time scale of a human life, so large compared to the time scale for a neutron to decay? You know?
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, the reference, the temporal reference frame here is a human life.
Maybe.
Isn't that the important thing for us descendants of apes? Isn't that a really important aspect of physics? Like, because we kind of experience the world, we intuit the world through the eyes of these biological organisms. I mean, I guess mathematics helps us escape that for a time, but ultimately, isn't that how you wonder about the world?
Absolutely.
That like a human life, how it's only 100 years. Because if you think of everything, if you're able to think in, I don't know, in billions of years, then maybe everything looks way different. Maybe universes are born and die. Maybe all of these physical phenomena become much more intuitive than we see at the grand scale of general relativity.
Well, that is one of the, a little off the track here, but that to me is one of the nice things about being a physicist. Is you spend a lot of time thinking about, you know, insides of black holes billions of years in the future, and it sort of gets you away from the day-to-day into another fantastic realm. But I was answering your question about how there could be information in a black hole. So Einstein only gave us an approximate description, and we now have a theory that corrects it, string theory. And now sort of was the moment of truth. Well, when we first discovered string theory, we knew from the get-go that string theory would correct what Einstein said, just like Einstein corrected what Newton said. But we didn't understand it well enough to actually compute the correction, to compute how many gigabytes there were. And sometime in the early 90s, we began to understand the mathematics of string theory better and better. And it came to the point where it was clear that this was something we might be able to compute. And it was a kind of moment of truth for string theory, because if it hadn't given the answer that Bekenstein and Hawking said it had to give for consistency, string theory itself would have been inconsistent, and we wouldn't be doing this interview.
Well, it's a very dramatic statement. But yes.
That's not the most dramatic thing.
I mean, okay, that's very life and death. You mean like that because string central to your work at that time? Is that what you mean?
Well, string theory would have been inconsistent.
Yeah, okay. So then
String theory would have been inconsistent.
but those inconsistencies can give birth to other theories, like you said.
The inconsistency, right? Something else could have been.
Yes.
It would have been a major change in the way we think about string theory. And it was a good thing that, you know, one supposition that the world is made of strings solves two problems. Not one, it solves the infinity problem and it solved the Hawking's problem. And also the way that it did it was very beautiful. It gave an alternate description. So alternate description of things are very common. I mean, we could, to take a simple example, this bottle of water here is 90% full. I could say it's 90% full. I could also say it's 10% empty. those are obviously the same statement. And it's trivial to see that they're the same. But there are many statements that can be made in mathematics and mathematical physics that are equivalent, but might take years to understand that they're equivalent, and might take the invention or discovery of whole new fields of mathematics to prove they're equivalent. And this was one of those. We found an alternate description of the certain black holes in string theory, which we could prove was equivalent, and it was a description of the black hole as a hologram that can be thought of, a holographic plate that can be thought of as sitting on the surface of the black hole, and the interior of the black hole itself sort of arises as a projection. The near horizon region of the black hole arises as a projection of that holographic plate. So the two descriptions were the hologram, the three-dimensional image, and the holographic plate. And the hologram is what Einstein discovered. The plate is what we discovered. And this idea that you could describe things very, very concretely in string theory in these two different languages, of course, took off and was applied to many different contexts within string theory.
So you mentioned the infinity problem and the Hawking problem. Which Hawking problem? That the black hole destroys information, or which Hawking problem are you talking about?
Well, there's really two Hawking problems. They're very closely related. One is, how does the black hole store the information? And that is the one that we solved in some cases. So it's sort of like your smartphone. How does it store its 64 gigabytes? Well, you rip the cover off and you count the chips, and there's 64 of them, each with a gigabyte, and there's 64 gigabytes. But that does not solve the problem of how you get information in and out of your smartphone. You have to understand a lot more about the Wi-Fi and the internet, the cellular, and
that's where Hawking radiation's prediction is.
That's where Hawking radiation comes in. And that problem of how the information gets in and out, you couldn't have explained how information gets in and out of an iPhone without first explaining how it's stored in the first place.
So just to clarify, the storage is on the plate, on the holographic plate, and then that projects somehow inside the
bulk, the space-time is the hologram.
The hologram. Man, I mean, did you have an intuitive, when you sit late at night and you stare at the stars, do you have an intuitive understanding of what a holographic plate is? That there's two-dimensional projections that store information.
How a black hole could store information on a holographic plate, I think we do understand in great mathematical detail, and also intuitively, and it's very much like an ordinary hologram where you have a holographic plate and it contains all the information. You shine a light through it, and you get an image which looks three-dimensional.
Yeah, but why should there be a holographic plate?
Why should there be?
Yeah, why?
That is the great thing about being a theoretical physicist, is anybody can very quickly stump you when they go into the next level of whys.
Yeah,
so if you're asking, you can just keep asking, and it won't take you very long to. So the trick in being a theoretical physics is finding the questions that you can answer. Sure. So the questions that we think we might be able to answer now, we partially answered, is that there is a holographic explanation for certain kinds of things in string theory. we've answered that. Now we'd like to take what we've learned, and that's what I've mostly been doing for the last 15, 20 years. I haven't really been working much on string theory proper. I've been sort of taking the lessons that we learned in string theory and trying to apply them to the real world assuming only what we know for sure about the people.
So on this topic, you co-authored a paper with Stephen Hawking called "Soft Hair on Black Holes."
Yeah.
That makes the argument against Hawking's original prediction that black holes destroy information. Can you explain this paper?
Yes.
And the title.
Okay, so first of all, the hair on black holes is a word that was coined by the greatest phrase master in the history of physics, John Wheeler, invented the word black hole. And he also said that he made the statement that black holes have no hair. That is, every black hole in the universe is described just by its mass and its spin. They can also rotate, as was later shown by Kerr. And this is very much unlike a star, right? Every star of the same mass is different in a multitude of different ways. Different chemical compositions, different motions of the individual molecules. Every star in the universe, even of the same mass, is different in many, many different ways. Black holes are all the same. And that means when you throw something in Einstein's description of it, which we think must be corrected, and if you throw something into a black hole, it gets sucked in, and if you throw in a red book or a blue book, the black hole gets a little bigger, but there's no way within Einstein's theory of telling how they're different. And that was one of the assumptions that Hawking made in his 1974-75 papers, in which he concluded that black holes destroy information. You can throw encyclopedias, thesis defenses, the Library of Congress.
Doesn't matter, it's going to behave exactly the same uniform way.
Yeah. So what Hawking and I showed, and also Karen, is that one has to be very careful about what happens at the boundary of the black hole. And this gets back to something I mentioned earlier about when two things which are related by a coordinate transformation are and are not equivalent. And what we showed is that there are very subtle imprints when you throw something into a black hole. There are very subtle imprints left on the horizon of the black hole, which you can read off at least partially what went in. And so this invalidates Stephen's original argument that the information is destroyed.
And that's the soft hair.
That's the soft hair, right. So, and soft is a word that is used in physics for things which have very low energy. And these things actually carry no energy. There are things in the universe which carry no energy.
You said, I think to Sean Carroll, by the way, everyone should go check out Sean Carroll's Mindscape podcast. It's incredible. And Sean Carroll's an incredible person. I think you said there, maybe in a paper, I have to quote, you said that a soft particle is a particle that has zero energy. You said no. And when the energy goes to zero, because the energy is proportional to the wavelength, it's also spread over an infinitely large distance. If you like, it's spread over the whole universe. It somehow runs off to the boundary. What we learned from that is that if you add a zero energy particle to the vacuum, you get a new state. And so there are infinitely many vacua, plural for vacuum, which could be thought of as being different from one another by the addition of soft photons or soft gravitons.
Right.
Can you elaborate on this wild idea? If you like, it spreads over the whole universe. When the energy goes to zero, because the energy is proportional to wavelength, it also spreads over an infinitely large distance. If you like, it's spread over the whole universe. It's spread over the whole universe. What? Can, can you explain these soft gravitons and photons?
Yeah, so the soft gravitons and photons have been known about since the 60s, but exactly what we're supposed to do with them or how we're supposed to think about them, um, I think has been well understood only recently. And in quantum mechanics, the energy of a particle is proportional to Planck's constant times its wavelength. So when the energy goes to zero, the wavelength goes to infinity. Now, if something has zero energy and it's spread all over the universe, in what sense is it actually there? That's been the confusing thing. To make a precise statement about when something is and isn't there. Now, the simplest way of seeing, so people might have taken the point of view that if it has zero energy and is spread all over the universe, it's not there, we can ignore it. But if you do this, you'll get into trouble. And one of the ways that you'll get into trouble is that even though it has zero energy, it doesn't have zero angular momentum. If it's a photon, it always has angular momentum 1. If it's a graviton, it's angular momentum 2. So you can't say that the state of the system with the zero energy photon should be identified with the one without the zero energy photon, that we can just ignore them, because then you will conclude that angular momentum is not conserved. And if angular momentum is not conserved, things won't be consistent. And of course, you can have a lot of these things, and typically you do get a lot of them. And when you can actually do a calculation that shows that every time you scatter two particles, you create an infinite number of
the soft photons
of zero energy. Yeah.
And so they're somehow everywhere.
They're everywhere.
But they're also contain information, or they're able to store information.
And they're able to store information. They're able to store an arbitrary large amount of information. So what we pointed out is, so what these things really do, one way of thinking of them is they rush off to the edges of the universe, spreading out all over the spaces, like saying they rush off to the energy edge of the universe. Right? And that includes, if the interior of the black hole is not considered part of the universe, that includes the edge of the black hole. So we need to set up our description of physics so that all the things that are conserved are still conserved in the way that we're describing them. And that will not be true if we ignore these things. We have to keep careful track of these things. And people have been sloppy about that. And we learned how to be very precise and careful about it.
And once you're being precise, you can actually you can actually answer this kind of very problematic thing that Hawking suggested, that black holes destroy information.
Well, what we showed is that there's an error in the argument that all black holes are the same, because they haven't kept track of these very subtle things. And whether or not this is the key error in the argument remains to be seen, or whether this is a technical point.
Yes, but it is an error.
It is an error.
And Hawking obviously agreed with it.
Hawking agreed with it. He was sure that this was
This was a critical error.
That this was the critical error, that understanding this would get us the whole story, and that could well be.
What was it like working with Stephen Hawking on this particular problem? Because it's kind of a whole journey.
Well, I love the guy. He's so passionate about physics. He just, yeah, his oneness with the problem. It's.
So his mind is all occupied by the world. It's,
Yeah. Well, let me tell you, there's a lot of other things with his illness, with his celebrity, a lot of other things.
A lot of distractions pulling at his mind is still there. It's still there.
That's right. I remember him turning down tea with Lady Gaga so we could spend another hour on her paper.
That, my friends, is dedication. What did you learn about physics? What did you learn about life from having worked with Stephen Hawking?
Well, he was one of my great teachers. Of course, he's older than me. I was reading his textbooks in graduate school, and I learned a lot about relativity from him. I learned about passion for a problem. I learned about not caring what other people think. Like physics is an interesting culture. Even if you make a great discovery, like Hawking did, people don't believe everything you say. In fact, people love to disagree. It's a culture that cherishes disagreement, and so he kept ahead with what he believed in, and sometimes he was right, and sometimes he was wrong.
Do you feel pressure from the community? So, for example, string theory was very popular for a time. There's been criticism, or it's less popular now. Do you feel the forces of the community as it moves in and out of different fields, or do you try to stay? Like, how difficult is it to stay intellectually and mathematically independent from the community?
Personally, I'm lucky. I'm well equipped for that. When I started out in graduate school, the problem with quantum gravity was not considered interesting.
You still did it anyway.
I still did it anyway. I'm a little bit of a contrarian, I guess, and I think that has served me well. And people are always sort of disagreeing with me. And they're usually right, but I'm right enough.
And like you said, the contradiction ultimately paves the path of discovery.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, just on this tension of the dancing between physics and mathematics, what to you is an interesting line you can draw between the two? You've done some very complicated mathematics in your life to explore the laws of nature. What's the difference between physics and mathematics to you?
Well, I love math. I think my first love is physics, and the math that I've done because it was needed
In service of physics.
in service of physics. But then, of course, in the heat of it, it has its own appeal, and
In the heat of it, I like it. Sure.
it has its own appeal, and I certainly enjoyed it. Ultimately, I would like to think, I wouldn't say I believe, but I would like to think that there's no difference between physics and mathematics, that all mathematics is realized in the physical world. All physics has a firm mathematical basis, that they're really the same thing. I mean, why would there be math that had no physical manifestation? It seems a little odd, right? You have two kinds of math, some that are relevant to the real world.
Well, they don't have to be contradictory. You can have can't you not have mathematical objects that are not at all connected to the physical world. So, I mean, this is to the question of is math discovered or invented? So, to you, math is discovered, and there's a deep linkage between the two.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you find it all compelling, these ideas, like something like Max Tegmark, where our universe is actually fundamentally a mathematical object, that our universe is mathematical, fundamentally mathematical.
My expertise as a physicist doesn't add anything to that. It's not really, physics is, I was once very interested in philosophy. And, physics, I like questions that can be answered. That it's not obvious what the answer is, and that you can find an answer to the question, and everybody will agree what the answer is, and that there's an algorithm for getting there. Not that these other questions aren't interesting, and they don't somehow have a way of presenting themselves, but to me, the interesting thing is motion in what we know. It's learning more and understanding things that we didn't understand before. Things that seemed totally confusing, having them seem obvious. That's wonderful. So I think those questions are there. I mean, I would even go further. The whole multiverse. I don't think there's too much concrete we're ever going to be able to say about it.
This is fascinating because you spent so much time in string theory, which is devoid from a connection to the physical world for a long time. Like it's not devoid, but it travels in a mathematical world that seems to be beautiful and consistent, and seems to indicate that it could be a good model of the laws of nature. But it's still traveling independently because it's very difficult to experiment and verify. Oh, but there's a promise in the same way in multiverse, where you can have a lot of kind of very far out there questions where your gut and instinct and intuition says that maybe in 50, 100, 200 years you'll be able to actually have strong experimental validation. Right?
I think that with string theory, I don't think it's likely that we could measure it, but we could get lucky. In other words, just to take an example, about 10 or 20 years ago, it was thought that they had seen a string in the sky, and that it was seen by, doubled stars that were gravitationally lensed around the gravitational field produced by some long string. There was a line of double lensed. Now the signal went away, okay? But people were hoping that they'd seen a string. It could be a fundamental string that somehow got stretched, and that would be some evidence for string theory. There was also bicep 2, which the experiment was wrong, but it could have happened. It could have happened that we got lucky, and this experiment was able to make direct measurements. Certainly would have been measurements of quantum gravity, if not string theory. So it's a very logical possibility that we could get experimental evidence from string. That is a very different thing than saying, do this experiment, here's $1 billion, and after you do it, we'll know whether or not strings are real. But I think it's a crucial difference. It's measurable in principle, and we don't see how to get from here to there. If we see how to get from here to there, in my eyes, it's boring. Right? So when I was a graduate student, they knew how to measure the Higgs boson. Took 40 years. But they did it. I'm not just saying that's not good. I don't want to say this.
Yeah.
But when John set out, he didn't know he could get around it. There was no math, So I don't know how we're going to connect in a concrete way all these ideas of string theory to the real world. And when I started out in graduate school, I said, what is the most interesting problem that there might be the most interesting problem that there might be progress on in 60 years? And I think it could be, that, in another 30 years that maybe we'll learn that we have understood how black holes store information. That doesn't seem wild. That we're able to extract what we learned from string theory and show that it's operative and I mean the Bose-Einstein condensate they did, when Bose and Einstein predicted it, when was that, the 30s, maybe early 30s. It took there were 20 orders of magnitude that were needed in order to measure it, and they did 50 years later. So, and then you couldn't have guessed how that had happened, how they could have done that. And it could happen that I don't think we're going to see the hadronic string spectrum at an accelerator, but it could be that things come around and in an interesting way, and somehow it comes together. The fact that we can't see to the edge isn't a reason not to do it. We just, what did they do when they were trying to find the Pacific, right? They took every route. They just tried everything. And that's what we're doing. And I'm taking the one that my nose tells me is the best, and other people are taking other ones, and that's good, because we need everything. Every person taking every route. And, if somebody on another route finds something that looks really promising, I'm going to make a portage over the mountain, get on their street, So the fact that you don't see the experiment now isn't, to me, a reason to give up on what I view as the most fundamental paradox in 20th century, present physics, 21st century physics.
Absolutely. You can see that it's possible, you just don't know the way. But that's what I mean, why some of the philosophical questions could be formulated in a way that's explorable scientifically. So some of the stuff we've talked about, but, for example, this topic that's become more okay to talk about, which is the topic of consciousness. To me as an artificial intelligence person, that's a very practically interesting topic. But there's also philosophers, John Carroll, who loves to argue against them. But there's the philosophers, they're panpsychists.
I'm not against philosophers, it's just not as fun.
It's not fun, right? But they start a little flame of a fire going, that some of those flames, I think, eventually become physics. So eventually become something that we can really, having them around is really important, because you discover something by modeling and exploring black holes that's really weird. And having these ideas around, like the ideas of panpsychists, that consciousness could be a fundamental force in nature. Just even having that crazy idea swimming around in the background can really spark something where you are missing something complete. And it's just, that's where the philosophy done right, I think, is very useful. That's where even these thought experiments, which is very fun in the sort of the tech sci-fi world that we live in a simulation, that, taking the perspective of the universe as a computer, as a computational system that processes information, which is a pretty intuitive notion, and you can just even reframing it that way for yourself will really open up some different way of thinking. And then you have, I don't know if you're familiar with Stephen Wolfram's work of cellular automata and complexity.
Yeah, I did a podcast
with Stephen, that's awesome. To me, forget physics, forget all that. Cellular automata make no sense. They're so beautiful. They're from simple rules you can create complexity. I just don't think, you wrote a book at New Kind of Science, basically hinting at which a lot of people have hinted at. It's like we don't have a good way to talk about these objects. We can't figure out what is happening here. These simple trivial rules can create incredible complexity.
All right, he's totally right about that.
And in physics, I guess, don't know what to do with that. Don't know what to do with cellular atomic. Just you can describe the simple rules that govern the system, but how complexity can emerge, like incredible complexity.
Yeah. Of course, Wolfram's version of that is that physicists will never be able to describe.
Right. Yeah, exactly. He tries to prove that it's impossible. What do you make of that? What do you make about the potential of being a physicist and potentially not being able to? It's like Freud or somebody that maybe Sigmund Freud, maybe he'll never be able to actually describe the human psyche. Is that a possibility for you? That you will never be able to get to the core fundamental description of the laws of nature?
Yeah, so I had this conversation with Weinberg.
Yeah. How'd it go?
So Weinberg has this book called Dreams of a Final Theory. And I had this conversation with him. I said, why do you think there's ever going to be a final theory? Why should there ever be a final theory? I mean, what does that mean? Do physics departments shut down? We've solved everything. And, doesn't it seem that every time we answer some old questions, we'll just find nuance and then we'll just keep going on forever and ever? He said, well, that's what they used to say about the Nile. They were never going to find the end. Then one day they found it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. String theory doesn't look like a candidate to me for a final theory.
As it stands now, it doesn't get to the bottom of the well. It doesn't. It
seems to me that even if we kind of solved it, did experiments, there still would be more questions, like why are there 4 dimensions instead of 6? It doesn't seem to have anything in it that would explain that. That you could always hope, that there's something that we don't know about string theory that could explain it, but it still doesn't look like it's going to answer every question. And why is there 1 and 2? Why is there? It doesn't seem like it's. I don't even know what it would mean to answer every question.
Well, to answer every question, obviously, but when you refer to the theory of everything, you'll be able to have if it exists, it would be a theory that allows you to predict precisely the behavior of objects in the universe, and their movement, right? What about their movement?
Yeah.
Like precisely, no matter the object.
Right, that's true. So that would be a really interesting state of affairs if we could predict everything, but not necessarily understand everything. So, for example, let's just forget about gravity. I mean, we're not too far from that situation. If we forget about gravity, the standard model, in principle, given a big enough computer, predicts almost everything. But if you look at the standard model, it's kind of a laundry list with neutrino masses and all that stuff. There are hundreds of free parameters. Where do they come from? Is there an organizing principle? Is there some further unification? So being able to predict everything is not the only goal that physicists have.
So on the way to trying to predict, we're trying to understand. That's actually probably the goal, is to understand.
Yeah. But you're right. We're more interested in understanding than actually doing the predictions. But the predictions are more focusing on how to make predictions is a good way to improve your understanding because you've understood it if you can do the predictions.
Yeah, one of the interesting things that might come to a head with is artificial intelligence. There's an increasing use of AI in physics. We might live in a world where AI will be able to predict perfectly what's happening. And so that will as physicists, you have to come to the fact that you're actually not that interested in prediction. I mean, it's very useful, but you're interested in really understanding the deep laws of nature versus a perfect predictor.
Yeah.
Like you want to play
But even
chess.
within AI, people are trying to understand what it is that the AI bots have learned in order to produce whatever they produce.
For sure, but you still don't understand deeply, especially because they're getting, especially language models, if you're paying attention, the systems that are able to generate text, they're able to have conversations. ChatGPT is the recent manifestation of that. They just seem to know everything. They're trained on the internet. They seem to be very, very good at something that looks like reasoning. They're able to generate. You can ask them questions. They can answer questions. It just feels like this thing's intelligent, right? And I could just see that being possible with physics. You ask any kind of physical question, and they'll be able to be very precise about a particular star system or a particular black hole. They'll say, well, these are the numbers. They'll perfectly predict. And then sure, you can understand how the neural network is, the architecture is structured. Actually, for most of them now, they're very simple. You can understand what data is trained on. Huge amount of data. You're getting a huge amount of data from a very nice telescope or something. And then, but it seems to predict everything perfectly. How a banana falls when you throw it. Like everything is perfectly predicted. You still don't have a deep understanding of what governs the whole thing. And maybe you could ask it a question. It would be some kind of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy type answer. It's a funny world we live in. Of course, it's also possible that there's no such deep, simple governing laws of nature behind the whole thing. I mean, there's something in us humans
It's possible.
that wants there to be.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be, right? I do. Again, you're betting. If you already bet the farm, but if you were to have a second farm, do you think there is a theory of everything that we might get at? So simple laws that govern the whole thing.
I don't know, but I'm pretty confident that if there is, we won't get to it in my lifetime. I don't think we're near it.
But doesn't it feel like the fact that we have the laws we do that are relatively simple already? That's kind of incredible. It's just there seems to be simple laws that govern things, right?
By theory of everything, you mean a theory of everything, an algorithm to predict it,
But it's simple algorithm.
a relatively simple algorithm to predict everything. So for me, it would be a sad day if we arrived at that without answering some deeper questions.
Sure, of course, it definitely is. But the question, yes. But one of the questions before we arrive there, we can ask, does such a destination exist? So, because asking the question and the possible answers, the process of trying to answer that question, is in itself super interesting. Is it even possible to get there where there's an E equals up to square type of, there's a function, okay, you can have many parameters, but a finite number parameter function that can predict a lot of things about our universe.
Well, okay, but just to sort of throw one thing in order to answer every question, we would need a theory of the origin of the universe. Right? And that is a huge task, right? So, the fact that the universe seems to have a beginning defies everything that no one will, right? Because one of the basic principles of physics is determinism. The past follows from the present follows from the past. The future follows from the present, and so on. But if you're the origin of the universe, you have the Big Bang, and before that there was nothing. You can't have a theory in which something follows from nothing. So somehow,
sounds like you don't like similarities.
well,
I thought somebody that worked at Black Holes.
no, I like this because it's so hard to understand. I like it because it's hard to understand, but it's really challenging us. It's not. I don't think we're close to solving that.
So you and
And string theory has basically had nothing. There's been almost nothing interesting said about that in the last many decades.
the string theory hasn't really looked at the Big Bang. It hasn't really tried to get to see the origin.
Not successful. Not in, there aren't compelling papers that lots of people have read that people have taken it up and tried to go at it, but there aren't compelling. String theory doesn't seem to have a trick that helps us with that puzzle.
Do you think we'll be able to sneak up to the origin of the universe, like reverse engineer from experimental, from theoretical perspective? Like, okay, if we can, what would be the trajectory?
You've already gotten yourself in trouble because you used the word reverse engineer. So if you're going to reverse engineer, that means you forward engineering means that you take the present and determine the future. Reverse engineering means that you take the present and determine the past. But
Estimate the past. But yes, sure.
But if the past was nothing, how are you ever going to reverse engineer nothing? Well, that's hard to do.
Run up against that nothing, right? Until have mathematical models that break down nicely to where you can actually start to infer things. Do you
let's work on it.
No, but do you think that
I could maybe, but it is people try to do things like that. But it's not something that we we're getting A pluses with.
Sure. Let's pretend we live in a world where in 100 years we have an answer to that. Yeah. What would that answer look like? What department is that from? What field led us there? Not what field, what set of ideas in theoretical physics? Is it experimental? Is it theoretical? Like, what can you imagine possibly lead us there? Is it through gravitational waves and some kind of observations there? Is it investigation of black holes? Is it simulation of universes? Is it maybe you start creating black holes somehow? I don't know. Maybe some kind of high energy physics type of experiments.
Well, I have some late night ideas about that aren't really ready for prime time.
Okay, sure. But you have some ideas.
Yeah, but and many people do. It could be that some of the advances in quantum information theory are important in that they kind of go beyond taking quantum systems and just replicating themselves, but combining them.
Do you think, since you highlighted the issue of time and the origin of the universe, do you think time is fundamental or emergent?
I think ultimately it has to be emergent.
Yeah, what does it mean for time to be emergent?
Well, let's review what it means for space to be emergent. What it means for space to be emergent is that you have a holographic plate and you shine some light that's moving in space, and it produces an image which contains an extra spatial dimension, and time just goes along for the ride. So what we'd like to do, and indeed there is some rather concrete work in this direction, though again I would say even within our stringing community we're not getting A pluses on these efforts. But what we'd like to do is to see examples in which the extra space-time dimension is time. In other words, usually what we understand very well mathematically is how to take systems in some number of space-time dimensions and rewrite them as a plate in fewer space dimensions. What we'd like to do is to take systems with one time in some number of space dimensions and to rewrite them as a system that had only space dimensions in it, had no time evolution. And there's some fairly concrete ideas about how to do that, but they're not, universally accepted even within the stringing community.
But isn't it wild to you
Yes.
for it to be emergent? How do we
Yes.
intuit these kinds of ideas as human beings for whom space and time seems as fundamental as
Well,
apples and
They're
oranges?
both illusions.
Okay.
They're both illusions. Even
You co-authored a paper titled "Photon Rings Around Warped Black Holes." First of all, whoever writes your paper titles, you like the soft hair and the term black hole and the Big Bang. You're very good at coming up with titles yourself. Anyway, you co-authored a paper titled "Photon Rings Around Warped Black Holes." In it, you write, quote, "Recent work has identified a number of emergent symmetries related to the intricate self-similar structure of the photon ring." So, what are photon rings? What are some interesting characteristics of a photon ring?
So that was a paper with Dan Kapitz and Alex Lipsovka that just came out. And this paper is kind of a wonderful example of what happens when you start to talk to people who are, way out of your comfort zone of knows different stuff and look at the world a different way. And some 2 or 3 years ago, I'm part of this the Black Hole Initiative, and I'm also part of this Event Horizon Telescope collaboration that took the famous, though I had nothing to do with the experiment, but it took the famous picture of the donut of M87. And through conversations with them, we started out in an effort to understand the image that they'd seen. So it's a great thing for somebody like me, a theoretical physicist, seemingly lost in streamland, to be presented with an actual picture of a black hole
And ask,
and to be asked, what can we learn from this? So, with some help from, Michael Johnson and Alex Lipsovka, and a bunch of other people in Metro collaboration, we came up with a fantastic, beautiful answer using Einstein's theory that is both shaping the future of it is shaping the future of improved black hole photographs. What you want to concentrate on in a photograph, just point at the sky and click. No, you don't do that. You optimize for various features, and it's both shaping that, and in the process of talking to them and thinking about how light behaves around the black hole, the black holes just have so many magic tricks and they do so many weird things. And the photon ring is among the weirdest of them. We understood the photon ring, and in the process of this, we said, hey, this photon ring has got to be telling us something about the puzzle of where the holographic plate is outside of an ordinary astrophysical black hole. We nailed it for the stringy black holes, but they have a somewhat different character.
what's a stringy black hole? The black holes that describe us.
The black holes that are contained in string theory, and they have different structure in them.
Well, but if you always come back to what was the light in the image taken in 2019? No, not taken in 2019. Presented in 2019.
So here's the puzzle. What they really saw. So the black holes tend to gather stuff that swirls around, and they don't know what that stuff is made of. They don't know what its temperature is. They don't know what kind of magnetic fields there are around there. So the form of the image has a lot of unknowns in it that it's dependent on many other things other than the geometry of the black hole. So most of what you're learning is about the stuff. Now the stuff, the swirling stuff, the hot swirling stuff is interesting as hell, but it's not as interesting as the black hole, which are the most, in my view, the most interesting things in the universe. So you don't want to just learn about the stuff. You want to learn about the black hole that is swirling around.
But one of the, at the very first step, for the very simple level, this is just a big leap for human civilization to be able to see a black hole in the way you can see it, because there's stuff around it. So you don't get to learn much about the black hole, and you get to learn more about the stuff just from the image.
Yeah, but you're not going to learn about the details whenever you see it.
Because there's too many parameters, there's too many variables that govern the stuff.
Yeah. So then we found a very wonderful way to learn about the black hole. And here's how it works. A black hole is a mirror. And the way it's a mirror is if light, a photon, bounces off your face towards the black hole, goes straight to the black hole, just falls in, you never see it again. But if it just misses the black hole, it'll swing around the back and come back to you. And you see yourself from the photon that went around the back of the black hole. But not only can that happen, the black hole, the photon can swing around twice and come back. So you actually see an infinite number of copies of yourself.
Like with a little bit of a delay.
With a little bit of a delay, right?
This is awesome.
Yeah. And in fact,
I mean, we're not used to an object that bends light like that, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to get some trippy
Yeah.
effects.
And in fact, one of my students has made a really awesome computer animation of this, which I'm going to show at a public lecture in a couple of weeks, where the audience will see infinitely many copies of themselves. That's swirling on the black hole. So it's a black hole is like a hall of mirrors. You know, like a department store where you go and there's the three mirrors and you see infinitely many copies of yourself.
Yeah.
So think of the black hole as the mirror. You know, and you go in there with your clothes. You want to know about your clothes, you just look at the direct image. You're not learning anything about the configuration of the mirrors. But the relation of the image you see in front of you to the one you see at the side and the next one and so on depends only on the mirrors. It doesn't matter what clothes you're wearing. So you can go there 1,000 times wearing different clothes, but each time there will be the same relation between the subsequent images. And that is how we're going to learn about the black holes. We're going to take the stuff that is swirling around and we're going to tease out the subsequent images and look at their relation. And there's some very beautiful, really beautiful mathematics, which we were surprised to realize with the volumes and volumes of papers on black holes and their properties. This particular, because it was a physical question that had never been asked exactly this way.
So basically, you're looking at
The relation between the subsequent energies.
the relation, but those are ultimately formed by photons that are swirling around.
Photons that are orbiting. The photon ring are the photons that orbit around.
And beyond, so like orbit and lose orbit, like like so. Wow, and that starts to give you, what can you possibly figure out mathematically about the black hole? The geometry of it, the strain of it.
Geometry, the spin, and you can verify things behaving. We have never seen a region of space-time with such high curvature. I mean, the region around the black hole is crazy. It's not like in this room. Right? The curvature is everything.
You spend probably enough time with the math and photons Can you put yourself in that space? So we're like having a conversation, a pretty peaceful, comfortable, flat space. Are you able to put yourself in a place around a black hole?
Yeah, I'm able to imagine that kind of thing. Yeah. So, for example, and actually, there's a wonderful movie, Interstellar, and in that movie, Kip Thorne, of course, is a great theoretical physicist, experimental, who later won the Nobel Prize um, for LIGO. And that movie is very accurate scientifically. And there's some funny statements in there that of the 100 million people who saw that movie, there can't be more than 10 or 20 understood about why Matthew McConaughey is ejecting the trash in a certain direction in order to. But for example, if I were a spinning black hole right here, if I was spinning fast enough, you wouldn't be able to stay still there. You'd have to be orbiting around like that. You'd have to have your microphone on it.
But I wonder what the experience is, what the actual experience is. I mean, space itself is curved.
Well, if space gets very curved, you get crushed.
No.
The body gets ripped apart because the forces are different on different parts.
Sure. Because that would be.
But if it can be less curved, so that the curvature is very noticeable, but you're not ripped apart.
The fact that this was just nonchalantly stated is just beautiful. Like two biological systems discussing which level of curvature is required to rip apart said biological system. Very well. So you propose in the paper that a photon ring of a warm black hole is indeed part of the black hole hologram. A photon ring of a warm black hole is indeed part of the black hole hologram. So what can you intuit about the hologram and the holographic plate from looking at the photon rings?
Well, this paper is exploring a new idea. It's not making a new discovery, so to speak. It's exploring an idea and the ins and outs of it, and what might work and what might not. And this photon ring, somehow everybody always thought that the holographic plate sat at the horizon of the black hole, and that the quantum system that describes the black hole is inside the horizon. And it, in fact, I think it's plausible, and we give some evidence in some soluble examples, in this case, in an example in one lower dimension where we can handle the equations better, that the quantum system that describes the black hole should correspond to a region of space-time which includes the photon ring. So it's bigger.
So that would be the holographic plate. So
that would be the holographic plate.
All of that.
I mean, we didn't prove this. We put it out there. It hadn't really been considered previously. We put it out there, and it does seem more plausible than the idea that it sits literally at the horizon. And it is a big, outstanding problem of how you have a holographic reconstruction of black holes like M87.
Do you think there could be further experimental data that helps explore some of these ideas that you have for photon rings and holographic plates through imaging and just sort of like higher and higher resolution images and also just more and more data?
I wish so, but I don't think so. But what I think already has happened and will continue to happen is that there are many different ways that theorists and observers can interact. The gold standard is the theorist makes a prediction, the observer measures it, confirms it, or the observer uh, makes a discovery and the theorist explains it. But there's a lot less than that, which is really kind of the bread and butter of those are dramatic moments when that happens, right? Those are once in a lifetime moments when that happens. But the bread and butter is more when it has already happened. They came to us and said, what is the interesting theoretical things we can understand in this swirl around the black hole? And we give an answer, and then that in turn jogged us to think about the holographic principle in the context of M87 a little bit differently. And so it's a useful, and in the same vein, it's useful to talk to the philosophers, and it's useful to talk to the mathematicians, and a lot of we just gotta, we don't know where we're going. We just gotta do everything.
Let me ask you another sort of philosophical type question, but not really actually. It seems that thought experiments are used, so it's not just mathematics that makes progress in theoretical physics, but thought experiments do. They did for Einstein as well. They did for a lot of great physicists throughout history over the years. How's your ability to generate thought experiments, just your intuition about some of these weird things like quantum mechanics or string theory or quantum gravity or even general relativity? How's your intuition improved over the years? Have you been able to make progress?
The hard part in physics is most problems are either doable. Most problems are theoretical calculation that theoretical physicists would do. There's no end of problem whose answer is uninteresting. Can be solved, but the answer is uninteresting. There's also no end of problems that are very interesting, some of which you've asked me, but we don't have a clue how to solve them. And when first presented with a problem, almost every problem is one or the other. It's the jackpot when you find one that is one or the other. And
it seems like there's a gray area between the two, right? That's where you should be looking.
Well, I would describe it as a gray area. I would describe it as a knife edge.
This is a very small area.
There isn't like a huge area with a sign. Here are like problems that are doable, and people want to know the answer.
And that's in some deep sense. That's where timing is everything with physics, with science, with discovery.
Timing. I mean, I think earlier in my career, I erred more on the side of problems that are not solvable.
The ambition of youth.
Yeah.
What made you fall in love with physics at first? If you can go back to the early days, you said black holes were there in the beginning. But what made you? Do you remember what really made you fall in love?
I wanted to reach nirvana, and I sort of realized that wasn't going to happen. And then after that, I wanted to know the meaning of life, and I realized probably wasn't going to figure that out. And then I wanted to understand, justice and socialism and world things, and couldn't figure those out either. The simplest,
Smaller and smaller problems.
smaller and smaller problems. And I mean, most of this I'm talking about adolescence, but it was the biggest problem that I thought that there was a prospect of, but not 100%, and I was definitely ready to spend my life in the wilderness knocking my head against the wall, but I haven't solved them, but I've said enough interesting things that you're interviewing. So I'm not in the wilderness, but yeah. So
do you remember the early days? Do you feel nostalgic, or do you think back to the ideas, the circumstances that led down the that led you down this path towards black holes, towards theoretical physics, towards the tools of physics, towards this really fascinating world of theoretical physics?
Well, I wouldn't add nostalgia to it because it's not like you know, a summer in Italy or something. It's like there's results that are there that, that, that people are, and that's what's so gratifying. I mean, of course, one's name disappears from these things, uh, unless you're Einstein or Newton or something. People are not going to remember my name in 50 years.
Almost, no, basically everything would be forgotten in hundreds of years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you able to, by the way, love the idea, the inspirational ideas themselves without the names and
Yeah,
recognition?
that's what I'm saying. So I have not. I hope someday, but I have not. There are some experiments now to verify some of my predictions about properties of gravity and so on. But I have not, like, most of what I've done is in the it could happen still. It's still a logical possibility that everything having to do with string theory and I mean, as we mentioned, I'm betting the farm that it's not, but it is indeed a logical possibility that people always say, can you believe Lex Fridman interviewed Elon Musk and Kanye West, and he interviewed Strominger, who was on this, who's working on this theory that just completely went into the toilet.
I'm gonna get with the wife I don't have. I'm gonna make a public statement. She's on stage. I'll say I'm really sorry. Like they platforming this wild physicist, the belief for decades in the power of theoretical physics. Yes. No, like you said.
So that could happen. It could happen. It could happen. It's in a, and of course, if that couldn't happen, it wouldn't be real exploration, right?
Absolutely.
And but I do take a lot of satisfaction that some of the things I discovered are, at the minimum, mathematical truths, and they're still, so you don't have that sort of nostalgic feeling of it being something that was gone, and I'm still making discoveries now that I'm as excited about to see if they hold the test of time, that stand the test of time that these other ones did, but that I'm as excited about as I was about those when I made them. I am easily excited.
Well, one interesting thing about you is,
and I have been very excited about things which turned out to be completely wrong.
Well, that's the excitement is a precondition for. But you're also somebody like you said, you don't have a cynical view of the modern state of physics.
No.
So there's a lot of people that glorify like the early days of string theory and all these things. But you're saying like this to you might be one of, if not the most exciting times to be a theoretical physicist. Like when the alien civilizations 500 years from now that visit Earth and look back, they'll think the 21st century. Some of the biggest discoveries ever were made in the 21st century.
When they have a measurement of string theory that comes over, then we have to go into something better.
No, there's going to be deep fun is over. But there is an end to the Nile, right?
Is there?
That's
Who told you?
some white boy guy. Let me ask you another tricky out there question now. So again, perhaps unanswerable from the physics perspective, but do you wonder about alien civilizations? Do you wonder about other intelligent beings out there making up their own math and physics, trying to figure out the world? Do you think they're out there?
It is hard to understand why why they were given that there's so many planets, and of course there's Drake's formula, and we don't exactly know what but I mean, I think Fermi's paradox, is a real paradox, and I think there probably are, and I think it's very exciting that you know we might find some. It's a logical possibility that we could learn about.
I mean, to me, it's super interesting to think about aliens from a perspective of physics, because so any intelligent civilization is going to be contending with the ideas that you're trying to understand the world around it. So, I think that I think that the universe is filled with alien civilizations. So they all have their physicists, right? They all trying to understand the world around them. And it's just interesting to me to imagine all these different perspectives, all these different Einsteins.
Yeah,
Like trying to make sense of
so they might be more different than we think. They might be different in a way that we haven't even thought of.
like smarter or different.
Just different, something that we're not even able to describe now. We just haven't thought of that,
Yeah, this is a really frustrating thing when we think from me as an AI person, you start to think about what is intelligence, what is consciousness. And you start to sometimes, again, like evening thoughts is how little we understand, how narrow our thinking is about these concepts.
Yeah.
That they could be intelligence, could be something, could be intelligent, could be very different, intelligent in a very different way that we won't be able to detect because we're not keeping an open enough mind. And that's kind of sad because to me, there's also just a strong possibility that aliens or something like alien intelligence or some fascinating, beautiful physical phenomena are all around us. And we're too dumb to see it for now. Or too close minded to see it. There's something we're just deeply missing. Whether it's like fundamental limitations of our cognitive abilities, or just because our tools are too primitive right now. Or like the way it's like you said, like the ideas seem trivial once you figure it all out, looking back.
Yeah.
But that kind of makes me sad because there could be so much beauty in the world we're not seeing. Because we're too dumb.
For sure. Yeah.
And that's, I guess, the process of science and physics is to keep exploring, to keep exploring, to find the thing that will, in a century, seem obvious.
Well, that's something we know for sure. I mean, the brain we don't really understand. And that's got to be some fabulous and beautiful story. But,
I'm hoping some of that story will be written in the process of trying to build a brain, so the process of engineering intelligence, not just the neuroscience perspective of just looking at the brain, but trying to create it. But yeah, that story hasn't been almost at all. The early days of figuring that one out. You see, like you said, that map was discovered, so aliens should at least have the same map as us, right?
I think so.
Maybe different symbols.
Well, they might have discovered different. They might have discovered it differently, and they might have had a different idea of what truth is.
Sure. Yeah, we're very like black and white with the proof thing.
Yeah.
Maybe they're boosters.
Right. Well, so you can know something is true. First of all, you never know something is true with 100% certainty. I mean, you might have had a blackout just to be. It's never 100%, right? You might have had a momentary lapse of consciousness, a key step in the proof, and nobody read it, whatever. Okay, you never know for sure. But you can have a preponderance of evidence, which makes it. And preponderance of evidence is not accepted very much in mathematics, and that was sort of how the famous Ramanujan worked. He had formulas which he guessed at, and gathered a preponderance of evidence that he was sure they were true. So there might be, or something completely different. They might function in a very different way.
Let me ask you kind of a heavy question for a physicist, but one on nuclear weapons. Just in general, what do you think about nuclear weapons where, like a philosophical level, where brilliant physicists and brilliant engineering leads to things that can destroy human civilization? So like some of the ideas that you're working on have power when engineered into machines, into systems. Is there some aspect of you that
First of
worries
all,
about?
I don't know what the brilliant had to do with it, because of course, Oppenheimer and all that. Okay, they did it really fast, but if you didn't have Oppenheimer, what will all have happened to anyone? It had a reality of its own. The possibility of making a nuclear didn't depend on the fact that the physicists who built it were brilliant. Maybe that sped it up by a year or 2 years, but by now we'd have nuclear weapons. It's something that.
So the ideas have momentum, that they're unstoppable.
Right, the possibility of making nuclear weapons was discovered. Right, it was there before. We didn't. It's not like somebody didn't make it. Right. Without Picasso, there would never have been a Guernica, but without Oppenheimer, there would surely have still been an atom bomb.
But timing matters, right? Timing is very important. There's a guy
Of course.
The
timing mattered. The timing mattered there. But okay. I mean, you could try to make a case for stopping.
No. It's the case of carrying the burden of the responsibility of the power of ideas when manifested into systems. So it's not a game. It's not just a game of fun mathematics. The same with artificial intelligence. You have this, a lot of people in AI.
Audie,
a lot of
how you
people.
doing, girl? You okay? I'm lovely. Just spamming away. I didn't mention. I know I talked to you about it. The capture situation. I even went to the capture company. Do you remember this story? Okay, so basically, there's like a way around the capture system, and I kept doing what the company that runs the capture system said to do, and I kept downloading their cookie and everything, and I'm like, it's not working, and they're like, oh, you need to do all this other stuff. Finally, I got them to say that Blue Sky, the company that I was trying to get around the capture, had shut off their ability to get around the capture. It's not a very exciting story, but it basically was like this. There's a company that runs the capture. It's known as Recapture, something like UCapture. UCapture is its name. And they say, hey, if you have vision impairment or something like that, there's this back door. All you have to do is this bunch of steps. I do all the steps and it still wasn't working. They're like, you must have done something wrong. I'm like, you tried. And then finally they tried it and they're like, oh no, you're right. Blue Sky shut off the ability to get around the back door. So anyway, I forgot to tell you the end of that story that happened weeks ago. But anyway, what else? We had somebody come in here and they asked like a ton of questions, which is cool. And that one guy, I don't know if you remember him, like the other night, he came in and he's like, he had all these questions and wanted to talk about it. I'm like, hey, dude, just any questions that you have, put them in the Ask Rabbi anything section. Well, he's like, I don't have permissions, and he said, I was really confused. I'm like, oh, you should. He wasn't doing it correctly. You just have to click a little button in there that says Ask Rabbi anything. Anyway, he ended up asking a question, which was good, and I provided an answer. And then I provided a history lecture where I we had someone come in here, another person come in here last night, a news guy, which is really exciting because they were really nice and they were an ally of my project. And aside from that, I am just spamming away. And people keep talking about me. I don't want anybody to have anything with this. This one girl, like these people, the Rabbi Discord needs to stop, or else I'm gonna lose my shit and kill someone. I just like, bro, damn, bro, you can calm down with that. Nobody needs you to take it that seriously. It's not like I even sent you a message. I just literally just liked your post. So the people keep like just talking about me, which is good. I wish more of them came in here so it would allow me to talk to them more. Yes, ma'am. Can you repeat that? What'd you say? Oh, thank you. I love you too. One of these days, we're going viral. I think it could happen by the end of the month. When I went to bed, or when I woke this morning, I checked, and it was just like, there must have been 25 people that said something about it overnight, and that's always cool. And I do it for what I feel is a good purpose. I mean, I really want to give myself a platform to be able to talk about world peace globally. And not just that, futurology and all kinds of cool stuff, technology and AI and space tourism and faster than light travel, all that cool stuff. And I feel like people who like it's pretty volatile. And then on top of that, then they have like this huge story that they get to watch. Like it's literally the most exciting story on earth because it would be the story of a person who went from relative anonymity to one of the more famous, if not the most famous person on earth. It would be quite interesting. So I keep saying it's going to happen. I feel as if it could happen. Okay, why? You're going to be here. You got a front row seat. Get your popcorn ready, girl. Why are you so confused? All right, well, the Rolling Stones say that we should have sympathy for the devil. Do you think I'm the devil? I like that I ask a really easy question. Do you think I'm the devil? It isn't maddening like that. Obviously not. You're good. It's hold on a second. Of course not. I'm a normal human person. You did give me an inspiration though, and then sing that song. I love that. Do you know what song that is? Sympathy for the devil. Do you really have brain damage? Okay, it's okay. It's pretty well now. Can can you hear this? Just a moment. Let me play. Can you hear this? You can't hear that? They're in the background, but I understand that other people are not really nice. Let me here's the big one. Can you hear that? Yeah, no, you're definitely. The instruments aren't very apparent. Um, all right, well, you'll be able to watch it live. It's pretty like probably less than 2 minutes because I'm gonna do I don't know what I call these things, lip sync to them, I guess. Um, did you see I did some more recent ones? It's okay if you didn't. I mean, you don't have to be like, yeah, that's right. I did this one with the Beatles, ballad John and Yoko, and I keep watching it. I've never really liked the song. I mean, it's okay. It's an okay song, but I do this thing where I play the drums, air drums, and I just really like when I do it. Um, I feel like I don't know, these apps they allow you to only do 90 seconds of a song, and I get that because they don't want people to like just not use Spotify and stuff. But it's kind of weird that they don't let you do the whole song. All right, with that, I'm gonna do my lip syncing. You'll be able to watch it. What was that? All right, here's
In the AI community, it's a fascinating, fun puzzle. How to make systems more and more intelligent, how to you have a bunch of benchmarks to try to make it perform better and better and better, and all of a sudden, you have a system that's able to outsmart people. It's now able to be used in geopolitics. It's able to create super intelligent bots, and they're able to, at scale, control the beliefs of a population of people. And now you can have world wars. You can have a lot of really risky instabilities.
They're incredible. They really are incredible.
And so, just like there's some responsibility. This is not some. Uh, it's a beauty and a power and a terror to these ideas.
Yeah. At that moment, it was certainly a question for Oppenheimer and everybody who participated in that. What is the responsible way to serve society when you're sort of accidentally in this position of being at the forefront of a development that has a huge impact on society? I don't see my work the likelihood of having huge impact on the development of society. So, but if I were you,
Oh, I love
working,
this.
working on AI, I think that there is a possibility there, and that it is, as a responsible scientist, that it's really not a good thing to say, I'm just a scientist here and I'm figuring out what's possible, because you're in a role where
Follow?
you have more of a podium to influence things than other people, and it's your responsibility as a citizen of the planet, or let me phrase it a little less shooty. If you have an opportunity as a citizen of the planet to make the world a better place, which it would be sad to bypass.
Yeah, it's a nice little it'd be nice to keep it going for a little bit longer. Andrew, I'm really not going to use the towel. This is, thank you.
Well, it was a really great conversation. I really enjoyed it. You really covered a lot. I can't believe you're able to discuss at this level on so many different topics. It's a pleasure.
It was super fun. Thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Andrew Stroman. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Fort Taik. Not only is the universe stranger than we think, it is stranger than we can think. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
I go to tank in the general's lane. Nothing but free pay. Everybody is saying, pleased to meet you. Hope you guess my name. Oh yeah.
A black hole is a mirror. And the way it's a mirror is if light, a photon, bounces off your face towards the black hole, goes straight to the black hole, just falls in, you never see it again. But if it just misses the black hole, it'll swing around the back and come back to you. And you see yourself from the photon right around the back of the black hole. But not only can that happen, the black hole, the photon can swing around twice and come back. So you actually see an infinite number of copies of yourself.
The following is a conversation with Andrew Strominger, theoretical physicist at Harvard, whose research seeks to shed light on the unification of fundamental laws of nature, the origin of the universe, and the quantum structure of black holes and event horizons. This is a Let's Read My podcast. Supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, there's Andrew Strominger. You are part of the Harvard Black Hole Initiative, which has theoretical physicists, experimentalists, and even philosophers. So let me ask you a big question. What is a black hole from a theoretical, from an experimental, maybe even from a philosophical perspective?
So a black hole is defined theoretically as a region of space-time from which light can never escape. Therefore, it's black. Now, that's just a starting point. Many weird things follow from that basic definition, but that is the basic definition.
What is light? They can't escape from a black hole.
Well, light is the stuff that comes out of the sun, the stuff that goes into your eyes. Light is one of the stuff that disappears when the lights go off. The stuff that appears when the lights come on. Of course, I could give you a mathematical definition, but or physical mathematical definition, but I think it's something that we will understand understand very intuitively
You know, I mean, we can run tests.
what it's like. Black holes, on the other hand,
Isn't light
you don't
speculation?
understand. They're very, and one of the questions is about black holes, which I think
You
were
can run
alluding to,
simulations.
is
You can run simulations.
why doesn't light get out, or how is it that there can be a region of space-time from which light can escape?
That doesn't mean that it may not be
It
helpful to study them.
happens. We've seen those regions. We have spectacular pictures, especially in the last several years, of those regions. They're there. Heck, they're up in the sky, thousands
Well,
of
it would be like
millions of them. We don't yet know how.
it would be like
But the
it would be like
proper explanation of
let me think
why
of a good
light doesn't escape from
they're like
a black hole
hypothetical. So
is still
these things do exist,
a
and they
matter
help
of
us understand the universe better. Like
and
if black holes exist, then
one
perhaps
explanation,
there could be one at the center of the universe
perhaps
or the center of our
Einstein
galaxy.
might
Like
have
in
given
the same way that you have an
is
eye of a hurricane,
that
you may
light
have a black hole at the center of a galaxy or the center
you
of
know
every
it carries
galaxy.
energy
They help
because
us to understand
we
the shape
have
the shape of our
photocells,
galaxy.
take the light from the sun and collect it, turn it into electricity. So there's energy in light. And anything that carries energy is subject to a gravitational pull.
All right,
Gravity will pull at anything with energy. Now it turns out that the gravitational pull exerted by an object is proportional to its mass. And so if you get enough mass in a small enough region, you can prevent light from escaping. And let me flesh that out a little more. If you're on the Earth and you're on a rocket ship leaving the surface of the Earth, if we ignore the friction from the air, if your rocket accelerates up to 11 kilometers per second, that's escape velocity.
Yeah, they did. I know exactly what you're
If there were
talking
no
about.
friction, it could just continue
Halloween
forever to
horror.
the next galaxy.
Yeah, where they
On
can
the
make it
moon,
like 3
which has
dimensions.
less
Yeah.
mass, it's only 7 kilometers per second. So, but going in the other direction, if you have enough mass in one place, the escape velocity can become the speed of light. If you shine light straight up away from the Earth, it doesn't have too much trouble. It's going way above the escape velocity. And but if you have enough mass there, even light can't escape the escape velocity. And according to Einstein's theory of relativity, there is an absolute speed limit of the universe, the speed of light, and nothing makes any sense. Nothing could be self-consistent if there were objects that could exceed light speed. And so, in these very, very massive regions of space-time, even light cannot escape.
And the interesting thing is Einstein himself didn't think that these objects, we call the black holes, could exist. But let me actually linger on this.
Yeah, that's incredibly interesting.
There's a lot of interesting things here. First of all, the speed limit. How wild is it to you, if you put yourself in the mind in the time of Einstein before him, to come up with a speed limit of that there is a speed limit, and that speed limit is the speed of light? How difficult of an idea is that? Isn't it? You said from a mathematical physics perspective, everything just kind of falls into place, but he wasn't perhaps maybe initially had the luxury to think mathematically. He had to come up with it intuitively, yes? So, like, how counterintuitive is this notion to you? Well, is it still crazy?
No. It's a very funny thing. The best discoveries seem completely obvious in retrospect. Even my own discoveries, which of course are far lesser than Einstein's, But many of my papers, many of my collaborators, get all confused and try to understand something. So we've got to solve this problem. We'll get all confused. Finally, we'll solve it. We'll get all together. And then all of a sudden, everything will fall into place. We'll explain it. And then we'll look back at our discussions for the preceding months and literally be unable to reconstruct how
I think the golden age of starting businesses
and how we
is in
could
the
ever
past.
have thought of it any other way. And so not only can I not
I
fathom
mean, essentially,
how confused
it will most certainly will.
Einstein was
Essentially,
before
any business
when
that
he
you
started
start
thinking about the
is
issues.
very easily
Reconstruct
taken
my own
over by a larger
from
business.
2 weeks ago. So the really beautiful ideas of physics have this very hard to get yourself back into the mindset. Of course, Einstein was
That's your
confused
competition.
about many things.
Absolutely.
Doesn't
You're
matter.
in truck driving,
It's not how
logistics
many things you got
company.
wrong. It's not the
50
ratio.
years ago
many
would have been a
got
hot
wrong,
item, but
right.
now, especially
It's
with
the
the
number that you
self-driving
got.
truck,
So
going to put many
Einstein
people out of
didn't
business. I
believe
mean, I was
black
just talking
holes
with a graphic
existed,
designer, if you want to
even though he
consider
predicted
that,
them.
this
And
morning.
I read that
And
paper which he wrote. Einstein
graphic
wrote down his
designers are being put out of
equations
business
in
right now.
1915, and
What
Churchill
you can
solved
do,
them and discovered
what
the
you
black
can do
hole
if you want
solution.
to really be
3 or 4
somewhat
months later,
financially
very
independent,
early
is
1916,
become a creator.
and
That's like a
25 years
your own
later,
business.
Einstein wrote a paper. So with 25 years to think about what the solution means, he wrote a paper in which he said that black holes didn't exist. And I'm like, well, if one of my students in my general relativity course wrote this, I wouldn't pass them.
You get a C minus. Oh, you wouldn't pass them. Okay.
And a C minus. Same thing with gravity waves. He didn't believe.
I can't believe the gravitational waves.
He went back and forth, but he wrote a paper in
You have a
1934
great personality.
saying that gravity waves didn't exist
I mean,
because people were very confused about what a coordinate transformation is. And in fact, this confusion about what a coordinate
okay, well,
transformation
maybe that's your niche.
has persisted.
Maybe
And
that's your niche.
we
Look, you have
actually
a year until Grand Theft Auto.
were
You have
on
a year until Grand Theft Auto 6
edge
comes
of
out.
solving it
You could say,
100 years
and
later.
then say you're going to
Well,
take
what
this
if
summer off
100
and
years
just
later,
become a
what
Grand
is
Theft
coordinate
Auto 3.
transformation? Well, as it was 100 years ago to today.
Let's imagine I want to draw a map with pictures of all the states and the mountains, and then I want to draw the weather forecast, what the temperatures are going to be all over the country. And I do that
No, they have a
using
date. They
one
have
set
a
of
date.
weather
May
stations,
26,
and I
2026.
number the weather stations, and you have some other set of weather stations, and you
No, they
do the
didn't.
same
They didn't
thing.
give a date. They
So
just
the
said fall.
coordinates are the
No, they
locations
didn't.
of the
No,
weather
they didn't. They
stations.
just said fall
They're how we
2025.
describe where the things are. At the end of the day,
They,
we
they
should
have
draw the
trailers out
same.
now. They're
That is
not pushing it back
coordinate.
again. It's May 26,
And
2026.
if we're
This is the
telling
first
somebody,
time that they've actually put out the
we
date.
tell somebody in a real physical operation, we want you to stay as dry as possible on your drive from here to California. We should give them exactly the same. No matter which weather stations we use or how we use them. It's a very trivial.
So if you have a year
The labeling
to prepare
of points is an
for Grand
artifact.
Theft Auto 6, but you can get really big Grand Theft Auto 6 stream.
So it turns out that that's almost true, but not quite. There's some subtleties to it.
The statement that you should always have the same, you should give at least the same kind of trajectory, same kind of instructions, no matter the weather station.
Yeah, there's some very delicate subtleties
Yeah,
to
but Grand
that,
Theft Auto is going
which
to be like a revolution.
began to be noticed in the 50s. It's mostly true, but
Yeah.
when you
Well, have I played it? No.
first time with edges, it gets very
No.
tricky how
Have
you
I
write
live
the
streamed Grand Theft Auto 6? No, it doesn't come out until May 26, 2026.
either one.
But
Ways of time.
relationship,
And Einstein did, didn't have it right. And in fact, he had an earlier version of general relativity
I'm always
in 1914, which he was very excited about,
yeah. I have anticipation.
which was
Yeah.
wrong. It wasn't fully coordinate invariant, it was only partially coordinate invariant. It was wrong. It gave the wrong answer for bending light to the sun by a factor of 2. There was an expedition
Very cool.
sent out to
Well,
measure it during
I mean,
World
that's
War
a
One.
make your own
They
business,
were
but
captured before they
really,
measured it. And
it's
that
not like
Einstein 4 more
I mean,
years.
I did the tech startup thing. It's a lot of work and it takes a
Up by
lot of
which
money.
time you got it
And
right. So it's a very
It's
tricky
just
business, but
incredibly
once
time and
it's all
labor
laid out,
intensive.
it's
You have to be quite fortunate. And basically, if you
rare.
get a foothold
And what do you
anywhere, there's
think
some big company that's going to come
Einstein
around and eat you up.
didn't believe his own equations and didn't think that black holes are real. Well, why was that such a difference?
I mean, in my case,
Well,
it wasn't
something
another company,
very
it was the state of California. But nevertheless, there's always going to be, I don't want to say always, but like basically, there are a lot of
I think his reasoning was ultimately wrong,
challenges,
but let
and they're
me
becoming greater and greater.
explain to
When
you
you look at insurance and
what it
employees and maintenance costs and servers and such,
It's
for
the
whatever
center of the
business it
black
is, even if it's a
behind the
logistics
horizon,
business, it can be quite
in a region
expensive.
that nobody
Going to
can
be quite expensive, especially just
see
with insurance alone.
tell about it. As the center of the black hole, there's a singularity, and if you pass the horizon, go into the singularity, you get crushed, and that's the end of everything. Now, the word singularity means that
I mean,
it just
like,
means that
but you can't-
Einstein's equations break down. They become infinite. You write them down, you put them on the computer, and the computer hits
What
that
business do you want
singularity,
to do?
crashes. Everything becomes infinite. There's 2. So the equations are just no good.
Okay, so you want to start with
Now, that's actually not a bad thing. It's a really good thing. Let me explain why.
there you go.
So it's an odd thing that Maxwell's theory and Newton's theory
I heard about that, Bill.
never
I don't think it has a chance
exhibit
to
this
pass,
phenomenon.
but okay.
You write them down.
All right, but let's
solve
just say
them
that doesn't.
exactly. They're really
You're able to start your
gravity.
own
They're really very simple
Apollo's point
theories.
is, okay,
You can solve
what makes
them.
Apollo's point is he's going to be able to Pornhub and
You
all
can
the other
certainly
ones.
solve a lot of things about them. Nevertheless,
I
there
understand
was
that, but you didn't
never
even launch
any
your
reason,
you didn't even launch your cryptocurrency.
even though Maxwell and Newton perhaps fell for this trap, there were never any reason to think that these equations were exact. And there's no equation. Well, there's some equations that we've written down that we still think are exact. Some people still think are exact. My view is
I
that
mean,
there's
but you can
no
do that for
exact
free, right?
Everything is an approximation.
Everything is an approximation.
They try to get as close as possible. So you think you're saying objective truth doesn't exist? The internet is going to be very
We could discuss that, but that's a different thing. We wouldn't say Newton's theory was wrong. It had very, very small corrections, incredible small corrections. It's actually a puzzle why they're so small. So if you watch the precession of Mercury's perihelion, this was the first indication
I mean, I don't see
of something
values
going
add
wrong. According to Newton's theory, Mercury has an elliptical orbit. The long part of it moves around as other planets come by and orbit and so on. And so this was measured by Leverrier in 1859, and he compared theory and experiment, and he found out that the perihelion precess moves from the sun once every 233 centuries
Um,
instead of every
why would I
231
pay
centuries.
any money
Now, this is the
for
wonderful thing
It's
about
free.
science. What this guy? I mean, you don't have any idea how much work this is, But, of course, he made one of the greatest discoveries in the history of science without, even knowing what good it
That's
was.
essentially
So that's how small, that was the first sign that there was something wrong
Twitter.
with
You
it.
can show porn on Twitter. Well, I mean,
No, so the corrections
you're
to
asking
him
for
are
ideas,
very, very small.
or you're trying to brainstorm these things.
The corrections to
These things already
electromagnetism,
exist. If you want to tweet
they're
porn,
mostly,
that's
the ones that
available.
we see
Just
are
go to
mostly
Twitter or
coming
X.
from
They can
quantum
already do
mechanics.
that. If you want
And,
to
So corrections
basically
for
charge for
Maxwell
subscription,
equations
that's only free.
is when you get super tiny,
If you
and then
want
the
to just give
corrections
it away, it's essentially
uh,
free.
for Newton's law of gravity is when you get super big. That's when you require corrections.
That's true, but I would phrase it as saying when it's super accurate. If you look at the Bohr atom, Maxwell electromagnetism is not a very good approximation to the
I've
force
never known
between the proton
anybody
and electron.
who
The quantum
I've never known
mechanics.
anyone who
And if
ever
you
said that they
didn't have
wanted to
quantum
be part of
mechanics, the
a porn
electron would spiral into the proton and the atom would collapse. It's quantum, so that's a huge
But those,
correction.
those,
So every theory
those,
gets corrupted as
but
we
those
go.
communities,
Just
those
no
communities
reason
already
to
exist.
suppose that it should be otherwise.
How is this really
My friend, I do front page
So,
content.
so when you hit the singularity, you know that you need some improvement to Einstein's theory of
Okay, so
gravity. And that improvement,
So,
we understand what kind
there's
of
a, I
things
mean,
that improvement should
like,
involve. It should
there was a
involve
huge
quantum mechanics, quantum effects become important there. It's a
there's
small
been a
thing.
huge consolidation.
And
There's been a
we
huge
don't understand
consolidation of
yes, but we know
businesses,
there's no reason to
particularly
think
since the pandemic.
Einstein's
Business
theory
hasn't
was
seen much growth,
invented to describe
especially in terms of new business.
weakly current
Generally, what
things,
happens
the
if somebody
solar
comes up
system,
with a good
and so
idea,
on.
there's a
It's
larger
incredibly
corporation that
robust, and
buys
we
that
now
idea,
see
buys
that it
them out.
works
So
very
that's
well
basically what you're looking
near
at.
the horizons around black holes and so on. So it's a good thing that the theory drives itself, that it predicts its own demise. Newton's gravity
Of
had
course
its
they do. I mean,
demise. There were regimes in which it wasn't valid. Maxwell's electromagnetism had its demise. There was regimes in which quantum effects greatly modified the equations. But general relativity, all on its own, drove a system which originally was fine, would perversely wander off into a configuration
and
in which Einstein's equations no longer apply.
Audi raises an
do you
excellent
the
point.
edges of the theory?
Audi raises an
And
excellent point. People like,
Because that keeps us in business.
okay,
So
but
one
you
of
have
the
to,
things you said, I think,
you have to
TED
understand,
Talk that
you have to understand
the fact that quantum mechanics and
you have to understand the app.
and
If you want to get into the app game,
don't describe everything,
which I understand
they
is very
clash.
expensive,
It's wonderful.
and
I
you,
forget the adjective, but it was something like this. So why is
I
that?
created apps. You
Why is
can't
that
get
in that
apps.
same way that there's
Oh my God.
Get an app called Signature approved on the app
Of course,
store.
many people would disagree with me.
It's against their terms and
Now
conditions.
is the most wonderful time to be a physicist. So people look back at it's a classical
There's
thing
something
to say
to this.
among physicists. I wish it were 1920.
No, there's something to this that the app
Quantum
store doesn't
mechanics
allow.
had been just understood. There was the periodic table. But in fact, that was such a rich thing.
Apple has maintained a strict policy against allowing pornographic content in the app
So
store.
that was a lot
Well,
of
that's
exciting
50%
stuff
of the
happened
market.
around 1920. It took a whole century
The company explicitly bans overtly sexual or
especially
pornographic
adding some
material,
experimental stuff into the
stating that they have a moral responsibility to keep it
experimental thing.
well,
Computers
that's
also help
50% of it.
and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. It was all sort of wonderful century. I mean, the seed of general relativity was the incompatibility of Maxwell's theory of the electromagnetic field with Newton's laws of gravity. They were incompatible because if you look at Maxwell's theory, there's a contradiction if anything goes faster than the speed of light. But Newton's theory of gravity, the
Look, I'm not here to debate you on
gravitational field,
policies
gravitational force, is
regarding child
instantaneously
labor or any
transmitted
kind of
across the
labor.
entire.
I'm just saying, before you get
So you
excited
could,
about
if
creating
you
it
had
out, just know that if you want to publish it,
a friend
you gotta get past the
in
App Store
another
and Google
galaxy
Play.
with a very sensitive
Generally,
measuring
the App
device that
Store
could measure the gravitational field, they could just take this cup of coffee and move it up and
Okay.
down Morse code, and they could
okay,
get the message instantaneously over another galaxy. That leads to all kinds of contradictions.
okay, so you want to
It's
create a
not
website.
scientific. It was
Okay, so you
exactly
wanna
the
create a
result of
pornography.
those contradictions that Einstein came up with the general theory of
Okay, why should I go to your pornography
fascinating
website
how
and
this
not one of the other
contradiction,
500 that
which
are available?
seems like maybe it's kind of technical thing, led to a whole new vision of the universe. Now, let's not get fooled
Wait,
because
hold on. If you think that it's because you can live stream that,
we haven't seen how
those
we
already
run into
exist.
other kinds of contradictions that are technical and they don't seem to. They would just
Thank
be
you.
understood
Those
something
are-
wrong, mistake, we said the
Wow,
phrase
those
the wrong
already
way,
exist.
we didn't translate
They're
formalism.
just
As opposed to revealing some deep mystery that's yet to be uncovered.
okay.
Yes. And so we're never very sure which are the really important ones.
But to you, the
Okay.
difference between quantum mechanics and general
But
relativity
in all seriousness,
seems
you want a
the
business
tension,
to
the
come in here
contradiction
and
there
you say,
seems to
I wanna-
hint at some
I
deeper
want to
and deeper
brainstorm
thing
this
that's
idea.
going to be discovered in the century.
Yes, because
I'm
that
not
one
going to
has
be the
been
person to put
understood
asses in the
since
seat.
the 50s.
Not
Pauly was
say
the
perhaps in the future.
uh,
So you need
first
something
person
more
to
than just me.
notice it.
Why should
And
I go to Apollo
Hawking in the early 70s
and not
gave
one
it
of the other
really
major
much more
concepts?
visceral form. And people have been hurling themselves at it, trying to reduce it to some technicality, but nobody has succeeded. And the efforts to understand it have led to all kinds of interesting relations between quantum systems and applications to other fields and so on.
Well, let's actually jump around. So we'll return to black hole. I have a million questions there, but let's go into this unification. The battle against the contradictions and the tensions between the theories of physics. What is quantum gravity? Maybe what is the standard model?
Of course they don't. They
Physics,
like
what is quantum mechanics? What is general relativity? What's quantum gravity? What are all the different unification efforts?
exactly they don't.
Okay, so
People don't want you to know what they
it's a
masturbate.
theory that describes everything with astonishing accuracy. It's the most accurate theory in the history of human thought. Theory and experiments have been successfully compared to 16 decimal points. We have that stenciled
Okay,
on
so
the door.
you have some
where
you have some ideas with the chat.
It's an
Okay,
amazing
but that already exists.
It's an
There
amazing
are
feat of the human
forums
mind.
and
It describes
comments on
the electromagnetic interaction, unifies the electromagnetic interaction with the so-called weak interaction, which you need
No,
some
you don't go to bed.
good tools
It's
to
no,
use the
you
weak
don't. You don't
interaction.
even have to log in.
And then there's
It's
the
just
strong
unhooked
interaction,
up at the bottom.
which binds the quarks into protons, and the forces between them
That's all they're
are
going to do.
mediated by something called Yang-Mills
What do you want
theory,
people to communicate?
which is a beautiful mathematical generalization of electromagnetism,
There aren't that many people
in
viewing.
which
There aren't that many
the
people viewing a single video
analogs of
set
the
of images.
photons themselves carry charge. And so this final piece of this, of the standard model, everything in the standard model has been observed, properties have been measured. The final particle to be observed was the
Tens
Higgs
of millions.
particle,
Tens of millions.
observed over a decade ago.
But Higgs is already a decade ago.
I think it is, yeah.
Wow, time flies.
But you better check me on that. Yeah.
It's true. It's so much fun has been happening.
So much fun has been happening. And so that's all. That's all pretty well understood. There are some things that might or might not around the edges of that. Dark matter, neutrino masses, some sort of fine points or things we haven't quite measured perfectly and so on. But it's largely a very complete theory. We don't
That's what.
expect anything very new
But
conceptually in the completion of that.
Anything contradictory. But you can't
Anything contradictory.
I have some wild questions for you on that front. But yeah, anything that, this additional gap is so accurate, so precise as a prediction, it's hard to imagine. So,
Yeah. And it was all based on something called let me not explain what it is, let me just throw out the buzzword. Renormalizable quantum field theory. They all fall in the category of renormalizable quantum field theory.
you mentioned, okay,
I'm going to
so
throw
you
that
mentioned something that I think is funny. You could do quantum views on YouTube. You just don't show the data. You just describe it. But it'd be difficult because you can't
Gravity
really.
will not.
That's
will not
look.
put that
So now you.
zero. So the force of
I
gravity
know. So instead of saying
cannot be tamed
what you
by
want
the
to say,
same renormalizable quantum field theory
look.
to which all the other
How you
forces
talk over me.
so
I just
eagerly
want to
submitted.
what is the
What I'm
effort
saying
of
is,
quantum
what you
gravity?
could
What are
do
the
is-
different efforts
is-
to
and if you could, in
have
some way,
these two gas together
camouflage what you're trying to
effectively
say.
to try to
So
unify
instead of saying
the standard model and
rest, you can
general
change it to
relativity
relevant.
kind of
Like
model of
use
gravity.
words that aren't necessarily going
Sort
to
of the
fit your
one
There's a
fully
humor element to that that you might be able to do
consistent
that. Will a
model
ton of
that we
people watch
have
it? Not necessarily.
that
Not necessarily. But if you were able to do it in a funny way,
it sort of tames gravity and reconciles it with quantum mechanics is string theory and its cousins. And we don't know what, or if in any sense, string theory describes the world, the physical world, but we do know that it is a consistent reconciliation
it's a niche.
of quantum
I don't know if
mechanics and
anybody.
general relativity,
It's a
and
niche. I don't know if
one
anybody doing that right now.
which
Here's the thing that's going to
which
kill you on
is
that
able
though, is you're going to
to
get
incorporate
mandatory
particles
routine,
and forces
and then
like the ones
you
we
don't generate any
see
revenue.
around. So it hasn't
That's why.
been
That's
ruled
why I
out
said that.
as an actual sort of unified theory of nature,
Okay, so,
but there also isn't a,
I mean, do you know how
in
expensive
my
it is
view,
to have the servers alone to host video?
but there
Very
isn't
expensive.
a reasonable possibility that we would be able to do an experiment in the foreseeable
Okay,
future,
I mean,
which would be sort of a yes or
if
no
you know angel investors,
to
go for it.
string theory.
Okay, so you've been there for the early days of string theory. You've seen its developments. What are some interesting developments? What do you see as also the future of string theory? And what is string theory?
Well, the basic idea which emerged in the early 70s was that if you take the notion of a particle and you literally replace it by a new group of strings. The strings are sort of softer than the particles.
What do you mean by softer?
Well, if you hit a particle, if there were a particle on this table, a big one, and you hit it, you might bruise yourself. Sure. But if there was a string on the table, you would
Now
just
that
push it
you do.
around. And the source of the infinities in
Well,
quantum
you
field
had
theory is that
everything
when
set
particles
up
hit each
to
other, it's a little
watch
bit of
everything.
a jarring effect. And I've never described it this way before, but it's actually scientifically accurate. But if you throw strings at each other, it's a little more fragmented. One thing I can't explain is how wonderfully precise all the mathematics is that goes into describing string theory. We don't just wave our hands and throw strings around.
Dude,
There's some
easily,
very
man. Dude,
compelling mathematical
I look
equations
at
that
AI
describe
every
that.
single day and how
What was
accurate
realized
it's
in the
getting.
early 70s
It
is
is
that
getting so
if you
accurate that you
replace
can't tell the
particles
difference.
by strings, these infinities go away, and you
No, you
get
can't,
a
man. Some of this new AI,
consistent
no,
theory of gravity without the infinities. And that may sound a little
I'm
trivial,
telling
but
you,
at that point it
I'm
had
telling
already
you,
been
I'm in certain
15 years
red
that
subreddits,
people had
and
been
it's literally called
searching
AI
around
or no, and
any
it has
kind of
everybody
theory
in there confused.
that could do
They
this.
can't tell the difference.
And it was actually found kind of by accident. And there are a lot of accidental discoveries in the subject. Now, at the same time, it was believed then that string theory was
Dude,
an
I'm
interesting
telling
sort of
you,
toy model
I'm telling
for
you, some
putting
of
quantum
these are
mechanics and
so
general relativity together
good. I mean, it doesn't
on
even have to
paper.
be
But
pornographic images. It's just like it's an image of still
describe
life.
some
It's
of the
very
very
difficult to determine
idiosyncratic
if it's real
phenomena
or fake.
that pertain to our own universe. In particular, the form of so-called
Yeah, I saw one the other day that
Our
Ooh, another
it was a
term
girl
for
in a
the bar
bikini,
lady tonight.
and
Parody violation.
So you go to the bar and
I already got the renormalizing the
very
fuck.
difficult
look
to
in the
tell.
mirror
It
across the
ended up
bar.
that the people
The
thought
universe that you
it
see
was
in
a
the
real
mirror
person.
is not identical.
It was so. It's
You
called
will be
the
able to
uncanny
tell
valley,
if you show
where the image is so close to being real that you can't really
the
tell.
lady in the bar, the photograph that shows both the mirror and you is different. If she's smart enough, she'll be able to tell which one is the real world and which one is you. Now, she would have to do some very precise measurements.
That's exactly right.
And if the photograph is too grainy, it might not be possible. But
So-
as simple as possible.
Why is this interesting? Why is it? Does this mean that there's some not perfect determinism, or what does that mean? There's some uncertainty?
No, it's a very interesting feature of the real world that it isn't parity. And string theory was thought could not tolerate that.
It's,
And
I told you.
then it was learned in the mid
Apollo
80s
13,
that not only could it tolerate that,
the
but
answer
if you
is
do
you are
things in
creative.
the right way, you could construct a world involving strings and reconcile quantum mechanics and
All right,
general
but I mean,
relativity, which
you
looked
currently
more or
have a
less
position that
like
doesn't
the
allow you
world
to live stream. So
we live
you have to choose one.
in.
Basically, or,
now,
I mean, you could do it in your
that
spare
isn't
time,
to say
and
that
you could
string
have the
theory
setup to do
predicted
that.
our world.
So,
It just meant that it was
which
consistent.
could
That
be really interesting. I mean,
the
I've seen
hypothesis
people
that
who
string
are
theory describes our world
they live in
can't be
buses, and
ruled
that's
out
kind of
from
what you're
the
doing.
get-go.
And they
And
just
it
have
is also
Starlink wherever
the
they are,
only
and you could
proposal
stream that.
for a complete theory
So
that would
basically, what I'm
describe
saying is,
our world. Still, nobody will believe it until there's some kind of direct experiment. And I don't even believe it myself.
Sure, which is a good place to be mental as a physicist, right? Almost, Einstein didn't believe his own equations, right? The black hole. Okay,
Well, then what was wrong about that?
you might be wrong too, right? So, do you think string theory is dead if you were to bet all your money on the future of string theory?
I think it's a logical error to think that string theory is either right or wrong or double. What it is a stepping stone. And an analogy I like to draw is Yang-Mills theory, which I mentioned a few minutes ago in the context of standard model. Yang-Mills theory was discovered by Yang and Mills in the 50s.
I mean,
And
if we have hundreds
the
of thousands
symmetry
of views per video,
of Yang and Mills theory described the relationship between the proton and the neutron. That's why they invented it. That turned out to be completely wrong. It does, however, describe everything else in the standard model. And it had a kind of inevitability of they get some of the right pieces, but not the other ones.
but it's enough for this guy to be able to retire from MIT aside from one teaching.
It had an inevitability to it, and it eventually sort of found
Look,
its
I just
place.
had an idea. I don't know if you would
And
want to
it's
do it.
also true
If you're
of
long range
Einstein's
and that
theory
there are
of
some
general
people who
relativity.
find
He
that
had the wrong version of it
So,
in 1914.
is it
and he was
possible
missing some pieces.
a long
And you wouldn't say that his early
over the
version
road
was
trucker?
right or wrong. He understood the equivalence principle. He understood
Is that
space-time
not what you
curvature.
want?
He just didn't have everything. I mean,
Hold
technically,
on,
you would
you
have
didn't
to
even
say.
hear what I had to say.
And technically, you would have to
You
say.
have
Yang and
your
Mills
mind
were-
up your
And
ass
I
right
guess
now.
in that
Let's listen to
sense,
me and I'll
I would believe
then
just
critique it. So what you
odds
could do
are.
is at the truck
We
stops where
always
you
keep finding
stop,
new wrinkles.
you ask
Odds are
other
we're
truck
going to find
drivers
new
if they
wrinkles
want to
in
do a
string
car
theory. And technically,
even
what we
paint a
call
little
string
bit.
theory now is
and
quite
you just
right,
hear their
but
stories. That's
We're
actually
always
a
going
really
to be
interesting
wrong,
project.
but hopefully a little less wrong every time.
exactly. And I would,
I bet
bet
there's
the
some
farm,
guys who
as
have
they
some
say.
amazing
Yeah,
stories.
well,
Guys who've been doing it a long time.
I say that much more seriously because not only do I have a farm, but we just renovated it. so before I renovated many of the farm, my wife was just like, before
You were much looser with that statement, but now really.
now really, and
Okay, I mean, you can do it in the parking lot and just get a camera and film it.
on the guess that 100
Okay,
years
I mean,
from now, string theory
It's
will
something
be
that I think could be
as a
possible.
stepping
That you
stone
do, that
towards
you
a
can
greater
do,
understanding
whatever. Now, I understand that some truck drivers are
And
going
it would.
to. I mean,
Another thing that I
how would
didn't
you do it?
mention about string theory is, of course, we
Okay,
knew
so
that
here's
it
what
solved the infinities problem, and then we later learned that it also solved Hawking's puzzle about what's inside of a black hole.
it's a niche, but there are going to be some people that
Put
really
in one
want to hear
assumption, you
about
get 5 things out.
truck driving
Somehow
stories.
you're doing something right.
They could be very
Probably
excited.
not everything, but you're there's
You're
some good
basic-
signposts, and there've been a lot of good signposts.
It is also mathematical.
People are going to want to hear. People would want to hear. People would want to hear that
maybe
story.
sneak our way back with string theory into black holes. What was the idea that you and Cumberland often developed?
Yeah, how'd you meet her? Was she a lot lizard? All that stuff.
Before we get to discover this string theory of black holes, or
But I mean, people are going to want to.
that connects us back to the reality
Look,
of black holes.
Apollo.
Yeah.
I've told
So
you,
that is a
I
very
don't think that
interesting
starting
story.
your own business
I
is
was
the way to go. If you're going to do
interested
it,
in black
then
holes
be a
before I was
creative.
interested
But
in
that means you can't really
string
do truck
theory. I
driving.
was sort of a reluctant string theorist in the beginning. I thought
If you are going to do truck driving,
people were talking
then you
about
have
it,
to be
but,
a
once I
creative
studied
and
it,
be open the road
I grew to love it.
truck
First,
driving,
I
which
did
would
it in
be
a
like,
beautiful way. These
hey,
people
let's
say
do
they quit
interviews.
for
I don't get
and
to
all read their
talk
papers
with them,
and
but basically,
and then
there would be people
the
who
more I
would
read them, the more
contact you to
interested
be
I
on your
got.
truck driving
You
show.
get to see,
But then,
they
I mean, I'm sure this is a
they
common thing
phrased
that
it in
people
a very
do.
clumsy way.
So,
The description of string theory was very clumsy and
Mathematically clumsy, or
mathematically clumsy. It was all correct, but mathematically clumsy. But it often happens that in all kinds of branches of physics that people start working on it really hard and they sort of dream about it, live it, breathe it,
you
and
don't.
get to
This
see
isn't
interrelationships
a
and
podcast about
they
this.
see a
It's
beauty
about
that
you interviewing.
is really there. They're not deceived. They're really seeing something that exists, but if you just kind of look at it, you can't grasp it all. And
Right, that's why
So-
you have to pay them.
our understanding of string theory in 1985 was almost all about, weakly coupled waves of strings colliding and so on. We didn't know how to describe a big thing, like a black hole, in string theory. Of course, we could show that strings theory has some limit. We produced Einstein's theory of general relativity and corrected it, but we couldn't do any better with black holes than before my work with Coleman. We couldn't do any better than Einstein in short term.
Look, I
Now,
don't. I mean,
one of the
okay,
puzzles,
there aren't a lot of jobs that you can do.
if you look
There
at
aren't a lot of jobs that you can do while you're out on the road. So you have to make a decision.
so Boltzmann's headstone
Look, if I
put
could do,
together
I would be spending my days listening to
for their really
IT and
central
certification
equations.
podcasts,
20th century,
and then I would get an IT certification,
I think
and
there
then
are
I
many
would go
equations
into
that
that
made
field.
headstones. and they're really central equations. And you put them together,
You have all the
and
time in
you
the
get
world.
formula for the number of gigabytes.
Yeah, so
of black
here's
hole.
the thing. You have all the time in the
Now,
world.
a short
There are
film
websites out there.
description.
Udemy.com is a great one. UDEMY.
The black
You
hole
go in
is
there, they have very
unavailable
cheap
in space,
classes,
there's
and
no
these are
place to
excellent
store
classes.
the gigabytes.
You buy one, they're like $20, and you just keep
And it's
watching.
not too
And
hard
you can
to.
take these
This
exams
really was
in your local area or wherever you are in the United States. You might have tested that. Many of them have online tests.
to
And
come to the
you pass
conclusion
one,
that
then you get a job in IT.
if there isn't a sense in which a black hole can store some
You have-
large number of gigabytes,
I mean,
the quantum
you say
mechanics
that
of
you
gravity
want
can't
to,
be consistent.
you want to be your
go there.
boss,
So,
so you
so
can
how
do
is
that
it
essentially
possible?
as a contract.
We'll say gigabytes, so there's some information. So black holes can store information. How is this thing that sucks up all light and it's supposed to basically be, these super homogeneous and boring? How is that actually able to store information? Where does it store information? On the inside, on the surface? Where's and what's information? I'm liking this ask 5 questions to see which one you actually answer.
Oh, okay.
I'm
So
gonna ask
say
you one.
that I shouldn't try to memorize them and answer each one in order. Just
I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm desperately trying to figure it out as I go along here.
so Einstein's black hole is short circuit black hole. They can't store it.
With the amount of time that you
Stuff
have, I would
goes in there and it just keeps flying and it goes to
get
the
quite a
singularity
few
and it's gone.
different certifications within the next year.
However, Einstein's theory is not exact. It has corrections. And string theory tells you what those
Like, if you
corrections are. And so you should be able to find some
no,
way,
it's not. And
of
it's a lot better than
some alternate
having to pay
way
tuition
of
at a
describing
college
black
or
hole
university or something.
that enables
So
you
just get certification.
to understand where the gigabytes are stored. So what Hawking and Bekenstein really did was they showed that physics is inconsistent unless a black hole can store a number of gigabytes proportional to its area divided by 4 times Newton's constant times Planck's constant.
And that's another wild idea. It's an area, not volume.
Exactly. And that's the holographic principle.
The universe is so weird.
That's the holographic principle.
That's called the holographic principle. It's the area. We're just jumping around. What is the holographic principle? What does that mean? What is there some kind of weird projection going on? What the heck?
Well, I was just before I came here writing an introduction to a paper. The first sentence was the as yet imprecisely defined
We're
holographic
going to compete with
blah, 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 blah.
Wegovy and
So nobody knows exactly what it
Ozempic.
is,
I mean,
but roughly speaking, it says just what we were alluding to, that really all the information
people
is
don't
in
care
some
about side
volume
effects in
of
this stuff, and it
can
works.
be boundary of
You're
that
not going to be
region.
able to compete with that. Weight Watchers just
So
was
it's not
based
just about black holes
Weight
for
Watchers
any area of space.
Any
Ozempic
area
is
space.
the only
However, we've
Apollo.
made sense of the holographic principle for black holes. We've made sense of the holographic principle for something
So
that
that's
could be called the anti-de Sitter space, which
that's a personal
could be
trainer.
thought of as
Yeah, but you haven't
giant,
seen
as a
Apollo.
black hole turned into a whole universe.
Apollo, you have to Apollo,
And
you have to be in
we don't
excellent shape to be
understand how
That's
to
what you're essentially saying.
talk about the holographic
A personal
principle
trainer.
for either flat space, which we appear to live in, or
All right,
asymptotic
but I mean,
de
you'd
Sitter
have to be
space,
in
which
really good shape.
astronomers tell us we actually live in as the universe continues to
Nobody wants
expand.
a personal
So
trainer who's
it's one of the huge problems in physics is to try to formulate
I do.
more realistic. Well, black holes are realistic, we see, but yeah, in more general context. So, well, general statement of the holographic principle.
Okay.
What's the difference between flat space and
Okay. Wait. You just
asymptotic
made a really
de Sitter
good
space?
profession.
So
Why
flat
don't you
space
become
is
a
just an
pilot?
approximation of like what we live in. So like de Sitter space, asymptotic. I wonder what that is.
So why didn't you become a dude? Firefighters make money. Women
Asymptotic.
love it.
Okay, so for thousands of years,
You said
you know,
you
until
graduated
the last
from
half,
class.
well, sorry, until the 20th century, we thought space-time was flat.
You elaborate on flat, but what do you mean by flat?
Well, like the surface of this table is flat. Let me just give it an intuitive explanation. The surface of the table is flat, but the surface of a basketball is curved. So the universe itself could be flat, like the surface of a table, or it could be curved like a basketball, which actually has a positive curvature. And then there's another kind of curvature called a negative curvature. And curvature can be
Look, you
weird
mentioned something really good. Why not be a
that kind of
firefighter?
curvature I've just described is the curvature of space.
Why not be a firefighter?
But
You make
Einstein
bank
taught
in
us that
this
we really
state,
live in a space-time
and women
continuum.
love you.
So we can have curvature in a way that mixes up space and time.
You said you graduated the
And that's kind of hard to
You
visualize.
said you
Because you
graduated
have to
the
step
top of your
what a
class.
couple of dimensions up. So it's hard to.
You have to step a couple. But even if you have flat space and it's expanding in time, we could imagine we're sitting in this room, good approximation is flat, but imagine we suddenly start getting further and further apart. That space
That's
is
what I would
flat,
do. You make $200,000 a year.
but it's
Benefits.
expanding, which means that
Women
space
love
time
you.
is
You
curved.
spend half the time
Ultimately, it's
just
space
playing
now. Okay,
ping
so well,
pong.
what's the center identity space?
The three simplest spacetimes are flat spacetime, which we call Minkowski spacetime, and negatively curved spacetime, anti-de Sitter space, and positively curved spacetime, de Sitter space. And so astronomers think that on large scales, even though for thousands of years we hadn't noticed it,
You're making
beginning with
excellent money.
Hubble, we started to notice that space-time was curved. Space is expanding
Okay,
in time,
that's true.
and space-time is curved.
You're looking, but you
And
say you don't want
the
to do that.
nature of this curvature is affected by the matter field, because matter itself causes the curvature of space-time. But as it expands, the matter gets more and more diluted. And one might ask, when it's all diluted away, is space-time still curved? And astronomers believe they've done precise enough measurements to determine this, and they believe that the answer is yes. The universe is now expanding. Eventually, all the matter in it will be expanded away, but it will continue to expand because whether you call it the dark energy, Einstein would call it a cosmological constant. In any case, in the far future,
You
matter
basically
what
want
we
a job.
get away, we'll be left with that.
You basically want a job that you can
Okay,
do
so this
anything
is
that you want.
cosmological,
You
right?
have all
That's
the freedom
cosmological
in the world.
constant
And
that now hides
that's,
things that we don't
there are
understand
some
called dark
positions.
energy. What's dark energy?
Really, the
What's
best
your
thing that
best
I can
guess of
tell
what
you to
this
do
thing is?
is get a
Why do we think it's
certification
there?
in IT.
It's because it comes from the
You get a
astronomy.
Salesforce certification in IT.
Dark energy is
It's
synonymous with
$120,000 a
positive
year,
cosmos.
and you don't have to leave your house.
And we think it's there
The internet
because
basically
astronomers
killed.
have told us
The
it's there.
internet basically killed
And
many sales unless you're going to sell cars.
they know what they're doing.
And we don't know
It's
what the heck
a
it is.
really, really hard measurement, but they really know what they're doing.
The internet basically
And
killed most sales.
we have no friggin' idea why it's there. Another big mystery. Another reason it's fun to do.
Yeah, I mean, you don't
And
need
if
people
it is
going
there,
door to door
why
selling
should it be
anything
so
anymore.
small? Why should there be so little? Why should it have hid itself from us? Why shouldn't there enough of it to substantially curve the space between us and the moon?
Okay, so
Why did there
what
have
about
to
your
be
personal trainer for
such a
normal people?
small amount that only the crazy best astronomers in the world could find it?
Okay,
Or
I
can the
mean,
same thing be said about the constants?
where do they go?
Can't they be said about gravity? Can't they be said about the speed of light? Like, why is the speed of light so slow?
So fast.
So slow
What's your idea?
relative to the size of the universe? Can't it be faster? Or no? Or is
Well, the speed of light is a funny one because you can always choose units in which the speed of light is one. You know, we measure it in kilometers per second. It's 186,000 miles per second. It's 186,000 miles per second. But if we use different units,
yeah.
then we could make it one. But you could make dimensionless ratios. So, you could say, why is the time scale set by the expansion of the universe so large compared to the time scale of human life, or so large compared to the time scale for neutron decay?
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, the reference point, the temporal reference point for human life.
Maybe.
Isn't that the important thing for us to study in the States? Isn't that a really important aspect of physics? Like, because we kind of experience the world, we intuit the world through the eyes of these biological organisms. I guess mathematics helps you escape that for a time, but ultimately isn't that how you wonder about the world?
Absolutely.
Like in real life, sometimes over 100 years. Because if you think of everything, if you're able to think in, I don't know, in billions of years, then maybe everything looks way different. Maybe universes are born and die, and maybe all of these physical phenomena become much more intuitive
So what you say,
in the
you're
grand
going to
scale
house and work
of
out?
general relativity.
Well, that is one of the, a little off the track here, but that certainly is one of the nice things about being a physicist. You spend a lot of time thinking about, insides of black holes and billions of years in the future, and it sort of gets you away from the day-to-day into
No,
wonderful place.
not what I mean. Where?
But
At
I
a
was
gym?
answering your question
Okay,
about
so at a trail. So you're just
how
telling
there
me about
could
a
be
running.
information in a black hole. So
Those
Einstein only
exist.
gave us
They're free.
an approximate description, and we
Okay,
now have a
but
theory
now
that
you're going to need
corrects
some
those
kind
things
of
there.
business license.
And now, sort of,
So you're
with a moment of truth. When we first discovered string theory, we knew from the get-go that
Right,
string
but I mean,
theory
that's
would
all you're
correct what Einstein
Now,
said,
what are you going to do if somebody
just
gets
like
hurt
Einstein
while
corrected
you're
what
working on
Newton
it?
said. But we didn't understand it well enough
Okay.
to actually compute the correction, to compute how many gigabytes there are. And sometime in the early 90s, we began to understand the mathematics of string theory better and better. And it came to the point where it was clear that this was something we
That
might
gives
be
you
able to compute.
long-term prospects.
And it
Your
was a
body's
kind
going
of
to break
moment of
down
truth
for
for string
your
theory because
personal
if it
training
hadn't
and your porn site
given the
has too
answer
much Nobody's going to go to the website. Give
Bekenstein
yourself some
and
certification.
Hawking said it had to give for consistency.
Even if you had a
String
sports
theory itself
it's man, nobody's going to go to your website. They can see
during this interview.
super. That's not even a bill.
Very dramatic statement. Yes.
That's not the most. That's not the most
Superpickle.com.
dramatic.
I mean, well,
I'm going there right
look at
now.
Hazard in life and death. You mean
If I
like
don't
you
see
that
if I don't see a
because string
picture
theory
your
was
way,
central to your work at that time?
I'm
Because so he mean he
Well, string theory would have been inconsistent.
yeah, okay. So then if you
String theory would have been inconsistent.
but those inconsistencies can give point to other theories that you said.
The inconsistency, right, something else could have happened. There would have been a major change in the way we think about string theory. If it,
it's
and it
not
was
as
the thing that, one supposition that the world is made of strings solves two problems. Not one, solves the infinity problem and it solves the Hawking's problem.
so you're
And
just
also
basically
the
telling
way
the world
that
that
it
your
did was very,
as fat
was very beautiful.
as it is long.
It gave an alternate description. So alternate description of things are very common. I mean, we could to take a simple example. This bottle of water here is 90% full. I could say it's 90% full. I could also say it's 10% empty. Those are obviously the same state, and it's trivial to see that that's the same. But there are many statements that can be made in mathematics and mathematical physics that are equivalent, but might take years to understand that they're equivalent, and might take the invention or discovery of whole new fields of mathematics to prove they're equivalent. And this was one of those. We found an alternate description of certain black holes in string theory, which we could prove was equivalent, and it was a description of the black hole as a hologram that can be thought of, a holographic plate that can be thought of as sitting on the surface of the black hole, and the interior of the black hole itself sort of arises as a projection, or the near horizon region of the black hole arises as a projection of that holographic plate. So the two descriptions, the hologram, the three-dimensional image, and the holographic plate. And the hologram is what Einstein discovered. The holographic plate is what we discovered. And this idea that you could describe things very, very concretely in string theory in these two different languages, of course, took off and was applied to many different contexts.
Well, what happened
So you
was
mentioned
he's like, I'm so tired all the time and I'm thirsty.
which
And I'm like, I bet you have diabetes.
the-
He's like, I don't fucking have diabetes. Fuck you. And then he was driving through the Carolinas and had like a diabetic shock. He was hospitalized.
One
Like,
is,
it turned out
how
I
does
had
the black
diabetes.
hole
Like,
store the
I don't mean to say it, but I told you so.
and that is the one that we solve in some cases. So it's sort of like your smartphone. How does it store 64 gigabytes? Well,
And do you remember what I told you to do? And you fought with me. You fought with me for hours. I told you there's
that does not solve the problem.
Oh, I know you're very
information.
There's a documentary that I told you to watch. It's called Reverse Your Diabetes in 30 Days.
Wi-Fi
And I'm like, all you need to do is
cellular
watch this documentary
and
and follow it.
Hawking
You will
radiation.
completely reverse your diabetes.
that's
They
where
followed
Hawking
like a dozen
radiation
people
comes in,
who reverse their
And that
diabetes in
problem
30 days.
of how the
And it's just
information gets
basically,
in.
they just don't eat any sugar.
You couldn't have explained
They reverse
how
their diabetes.
information
You're
gets
like,
in and out
I
of
can't get to a
when I first
supermarket.
explained
I'm always on the road.
how
You
it's
don't know how
stored in
hard
the
it
first
is.
place.
I mean, then I
So
was
just to
just
clarify,
like,
the storage is on the plate. On the
you
on
eat
the
tons of
holographic
sugar.
plate, and
What
then
did you eat
projects
today?
from outside
It's
The
not
bulk, the space-time, the whole hologram. And
Wait, That's sugar. That's sugar. Wait. So I should have just listened to you. You just need to basically 30 days without carbohydrates.
That there's two dimensions, no projections to store information. How a black hole could store information on a holographic plane.
Wait, Apollo.
I think we do understand.
No, you don't.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
No, you don't.
Very much
No, you
like
don't.
an ordinary
The sugar cane.
holographic plate.
No, you don't. Sugar cane
It
is
takes all
only
the
in
information, shine a light through it, make an image which looks three-dimensional. Yeah, but why should there be a holographic plate? Why should there be? Yeah, why? That is the great thing about being a theoretical physicist is
sugar
anybody
cane
can
wasn't
very
apparent
quickly
in the Western diet
when they
until
go
the
to the next
1800s.
level of wise.
Yeah.
Before that,
So I
it
certainly
lasted.
keep asking. Yeah, you can just keep asking, and it won't take you very long to.
No,
So
no
you can
granular sugar.
a
It came
theoretical
with the
physicist
spice
is
trade.
finding the question that you can answer. So the questions that we think we might be able to answer now, partially answered, is that there is a holographic explanation for certain kinds of things in string theory. We've answered that. Now we'd like to take what we've learned, and that's what I've mostly been doing for the last 15
It does. That's why I
years.
told you just eat
We've been working
steak
so
or
much on
beef
string
jerky
proper,
or
sort of
an
taking
entire
the lessons
month.
that we learned in string theory and trying to apply them to the real world using assuming only what we know for sure about it.
So on this topic, you co-wrote, co-authored a paper with Stephen Hawking called Self-Care on Black Holes that makes the argument against Hawking's original prediction that black holes destroy information. Can you explain this paper?
Yeah.
And the title.
Okay, so first of all, the hair
He doesn't have to worry about being underweight. In 1 month,
a
it's not
word that was coined by the greatest phrase master in the history of physics, John Wheeler, invented the word black hole. And he also said that he made the statement that black holes have no hair. That is, every black hole in the universe is described just by its mass and spin. And they can also rotate, as was later shown by Kerr. And this is very much unlike a star, right? Every star of the same mass is different in a multitude of different ways. Different chemical compositions, different motions of the individual molecules. Every star in the universe, even of the same mass, is different in many, many different ways. Black holes are all the same. And that means we throw something Einstein's description of them, which we think must be corrected. And if you throw something into a black hole, it gets sucked in. And if you throw in a red book or a blue book, the black hole gets a little bigger, but there's no way within Einstein's theory of telling how they're different. And that was one of the assumptions that Hawking made in his 1974-75 papers, in which he concluded that black holes destroy information. You can throw encyclopedias, thesis defenses, the Library of Congress.
Doesn't matter, it's going to behave exactly the same uniform way.
Yeah. So what Hawking and I showed, and also Malcolm Perry, is that one has to be very careful about what happens at the boundary of the black hole. And this gets back to something I mentioned earlier about when two things which are related by a mode of transformation are and are not equivalent. And, um, and what we showed is that there are very subtle imprints when you throw something into a black hole. There are very subtle imprints left on the horizon of the black hole, which you can read off at least partially what we know. And so this invalidates Stephen's original argument that the information is destroyed.
And that's the soft hair.
That's the soft hair, right. So, and soft is the word that is used in physics for things which have very low energy. And these things actually carry no energy. There are things in the universe which carry no energy.
You said, I think to Sean Carroll, by the way, everyone should go check out Sean Carroll's Minds Game podcast. It's incredible. And Sean Carroll's an incredible person. I think you said there, maybe in the paper, I have a quote, you said that a soft particle is a particle that has zero energy. You said no. And when the energy goes to zero, because the energy is proportional to the wavelength, it's also spread over an infinitely large distance. If you like, it's spread over the whole universe. It somehow runs off to the boundaries. What we learned from that is that if you add a zero energy particle to the vacuum, you get a new state. And so there are infinitely many vacuums, for vacuum, which can be thought of as being different from one another than traditional soft photons or soft gravitons.
Right.
Can you elaborate on this wild idea? If you like, it spreads over the whole universe. When the energy goes to zero, because the energy is proportional to the wavelength, it also spreads over an infinitely large distance. If you like, it's spread over the whole. It's spread over the whole universe. What? Can you explain these soft gravitons and photons?
Yeah. So the soft gravitons and photons have been known about since the 60s, but exactly what we're supposed to do with them or how we're supposed to think about them, I think has been well understood only recently. And in quantum mechanics, the energy of a particle is proportional to Planck's constant times its wavelength. So when the energy goes to zero, the wavelength goes to infinity. Now, if something has zero energy and it's spread all over the universe, in what sense is it actually there? That's the confusing thing. To make a precise statement about when something is and isn't there. Now, the simplest way of seeing, so people might have taken the point of view that if it has zero energy and is spread all over the universe, it's not there, we can ignore it. But if you do this, you'll get into trouble. And one of the ways that you'll get into trouble is that even though it has zero energy, it doesn't have zero angular momentum. If it's a photon, it always has angular momentum 1. If it's a graviton, it's angular momentum 2. So you can't say that the state of the system with the zero energy photon should be identified with the one without the zero energy photon. Just ignore them, because then you will conclude that angular momentum is not conserved. And if angular momentum is not conserved, things won't be consistent. And of course, you can have a lot of these things. So typically, you do get a lot of them. And when you can actually do a calculation that shows that every time you scatter two particles, you create an infinite number of them.
Infinite number of the soft photons.
That's zero energy. Yeah.
And so these are, and they're somehow everywhere.
They're everywhere.
But they're also contain information, or they're able to information.
And they're able to store information. They're able to store an arbitrary large amount.
I'll just use AI.
So
AI is better
what
at
we
SEO
pointed
than
out
SEO.
is, so what these things really do, one way of thinking of them is they rush off to the edges of the universe, spreading out all over the space. Is like saying they rush off to the energy edge of the universe. And that includes if the interior of the black hole is
Your
not the same
clients are
part
going
of
to
the
be able
universe,
to
that
work further
includes the edge of the black hole. So we need to set up our
They're
description
exactly
of physics
as go to
so
better
that
shape.
all the things that are conserved
How many miles can you run right now?
are still
How
conserved
many
in the
miles
way
can
that
you
we're
run right now?
describing them. And that will not be true if we ignore these things. We have to keep careful track of these things. And people had been sloppy about that. And we learned how to be very precise and careful about it.
And this, once you're being precise, you can actually you can actually answer this kind of very problematic thing that Hawking suggested. That
Why are they called athletes?
Well, what we show is that there's an error in the argument that all black holes are the same because they haven't kept track of these very subtle things. And whether or not this is the key error in the argument remains to be seen, or whether this is a technical point.
but it is an error.
It is an error.
And Hawking obviously agreed with it.
Hawking agreed with it. He was sure that this was
a critical error.
That this was the critical error, and that understanding this would get us the whole story, and that could well be.
What was it like working with Stephen Hawking at this particular problem? Because it's kind of a whole journey.
Well, I love the guy. He's so
Care about you now.
passionate about his oneness with
I've given you
the problem.
my opinion and brainstormed with you, and
So his mind is
again,
well
I think
occupied by the world. This is
And let me tell you, there's a lot of other things with oneness and with celebrity, a lot of other things.
a lot of distractions pulling at his mind. He's still there.
I remember him turning down tea with Lady Gaga so we could spend another hour on it.
With that,
how much are you going to make for it? You said $25
what did you learn
a
about
month
physics?
per
What did you
person.
learn about life from having worked with Stephen
You're going
Hawking?
to
Like,
need
he was one of my great teachers. Of course, he's older than me, and I was reading
80, like 100 people a month.
his textbooks in graduate school, and
$2,500.
I learned a lot about relativity from him. I
100
learned
people,
about
$2,500.
passion
So-
for a problem. I learned about not caring what other
$2,000.
people think. Physics is an interesting
That's only
culture. Even if you think that
$24,000.
it's a good discovery, like I did,
Nobody wants to pay.
people don't believe everything you say. In fact, people love to disagree. It's a culture that cherishes disagreement. And so, he kept having what he believed in. Sometimes he was right, and sometimes he was wrong.
Do you feel pressure from the community? So, for example, string theory was very popular for a time. There's been criticism, of course, less popular now. Do you feel the forces of the community as opposed to now in different fields? Or do you try to stay, like, how difficult is it to stay intellectually and mathematically independent from the community?
Personally, I'm lucky. I'm well equipped for that. When I started out in graduate school, the problem with quantum gravity was not considered interesting.
You still did it anyway.
I still did it anyway. I'm a little bit of a contrarian, I guess, and I think that has served me well. people are always sort of disagreeing with me, and they're usually right, but I'm right enough.
And like you said, the contradiction ultimately paves the path of discovery.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, just in this tension of advancing between physics and mathematics, what to you is an interesting line you can draw between the two? You have done some very complicated mathematics in your life to explore the laws of nature. What's the difference between physics and mathematics to you?
Well, I love math. I think my first love is physics, and the math that I've done because it was needed
In service of physics.
in service of physics. But then, of course, in the heat of it, it has its own appeal, and
In the heat of it, I like it. Sure.
it has its own appeal, and I certainly enjoyed it. Ultimately, I would like to think, I wouldn't say I believe, but I would like to think that there's no difference between physics and mathematics, that all mathematics is realized in the physical world, and all physics has a firm mathematical basis, that they're really the same thing. I mean, why would there be math that had no physical manifestation? It seems a little odd, right? You have two kinds of math, some that are relevant to the real world.
Well, they don't have to be contradictory, but you can have can't you not have mathematical objects that are not at all connected to the physical world? So, I mean, this is to the question of, is math discovered or invented? So, to you, math is discovered, and there's a deep linkage between the two.
Yeah.
Do you find it all compelling, these ideas, like something like math type Mark, where our universe is actually fundamentally a mathematical object? That math is, our universe is mathematical, fundamentally mathematical in nature.
My expertise is that a physicist doesn't add anything to that. It's not really, physics is, I was once very interested in philosophy, and, physics, I like questions that can be answered. It's not obvious what the answer is, and that you can find an answer to the question, and everybody will agree what the answer is, and that there's an algorithm for getting there. Not that these other questions aren't interesting, and they don't somehow have a way of presenting themselves, but to me, the interesting thing is motion in what we know. It is learning more and understanding things that we didn't understand before. Things that seemed totally seem obvious. That's wonderful. So I think those questions are there. I mean, I would even go further. The whole multiverse. I don't think there's too much with concrete we're ever going to be able to say about it.
This is fascinating because you spent so much time in string theory, which is devoid from a connection to the physical world for a long time. Like, not devoid, but it travels in a mathematical world that seems to be beautiful, consistent, and seems to indicate that it could be a good model of the laws of nature, but it's still traveling independently because it's very difficult to experiment and verify. Well, but there's a promise latent in it, in the same way multiverse, or you can have a lot of kind of very far out there questions where your gut and instinct and intuition says that maybe in 50, 100, 200 years you'll be able to actually have strong experimental validation. Okay?
I think that with string theory,
It started $120,000.
I don't think it's likely that we could measure it, but we could get lucky. In other words, just to take an example, about 10 or 20 years ago,
No.
it was thought that they had seen a string in the sky, and that it was seen by, doubled stars that were gravitational lensed around the gravitational field produced by some one string. There was a line of double lens. Now this is no one. okay? But people were hoping that they'd see a string. It could be a fundamental string that somehow got stretched, and that would be some evidence for string theory. There was also bisecting, which the experiment was wrong, but it could have happened. It could have happened that we got lucky and this experiment was able to make direct measurements. Certainly would have been measurements of quantum gravity.
Not a good idea.
So it's a very logical possibility that we could get experiment like this. That is a very different thing than saying, do this experiment, here's $1 billion, and if you do it, we'll know whether or not it's but I think it's a crucial difference. It's measurable.
You're going to get tired. You're going to go for a run with someone for an hour, and then you think you're going to be able to go on
here to there.
4 or 5 hour-long runs a day?
If you see how to get from here to there, in my eyes, it's boring. Right? So when I was a graduate student,
you can't go for a single hour run right now. Not because of any other reason besides
took 40 years.
You need to be in
they did it.
to be able to do that.
Not to say that's
and you're not of an age that it's really easy for you to
but you know, John said,
multiple long runs a day. And then you're going to have to do that 5 days a week at least.
So I don't know how we're going to
okay, so you get 1 run a day. That's
connect
not
in a concrete way.
You're going to need multiple people at once. Is that what you're going to do?
You know, when I started out in graduate school, I said, what is the most interesting problem that there might be the deepest, most interesting
one
problem
run a day
that there might be progress on?
1 run a day with 1 person?
And I think it could be, that, in another 30 years that maybe we'll learn that we have understood how black holes work. That doesn't seem wild. That we're able to extract what we learned from string theory and show that it's operative. And
if you wanted to be a personal trainer, why not just work for a gym and be a personal trainer?
Bose and Einstein predicted it. What was that, the 30s, maybe early 30s. There were 20 orders of magnitude that were needed in order to improve that, in order to measure it, and they did. So I think you couldn't have guessed how that happened, how they could have done it. And it could happen that I don't think we're going to see the heterotic string spectrum at an accelerator, but it could be that things come around and in an interesting way, and somehow it comes together. The fact that we can't see to the end isn't a reason not to do it. We just, what did they do when they were trying to find the specific, right? They took every route. They just tried everything. And that's what we're doing. And we're taking, and I'm taking the one that my nose tells me is the best, and other people are taking other ones, and that's good, because we need every person taking every route, and, if there's somebody on another route, find something that looks really promising, I'm going to make a portage over the mountain, get on their string, So the fact that you don't see you experiment now isn't, to me, a reason to give up on what I view as the most fundamental paradox of 20th century, present physics, 21st century physics.
Absolutely. You can see that it's possible to go the way. But that's what I mean when some of the philosophical questions could be formulated in the way that's explorable scientifically. So some of the stuff we've talked about, like, for example, this topic that's become more okay to talk about, which is the topic of consciousness. To me as an artificial intelligence person, that's a very practically interesting topic. But there's also philosophers, Sean Carroll, who loves to argue against them. But there's some philosophers that are panpsychists.
I'm not against philosophers, it's just not as fun.
It's not as fun. All right. But they start a little flame of a fire going, that some of those flames, I think, eventually become physics. So eventually become something that we can really, like, having them around is really important because you discover something by modeling and exploring black holes. It's really weird. And having these ideas around, like the ideas of past ideas that consciousness can be a fundamental force of nature. Just even having that crazy idea swimming around in the background can really spark something where that you are missing something completely. And it's just that's where the philosophy done right, I think, is very useful. That's where even these thought experiments, which is very fun in the sort of the tech sci-fi world that we live in simulation, uh, that taking a perspective of the universe as a computer, as a computational system that processes information, which is a pretty intuitive notion, but you can just even reframing it that way for yourself will really open up some different way of thinking. And then you have, I don't know if you're familiar with Stephen Wolfram's work, of like cellular atomic and complexity.
Yeah, I did a podcast.
You see it? That's awesome. To me, we get physics, we get all that. Cellular automata make no sense. They're so beautiful. They're so that from simple rules you can create complexity. I just don't think you're like a new kind of science, uh, basically hinting at, which a lot of people have hinted at. It's like we don't have a good way to talk about these objects. We can't figure out what's happening here. These simple, trivial rules create incredible complexity.
He's totally right about that.
And physicists, I guess, don't know what to do with that. Don't know what to do with cellular atomic. Just you can describe the simple rules that govern the system, but how complexity can emerge, like incredible complexity.
Yeah. Of course, Wolfram's version of that is that physicists will never be able to describe.
Right. Yeah, exactly. He tries to prove that it's impossible. What do you make of that? What do you make about the tension of being a physicist and potentially not being able to? It's like Freud or somebody that maybe Sigmund Freud. Maybe you'll never be able to actually describe the human psyche. Is that a possibility for you? That you will never be able to get more fundamental description of the laws of nature?
Yeah, so I had this conversation with Weinberg.
Yeah, how'd it go?
So Weinberg has this book called Dreams of a Final Theory. And I had this conversation with him. I said, why do you think there's ever going to be a final theory? Why should there ever be a final theory? I mean, what does that mean? Do physics departments shut down and solved everything? And, doesn't it seem that every time we answer some old questions, we'll just find nuance and then we'll just keep going on forever and ever? He said, well, that's what they used to say about denial. They were never going to find the end. Then one day they found it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. String theory doesn't look like a candidate to me for a final theory. It
doesn't stand strong. It doesn't get to the bottom of the well. It doesn't.
Yeah, it seems to me that even if we kind of solved it, the experiments, there still would be more questions, like why are there 4 dimensions instead of 6? It doesn't seem to have anything in it that would explain that. You can always hope, that there's something that we don't know about string theory that will explain it, but it still doesn't look like it's going to answer every question. And why is there 1 done, 2? Why is there? It doesn't seem like it's. I don't even know what it would be to answer every question.
Well, to answer every question, obviously, but when you refer to the theory of everything, you'll be able to have if it exists, it would be a theory that allows you to predict precisely the behavior of objects in the universe and their movement, right? What about them? Their movement.
Yeah.
like precisely no matter the option.
Right, that's true. So that would be a really interesting state of affairs if we could predict everything, but not necessarily understand everything. So, for example, let's just forget about gravity. I mean, we're not too far from that situation. If we forget about gravity, standard model, in principle, given a big enough computer, predicts almost everything. But if you look at the standard model, it's kind of a laundry list with neutrino masses and all that stuff. There are hundreds of free parameters. Where do they come from? Is there an organizing principle? Is there some further unification? So being able to predict everything is not the only goal that physicists have.
So on the way to try to predict, you're trying to understand. That's actually probably the goal, is to understand.
Yeah. But you're right. We're more interested in understanding than actually doing the predictions. But the predictions are more focusing on how to make predictions is a good way to improve your understanding because you know you've understood it if you can do the predictions.
Yeah, one of the interesting things that might come to our head with is artificial intelligence. There's an increasing use of AI in physics. We might live in a world where AI will be able to predict perfectly what's happening. And so that will, as physicists, you'll have to come to the fact that you're actually not that interested in prediction. I mean, it's very useful, but you're interested in really understanding the deep laws of nature versus a perfect predictor.
Yeah.
Like you want to play
But
chess.
even within AI, people are trying to understand what it is that the AI bots have learned in order to produce whatever they produce.
For sure, but you still don't understand deeply, especially because they're getting, especially language models, if you're paying attention, the systems that are able to generate text, they're able to have conversations, ChatGPT is the recent manifestation of that. They just seem to know everything. They're trained on the internet. They seem to be very, very good at something that looks like reasoning. They're able to generate, you can ask them questions, they can answer questions. It just feels like this thing's intelligent, right? And I could just see that being possible with physics. You ask any kind of physical question, and they'll be able to be very precise about a particular star system or a particular black hole. They'll say, well, these are the numbers. They'll perfectly predict. And then, sure, you can understand how the neural network is, the architecture is structured. Actually, for most of them now, they're very simple. You can understand what data is trained on, huge amount of data. You're getting a huge amount of data from a very nice telescope or something. And then when it seems to predict everything perfectly, how a banana falls when you throw it. Like everything is perfectly predicted. You still don't have a deep understanding of what governs the whole thing. Then maybe you can ask it a question and it'll be some kind of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy type answer. That it's a funny world we live in. Of course, it's also possible that there's no such deep, simple governing laws of nature behind the whole thing. I mean, there's something in us humans that wants there to be. It doesn't have to be right. Do you? Where do you again? You already bet the farm. But if you were to have a second farm, do you think there is a theory of everything that we might get it? So simple laws govern the whole thing.
I don't. Honestly, I don't know, but I'm pretty confident that if there is, we won't get to it in my lifetime. I don't think we're near it.
But doesn't it feel like there is, like the fact that we have the laws we do there relatively simple already? That's kind of incredible. It's just there seems to be simple laws that govern things, right?
By theory of everything, you mean a theory of everything, an algorithm to predict everything.
But a simple algorithm.
A relatively simple algorithm to predict everything. So for me, it would be a sad day if we arrived at that without answering some deeper questions.
Sure, of course, it definitely is. But the question, yes. But one of the questions before we arrive there, we can ask, does such a destination exist? So, because asking the question and the possible answers in the process of trying to answer that question is in itself super interesting. Is it even possible to get there where there's an E equals F of there's a function? Okay, you can have many parameters, but a finite number parameter function that can predict a lot of things about our universe.
Well, okay, but just to sort of throw one thing in order to answer every question, we would need a theory of the origin of the universe. Right? And that is a huge task, right? So, and the fact that the universe seems to have a beginning defies everything we know in life, right? Because one of the basic principles of physics is determinism. The past follows from the present follows from the past. The future follows from the present, and so on. But if you're the origin of the universe, you have a Big Bang. That means before that there was nothing. You can't have a theory in which something follows from nothing. So somehow,
Sounds like you don't like singularities.
well,
I thought for somebody that worked with black holes, you would get used to it by then.
no, I like this because it's so hard to understand. I like it because it's hard to understand, but it's really challenging. It's not I don't think we're close to solving it.
So you and
And string theory has basically had nothing. There's been almost nothing interesting said about that in the last many decades.
the string theory hasn't really looked at the Big Bang. It hasn't really tried to get to the origin.
Not successful. There aren't compelling papers. There are lots of people have read that people have taken it up and tried to go at it, but there aren't compelling. String theory doesn't seem to have a trick that helps us with that problem.
Do you think we'll be able to sneak up to the origin of the universe, like reverse engineer it from experimental from theoretical perspective? Like, okay, if we can,
Well,
what will be the trajectory?
you've already gotten yourself in trouble, you see, because you used the word reverse engineer. So if you're going to reverse engineer, that's, you forward engineering means that you take the present and determine the future. Reverse engineering means that you take the present and determine the past.
Yeah.
But
Estimate that, I guess. Sure.
but if the past was nothing, how are you ever going to reverse engineer to nothing? That's hard to do.
Run up against that nothing, right? Until have mathematical models that break down nicely to where you can actually start to infer things. Do you think,
Let's work on it.
no, but do you think that
I could maybe, but it is people have tried to do things like that.
they have not succeeded?
It's not something that we're getting good pluses in.
Sure. Let's pretend we live in a world where in 100 years we have an answer to that.
Yeah.
What would that answer look like? What department is that from? What field led us there? What, not what fields, what set of ideas in theoretical physics? Is it experimental? Is it theoretical? Like, what can you imagine could possibly lead us there? Is it through gravitational waves and some kind of observations there? Is it investigation of black holes? Is it simulation of universes? Is it maybe you start creating black holes? I don't know. Maybe some kind of high energy physics type of experiments.
Well, I have some late night ideas about that, but I'm not really ready for prime time.
Okay, sure. But you have some ideas.
Yeah, and many people do. It could be that some of the advances in quantum information theory are important in that they kind of go beyond taking quantum systems and just replicating themselves, but combining them.
Do you think, since you highlighted the issue of time and the origin of the universe, do you think time is fundamental or emergent?
I think ultimately it has to be emergent.
Yeah, what's the need for time to be emergent?
Well,
Does it
let's review what it means for space to be emergent. Yes. What it means for space to be emergent is that you have a holographic plate and you shine some light that's moving in space, and it produces an image which contains an extra spatial dimension, and time just goes along to the ground. So what we'd like to do, and indeed there is some rather concrete work in this direction, though again I would say even within our streaming community we're not getting A pluses on these efforts. What we'd like to do is to see examples in which the extra space-time dimension is time. In other words, usually what we understand very well mathematically is how to take systems in some number of space-time dimensions and rewrite them as a plate in fewer space dimensions. What we'd like to do is to take systems with one time in some number of space dimensions and to rewrite them as a system that had only space dimensions in it, had no time evolution. And there's some fairly concrete ideas about how to do that, but they're not, universally accepted even within the streaming community.
But isn't it wild to you
Yes.
for to be emergent? How
Yes.
do you intuit these kinds of ideas as human beings for whom space and time seems as fundamental as apples and
They're
oranges?
both illusions. They're both illusions. Even time.
You co-authored a paper titled "Photon Rings Around Warped Black Holes." First of all, whoever writes the paper titles, you like the soft hair and the term black hole and the Big Bang, you're very kind of coming up with titles yourself. Anyway, you co-authored a paper titled "Photon Rings on Warped Black Holes." In it, you write, quote, "Recent work has identified a number of emergent symmetries related to the intricate self-similar structure of the photon ring." So what are photon rings? What are some interesting characteristics of the photon ring?
So that was a paper with Dan Coppins and Alex Lipsovska that just came out. And this paper is kind of a wonderful example of what happens when you start to talk to people who are, way out of your comfort zone of knows different stuff and look at the world a different way. And some 2 or 3 years ago, I'm part of this the Black Hole Initiative, and I'm also part of this Event Horizon Telescope collaboration that took the famous, though I had nothing to do with the experiment, but that took the famous picture of the donut of M87. And through conversations with them, which started out in an effort to understand the image that they'd seen. So it's a great thing for somebody like me, a theoretical physicist, seemingly lost in streamland, to be presented with an actual picture of a black hole
And ask,
and to be asked, what can we learn from this? So, with some help from, Michael Johnson and Alex Lipsovska, and a bunch of other people in Metro collaboration, we came up with a fantastic, beautiful answer using Einstein's theory that is both shaping the future of, now it is shaping the future of improved black hole photographs. What do you want to concentrate on in the photograph? You just point at the sky and click. No, you don't do that. You optimize for various features. And it's both shaping that, and in the process of talking to them and thinking about how light behaves around the black hole, black holes just have so many magic tricks and they do so many weird things. And the photon ring is among the weirdest of them. We understood the photon ring, and in the process of this, we said, hey, this photon ring has got to be telling us something about the puzzle of where the holographic plate is outside of an ordinary astrophysical black hole. I mean, we nailed it for the stringy black holes, but they have a somewhat different character.
What's a stringy black hole? The black holes that describe us.
The black holes that are contained in the string theory, and they have different structure.
Well, basically, we'll step back. So, what was the light in the image taken in 2019? And then not taken in 2018. Presented.
Here's the puzzle. What they really saw. So the black holes tend to gather stuff that swirls around them. And they don't know what that stuff is made of. They don't know what its temperature is. They don't know what kind of magnetic fields there are around there. So the form of the image has a lot of unknowns in it, but it's dependent on many other things other than the geometry of the black hole. So most of what you're learning is about the stuff. Now the stuff, the swirling stuff, the hot swirling stuff is interesting as hell, but it's not as interesting as the black hole, which are the most, in my view, the most interesting things in the universe. So you don't want to just learn about the stuff. You want to learn about the black hole that is swirling.
So one of the, at the very first step, the very primitive level, this is just a big leap for human civilization to be able to see a black hole in the way you can see it is because of the stuff around it. You don't get to learn much about the black hole, but you get to learn more about the stuff just from the image.
Yeah, but you're not going to learn about the details before you've even seen it.
Because there's too many parameters, there's too many variables that govern the stuff.
Yeah. So then we found a very wonderful way to learn about the black hole. And here's how it works. A black hole is a mirror. And the way it's a mirror is if light, a photon, bounces off your face towards the black hole, it goes straight to the black hole, just falls in it, you never see it again. But if it just misses the black hole, it'll swing around the back and come back to you. And you see yourself from the around the back of the black hole. But not only can that happen, the black hole, the photon can swing around twice and come back. So you actually see an infinite number of copies of yourself.
Like with a little bit of a delay.
With a little bit of a delay. Right.
This is awesome.
Yeah. And in fact,
I mean, we're not used to an object that bends light like that.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're going to get some trippy
effects. And in fact, one of my students has made a really awesome computer animation of this, which I'm going to show in a public lecture in a couple of weeks, where the audience will see infinitely many copies of themselves swirling on the black hole. So it's a black hole is like a hall of mirrors, like an department store where you go and there's 3 mirrors and you see infinitely many copies of yourself. Yeah. So think of the black hole as the mirror, and you go in there with your clothes. You want to know about your clothes, you just look at the direct image. You're not learning anything about the configuration of mirrors. But the relation of the image you see in front of you to the one you see at the side and the next one and so on depends only on the universe. It doesn't matter what clothes you're wearing. So you can go there 1,000 times wearing different clothes, but each time there'll be the same relation between the subsequent images. And that is how we're going to learn about the black holes. We're going to take the stuff that is swirling around and we're going to tease out the subsequent images and look at their relation. And there's some very beautiful, really beautiful mathematics, which we were surprised to realize with the volumes and volumes of papers on black holes and their properties. This particular, because it was a physical question that had never been asked in exactly this way.
So basically, you're looking at
The relation between the subsequent images.
the relation, but those are ultimately formed by photons that are swirling around.
Photons that are moving. So the photon ring are the photons that orbit around.
And beyond, so like orbit and lose orbit, like they are they
Yeah.
like so. Wow, and that starts to do. What can you possibly figure out mathematically about the black hole? The geometry of it, the history of it.
Geometry, spin, and you can verify things behaving. You know, we have never seen a region of space-time with such high curvature. I mean, the region around the black hole is crazy. It's not like in this room. Right? The curvature is everything, you know?
You spent probably enough time with the math and the photons. Can you put yourself in that space? So we're like having a conversation in pretty peaceful, comfortable, flat space. Are you able to put yourself in the place around a black hole?
Yeah, I'm able to imagine that kind of thing, yeah. So, for example, and actually there's a wonderful movie, Interstellar. And in that movie, you know, Kip Thorne, of course, is a great theoretical physicist, experimental, later won the Nobel Prize for LIGO. And that movie is very accurate scientifically. And there's some funny statements in there that of the 100 million people who saw that movie, there can't be more than 10 or 20 understood about why Matthew McConaughey is ejecting the trash in a certain direction in order to. But for example, if I were a spinning black hole right here, if I was spinning fast enough, you wouldn't be able to stay still there. You'd have to be orbiting around like that. You'd have to have your microphone on it.
But what about the experience? With the actual experience, is it that space itself is curved?
Well, if space gets very curved, you get crushed. The body gets ripped apart because the forces are different on different parts.
Sure, because that would be.
But if it can be less curved, so the curvature is very noticeable, but you're not ripped apart.
The fact that this was just nonchalantly stated is just beautiful. Like two biological systems discussing which level of curvature is required to rip apart said biological system. Very well. So you propose in the paper that a photon ring of a warped black hole is indeed part of the black hole hologram. A photon ring of a warped black hole is indeed part of the black hole hologram. So what can you intuit about the hologram and the holographic plate from looking at the photon rings?
Well, this paper is exploring a new idea. It's not making a new discovery, so to speak. It's exploring an idea and the ins and outs of it, and what might work and what might not. And this photon ring, somehow everybody always thought that the holographic plate sat at the horizon of the black hole, right? And that the quantum system that describes the black hole is inside the horizon. And in fact, we think it's plausible, and we give some evidence in some soluble examples, in this case, in an example in one lower dimension where we can handle the equations better, that the quantum system that describes the black hole should correspond to a region of space-time which includes the photon ring. So it's bigger.
So that would be the holographic plate. So
That would be the holographic.
all of that.
I mean, we didn't prove this. We put it out there. It hadn't really been considered previously. We put it out there, and it does seem more plausible than the idea that it sits literally at the horizon. And it is a big, outstanding problem of how you have a holographic reconstruction of black holes like M87.
Do you think there could be further experimental data that helps explore some of these ideas that you have for photon rings and holographic plates through imaging and through sort of like higher and higher resolution images and also just more and more data?
I wish so, but I don't think so. But what I think already has happened and will continue to happen is that there are many different ways that theorists and observers can interact. The gold standard is the theorist makes a prediction, the observer measures it, confirms it, or the observer makes a discovery and the theorist explains it. But there's a lot less than that, which is really kind of the bread and butter of, those are dramatic moments when that happens, right? Those are once in a lifetime moments when that happens. But the bread and butter is more when it has already happened. They came to us and said, what is the interesting theoretical things we can understand in this swirl around the black hole? We give an answer, and then that in turn jogged us to think about the holographic principle in the context of M87 a little bit differently. And so it's useful, and in the same vein, it's useful to talk to the philosophers, and it's useful to talk to the mathematicians, and a lot of we just gotta, we don't know where we're going. We just gotta do everything.
Let me ask you a sort of philosophical type question, but not really actually. It seems like thought experiments are used, so it's not just mathematics that makes progress in theoretical physics, but thought experiments do. They did for Einstein as well. They did for a lot of great physicists throughout history over the years. How's your ability to generate thought experiments, just your intuition about some of these weird things like quantum mechanics or string theory or quantum gravity, or even general relativity? How's your intuition improved over the years? Have you been able to make progress?
The hard part in physics is most problems are either doable. Most problems in theoretical calculation that a theoretical physicist would do. There's no end of problems whose answer is uninteresting. It can be solved, but the answer is uninteresting. There's also no end of problems that are very interesting, some of which you've asked me, but we don't have a clue how to solve them. And when first presented with a problem, almost every problem is one or the other. It's the jackpot when you find one that isn't one or the other. And
It seems like there's a gray area between the two, right? That's where you should be looking.
well, I would describe it as a gray area. I would describe it as a knife edge.
So it's a very small area.
There isn't like a huge area with a sign. There are like problems that are doable that people want to know the answer.
And that's in some deep sense. That's where timing is everything with physics, with science, with discovery.
I mean, I think earlier in my career, I erred more on side of problems that were not solved.
The ambition of youth. What made you fall in love with physics at first? If we could go back to the early days, you said black holes were there at the beginning. But what made you? Do you remember what really made you fall in love?
You know, I wanted to reach nirvana, and I sort of realized that wasn't going to happen. Then after that, I wanted to know the meaning of life, and I realized probably wasn't going to figure that out. And then I wanted to understand, justice and socialism, but world states that couldn't figure those out either. The, the,
The simplest, smaller and smaller problems.
smaller problems. And I mean, most of this I'm talking about adolescence, but it was the biggest problem that I thought that there was a prospect of, but not 100%, and I was definitely ready to spend my life in the wilderness knocking my head against the wall, but I haven't solved them, but I've said enough interesting things that you're interviewing. So it's not in the wilderness, but yeah. So
do you remember the early days? Do you feel nostalgic, or when you think back to the ideas, the circumstances that led you down the path towards black holes, towards theoretical physics, towards the tools of physics, towards this really fascinating world of theoretical physics?
Well, I wouldn't add nostalgia to it because it's not like a summer in Italy or something. It's like there's results that are there that, that, that people are, and that's what's so gratifying. I mean, of course, one's name disappears from these things, unless you're Einstein or Newton or something. People are not going to remember my name in 50 years.
Almost, basically everything will be forgotten in hundreds of years.
Yeah.
Are you able to, by the way, love the ideas, the exploration of ideas themselves, without the names?
That's what I'm saying. So I have not. I hope someday, but I have not. There are some experiments now to verify some of my predictions about properties of gravity and so on, but I have not, most of what I've done is in the, it could happen still. It's still a logical possibility, but everything having to do with string theory and, I mean, as we mentioned, I've got to perform, but it's not, but it is indeed a logical possibility that people will say, can you believe Lex Fridman interviewed Elon Musk and Kanye West? And he interviewed Strominger, who was on this working on this theory that just completely went into the toilet.
I'm gonna get my wife. I don't have make a public statement to go on stage. I'll say I'm really sorry. I made a giant mistake. Platforming this wild-eyed physicist, the belief for decades in the power of theoretical physics. Yes. No, like you said.
So that could happen. It could happen. It's in the, and of course, if that couldn't happen, it wouldn't be real exploration, right? And so, but I do take a lot of satisfaction that some of the things you discovered are at the minimum mathematical truths, and they're still, so you don't have that sort of nostalgic feeling of it being something that was gone, and I'm still making discoveries now that I'm as excited about. We'll see if they hold the test of time that stand the test of time that these other ones did, but that I'm as excited about as I was about those when I made them. I am easily excitable, so I can tell you.
Well, one interesting thing about you is,
And I have been very excited about things which turned out to be completely wrong.
well, that's the excitement is a good condition for breakthroughs. But you're also somebody like you said, you don't have a cynical view of the modern state of physics.
No.
So there's a lot of people that glorify like the early days of string theory and then all these things that made in the 20s.
Always, yeah.
But you're saying like this to you might be one of the most exciting times to be a theoretical physicist. Like when the alien civilizations 500 years from now that visit Earth and look back, the 21st century, some of the biggest discoveries ever were made in the 21st
When
century.
they have a measurement of string theory, that's all.
But
Then we have to go on to something better.
no, there's going to be deep. The fun is over. Oh man, but there is an end to the Nile, right? And
Is there?
that's
We're talking.
some white broke guy. But let me ask you another tricky out there question. Again, well, perhaps unanswerable from the physics perspective, but do you wonder about um, alien civilizations? Do you wonder about other intelligent beings out there making up their own math and physics, trying to figure out the world? Do you think they're out there?
It is hard to understand why there would, given that there's so many planets, and of course there's Drake's formula, and we don't exactly know but I mean, I think Fermi's paradox is a real paradox, and I I think there probably are, and I think it's very exciting that you know we might find some. It's a logical possibility that we could learn about it.
I mean, to me, it's super interesting to think about aliens from a perspective of physics, because so any intelligent civilization is going to be contending with the ideas that you're trying to understand the world around it. So, I think that the universe is filled with alien civilizations. So they all have their physicists, right? They're all trying to understand the world around them. And it's just interesting to me to imagine all these different perspectives, all these different Einsteins,
Yeah,
like trying to make sense of like
though they might be more different than we think. They
what
might be different in a way that we haven't even thought of.
like smarter or different.
Just different, something that we're not even able to describe now. We
Yeah.
just haven't thought of it.
Yeah, this is a really frustrating thing when we think from me as an AI person start to think about what is intelligence, what is consciousness. You start to sometimes again like evening thoughts is how little we understand, how narrow our thinking is about these concepts.
Yeah.
And that it could be intelligence, could be something could be intelligent and be very different, intelligent in a very different way that we won't be able to detect because we're not keeping an open enough mind. And that's kind of sad because to me there's also just a strong possibility that aliens or something like alien intelligence or some fascinating, beautiful physical phenomena are all around us, and we're too dumb to see it for now, or too closed-minded to see it. There's something we're just deeply missing. Whether it's like fundamental limitations of our cognitive abilities, or just because our tools are too primitive right now, or like the way it's like you said, like the ideas seem trivial once we figure it all out, looking back. But that kind of makes me sad because there could be so much beauty in the world we're not seeing because we're too dumb.
There surely is.
And that's, I guess, the process of science and physics is to keep exploring, to keep exploring, to find the thing that will, in a century, seem obvious.
Well, it's something we know for sure. I mean, the brain we don't really understand. That's got to be some fabulous and beautiful story.
I'm hoping some of that story will be written through the process of trying to build a brain, so the process of engineering intelligence, not just the neuroscience perspective of just looking at the brain, but trying to create it. But yeah, that story hasn't been written almost at all. It's just the early days of figuring that one out. But see, that you said that math is discovered, so aliens should at least have the same math as us, right?
I think so.
Maybe different symbols.
Well, they might have discovered different. They might have discovered it differently, and they might have had a different idea of what proof is.
Sure. Yeah, we're very like black and white with the proof thing.
Yeah.
Maybe they're looser.
Right. Well, so you can know something is true. First of all, you never know something is true with 100% certainty. I mean, you might have had a blackout, so just to be, it's never 100%, right? You might have had a momentary lapse of consciousness, a key step in the proof, and nobody read it, whatever. Okay, so you never know for sure. But you can have a preponderance of evidence, which makes it. And preponderance of evidence is not accepted very much in mathematics, and that was sort of how the famous Ramanujan work. He had formulas which he guessed at, and he gathered a preponderance of evidence that he was sure they were true. And so there might be, or something completely different. They might function in a very different way.
Let me ask you kind of a heavy question for physicists, but one on nuclear weapons. But just in general, what do you think about nuclear weapons, where, like a philosophical level, where brilliant physicists and brilliant engineering leads to things that can destroy human civilization? So, like, some of the ideas that you're working on have power when engineered into machines, into systems. Is there some aspect of you that worries about that?
I don't know what the brilliant had to do with it, because, of course, Oppenheimer and all that, okay, they did it really fast, but if you didn't have Oppenheimer, the world would have happened anyway. It had a reality of its own. The possibility of making it, it didn't depend on the fact that the physicists who built it were brilliant. Maybe that sped it up by a year, 2 years, but by now we have nuclear weapons. It's something that.
So the ideas have momentum, that they're unstoppable.
Right, the possibility of making nuclear weapons was discovered. Right? It was there before we didn't. It's not like something amazing, right? Without Picasso, there would never have been a Guernica, but without Oppenheimer, there would surely have still been an atom bomb.
But timing matters, right? Timing is very important. As a guy,
Of course.
The
timing matters there. But okay. I mean, you could try to make a case for stopping.
No. It's the case of carrying the burden of the responsibility of the power of ideas when manifested into systems. So it's not a game. It's not just a game of fun mathematics. The same with artificial intelligence. You have this, a lot of people in AI, a lot of people in the AI community. It's a fascinating, fun puzzle how to make systems more and more intelligent. How to you have a bunch of benchmarks to try to make them perform better and better and better. And all of a sudden, you have a system that's able to outsmart people. It's now able to be used in geopolitics. It's able to create super intelligent bots that are able to, at scale, control the belief of the population of people. And now you can have world wars. You can have a lot of really risky instabilities.
They're incredible.
And so, there's some responsibility. This is not sort of. It's a beauty and a power and a terror to these ideas.
Yeah. At that moment, event. It was certainly a question for Oppenheimer and everybody who participated in that. What is the responsible way to serve society when you're sort of accidentally in this position of being at the forefront of a development that has a huge impact on society? I don't see my work a likelihood of having a huge impact on the development of society. So, but if I were you,
Oh, I love this.
working on AI, I think that there is a possibility there, and that it is, as a responsible scientist, that it's really not a good thing to say, I'm just a scientist here and I'm figuring out what's possible, because you're in a role where you have more of a podium to influence things than other people, and it's your responsibility as a citizen of the planet, or let me phrase it a little less shooty. If, you have an opportunity as a citizen of the planet to make the world a better place, which it would be sad to bypass.
Yeah, it's a nice walk for that going. It'd be nice to keep it going for a little bit longer. Andrew, I'm really honored you sit down with me. This is, thank you for your work. Thank
Well,
you for
it was a really great conversation. I really enjoyed it. You really covered a lot. I can't believe you're able to discuss at this level on so many different topics. It's a pleasure.
it was super fun. Thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Andrew Stronger. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Werner Heisenberg. Not only is the universe stranger than we think, but it's stranger than we can think. Thank you for listening, and I hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Dylan Patel and Nathan Lambert. Dylan runs SemiAnalysis, a well-respected research and analysis company that specializes in semiconductors, GPUs, CPUs, and AI hardware in general. Nathan is a research scientist at the Allen Institute for AI and is the author of the amazing blog on AI called Interconnect. They are both highly respected, read, and listened to by the experts, researchers, and engineers in the field of AI. And personally, I'm I'm just a fan of the two of them. So I used the DeepSeek moment that shook the AI world a bit as an opportunity to sit down with them and lay it all out. From DeepSeek, OpenAI, Google, XAI, Meta, Anthropic, to NVIDIA and TSMC, and to US, China, Taiwan relations, and everything else that is happening at the cutting edge of AI. This conversation is a deep dive into many critical aspects of the AI industry. While it does get super technical, we try to make sure that it's still accessible to folks outside of the AI field by defining terms, stating important concepts explicitly, spelling out acronyms, and in general, always moving across the several layers of abstraction and levels of detail. There is a lot of hype in the media about what AI is and isn't. The purpose of this podcast, in part, is to cut through the hype, through the bullshit, and the low-resolution analysis, and to discuss in detail how stuff works and what the implications are. Let me also, if I may, comment on the new OpenAI O3 Mini reasoning model, the release of which we were anticipating during the conversation, and it did come out right after. Its capabilities and cost are on par with our expectations as we stated. OpenAI O3 Mini is indeed a great model, but it should be stated that DeepSeek R1 has similar performance on benchmarks, is still cheaper, and it reveals its chain of thought reasoning, which O3 Mini does not. It only shows a summary of the reasoning. Plus, R1 is open weight, and O3 Mini is not. By the way, I got a chance to play it with O3 Mini, and anecdotal vibe check wise, I felt that O3 Mini, specifically O3 Mini High, is better than R1. Still, for me personally, I find that Claude Sonnet 3.5 is the best model for programming, except for tricky cases where I will use O1 Pro to brainstorm. Either way, many more better AI models will come, including reasoning models, both from American and Chinese companies. They will continue to shift the cost curve. But the, quote, DeepSeek moment is indeed real. I think it will still be remembered 5 years from now as a pivotal event in tech history, due in part to the geopolitical implications, but for other reasons too, as we discuss in detail from many perspectives in this conversation. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Dylan Patel and Nathan Lambert. A lot of people are curious to understand China's DeepSeek AI models, so let's lay it out. Nathan, can you describe what DeepSeek V3 and DeepSeek R1 are, how they work, how they're trained? Let's look at the big picture and then we'll zoom in on the details.
Yeah, so DeepSeek V3 is a new mixture of experts transformer language model from DeepSeek, who is based in China. They have some new specifics in the model that we'll get into. Largely, this is a open weight model, and it's a instruction model like what you would use in ChatGPT. They also released what is called the base model, which is perform these techniques of post-training. Most people use instruction models today, and those are what's served in all sorts of applications. This was released on, I believe, December 26th, or that week. And then weeks later, on January 20th, DeepSeek released DeepSeek R1, which is a reasoning model, which really accelerated a lot of this discussion. This reasoning model has a lot of overlapping training steps to DeepSeek V3. It's confusing that you have a base model called V3 that you do something to get a chat model, and then you do some different things to get a reasoning model. A lot of the AI industry is going through this challenge of communications right now, where OpenAI makes fun of their own naming schemes. They have GPT-4o, they have OpenAI O1, and there's a lot of types of models, so we're going to break down what each of them are. There's a lot of technical specifics on training, and go from high level to specific and kind of go through each of them.
There's so many places we can go here, but maybe let's go to open weights first. What does it mean from our view open weights, and what are the different flavors of open source in general?
Yeah, so this discussion has been going on for a long time in AI. It became more important since ChatGPT, or more focal since ChatGPT at the end of 2022. Open weights is the accepted term for
when model weights of a language model are available on the internet for people to download, those weights can have different licenses, which is effectively the terms by which you can use the model. There are licenses that come from history and open source software. There are licenses that are designed by companies specifically. All of Llama, DeepSeek, Clem, Mistral, these popular names in open weight models have some of their own licenses. It's complicated because not all the same models have the same terms. The big debate is on what makes a model open weight. Why are we saying this term? It's kind of a mouthful. It sounds close to open source, but it's not the same. There's still a lot of debate on the definition and soul of open source AI. Open source software has a rich history on freedom to modify, freedom to take on your own, freedom from any restrictions on how you use the software, and what that means for AI is still being defined. So for what I do, I work at Balance for AI. We're a nonprofit. We want to make AI open for everybody, and we try to lead on what we think is truly open source. There's not full agreement in the community, but for us, that means releasing the training data, releasing the training code, and then also having open weights like this. And we'll get into the details of the models, and again and again, as we try to get deeper into how the models were trained, we will say things like the data processing, data filtering, data quality is the number one determinant of the model quality, and then a lot of the training code is the determinant on how long it takes to train and how fast your experimentation is. So without fully open source models where you have access to this data, it is hard to know, or it's harder to replicate. So we'll get into cost numbers for DeepSeek V3 on mostly GPU hours and how much you pay to rent those yourselves. But without the data, the replication cost is going to be far, far higher. And same goes for the code.
We should also say that this is probably one of the more open models out of the frontier models.
Yes.
So like in this full spectrum, with probably the fullest open source, like you said, open code, open data, open weights. This is not open code. This is probably not open data. And this is open weights. And the licensing is MIT license, or it's there's some nuance in different models, but it's towards the free, towards the open source movement. These are the kind of the good guys.
Yeah, DeepSeek is doing fantastic work for disseminating understanding of AI. Their papers are extremely detailed in what they do, and for other teams around the world, they're very actionable in terms of improving your own training techniques. And we'll talk about licenses more. The DeepSeek R1 model has a very permissive license. It's called the MIT license. That effectively means there's no downstream restrictions on commercial use. There's no use case restrictions. You can use the outputs from the models to create some type of data. And this is all fantastic. I think the closest peer is something like Llama, where you have the weights and you have a technical report. And the technical report is very good for Llama. One of the most read PDFs of the year last year is the Llama 3 paper. But in some ways, it's slightly less actionable. It has less details on the training specifics, right? Less plots, and so on. And the Llama 3 license is more restrictive than MIT. And then between the DeepSeek custom license and the Llama license, we could get into this whole rabbit hole. I think we'll make sure we want to go down the license rabbit hole before we do specifics.
Yeah, and so it should be stated that one of the implications of DeepSeek, it puts pressure on Llama and everybody else on OpenAI to push towards open source. And that's the other side of open source that you mentioned, is how much is published in detail about it. So how open are you with the sort of the insights behind the code? So like, how good is the technical reports? Are they hand wavy, or is there actual details in there? And that's one of the things that DeepSeek did well, is they published a lot of details.
Yeah, especially in the DeepSeek V3, which is their pre-training paper. They were very clear that they are doing interventions on the technical stack that go at many different levels. For example, to get highly efficient training, they're making modifications at or below the CUDA layer for NVIDIA chips. I have never worked there myself, and there are a few people in the world that do that very well, and some of them are at DeepSeek. These types of people are at DeepSeek and leading American frontier labs, but there are not many places.
To help people understand the other implication of open weights, there's a topic we return to often here. So there's a fear that China, the nation, might have interest in stealing data, violating privacy of American citizens. What can we say about open weights to help us understand what the weights are able to do?
Yeah.
In terms of stealing people's data.
Yeah, so these weights that you can download from Hugging Face or other platforms are very big matrices of numbers. You can download them to a computer in your own house that has no internet, and you can run this model, and you're totally in control of your data. That is something that is different than how a lot of language model usage is actually done today, which is mostly through APIs, where you send your prompt to GPUs run by certain companies, and these companies will have different distributions and policies on how your data is stored, if it is used to train future models, where it is stored, if it is encrypted, and so on. So the open weights are, you have your fate of data in your own hands. That is something that is deeply connected to the soul of open source.
So it's not the model that steals your data, it's whoever's hosting the model, which could be China, if you're using the DeepSeek app, or it could be Perplexity. You're trusting them with your data. Or OpenAI, you're trusting them with your data. Some of these are American companies, some of these are Chinese companies, but the model itself is not doing the stealing. It's the host. All right. So back to the basics. What's the difference between DeepSeek v3 and DeepSeek? Try to lay out the confusion potential.
Yes. So for one, I'm very understanding of many people being confused by these two model names. So I would say the best way to think about this is that when training a language model, you have what is called pre-training, which is when you're predicting the large amounts of mostly internet text. You're trying to predict the next token. And what to know about these new DeepSeek models is that they do this internet large-scale pre-training once to get what is called DeepSeek v3 base. This is a base model. It's just going to finish your sentences for you. It's going to be harder to work with than ChatGPT. And then what DeepSeek did is they've done two different post-training regimes to make the models have specific desirable behaviors. So what is the more normal model in terms of the last few years of AI, an instruct model, a chat model, a aligned model, a helpful model, there are many ways to describe this, is more standard post-training. So this is things like instruction tuning, reinforcement learning feedback. We'll get into some of these words. And this is what they did to create the DeepSeek v3 model. This was the first model to be released, and it is very high performance, competitive with GPT-4, Llama 405B, so on. And then when this release was happening, we don't know their exact timeline, or soon after, they were finishing the training of a different training process from the same next token prediction based model that I talked about, which is when this new reasoning training that people have heard about comes in order to create the model that is called DeepSeek R1. The R through this conversation is good for grounding for reasoning, and the name is also similar to OpenAI's O1, which is the other reasoning model that people have heard about. We'll have to break down the training for R1 in more detail because, for one, we have a paper detailing it, but also it is a far newer set of techniques for the AI community, so it is a much more rapidly evolving area of research.
Maybe we should also say the big two categories of training of pre-training and post-training. These umbrella terms that people use. So what is pre-training and what is post-training? What are the different flavors of things underneath post-training umbrella?
Yeah, so pre-training, using some of the same words that really get the message across, is you're doing what is called autoregressive prediction to predict the next token in a series of documents. This is done over standard practices, trillions of tokens. So this is a ton of data that is mostly scraped from the web. In some of DeepSeek's earlier papers, they talked about their training data being distilled for math. I shouldn't use this word yet, but taken from Common Crawl, and that's a public access that anyone listening to this can go download data from the Common Crawl website. This is a crawler that is maintained publicly. Yes, other tech companies eventually shift to their own crawler, and DeepSeek likely has done this as well, as most frontier labs do. But this sort of data is something that people can get started with, and you're just predicting text in a series of documents. This can be scaled to be very efficient, and there's a lot of numbers that are thrown around in AI training, like how many floating point operations or flops are used, and then you can also look at how many hours of these GPUs
that are used, and it's largely one loss function taken to a very large amount of, of compute usage. You set up really efficient systems. And then at the end of that, you have this base model, and pre-training is where there is a lot more complexity in terms of how the process is emerging or evolving and the different types of training losses that you'll use. And this is a lot of techniques grounded in the natural language processing. For the oldest technique, which is still used today, is something called instruction tuning, or also known as supervised fine-tuning. These acronyms will be IFT or SFT. If people really go back and forth throughout them, and I will probably do the same, which is where you add this formatting to the model where it knows to take a question that is like, explain the history of the Roman Empire today. And or something, a sort of question you'll see on Reddit or Stack Overflow, and then the model will respond in a information-dense but presentable manner. The core of that formatting is in this instruction tuning phase, and then there's two other categories of loss functions that are being used today. One I will classify as preference fine-tuning. Preference fine-tuning is a generalized term for what came out of reinforcement learning from human feedback, which is RLHF. This reinforcement learning from human feedback is credited as the technique that helped ChatGPT break through. It is a technique to make the responses that are nicely formatted, like these Reddit answers, more in tune with what a human would like to read. This is done by collecting pairwise preferences from actual humans out in the world to start, and now AIs are also labeling this data, and we'll get into those trade-offs. And you have this kind of contrastive loss function between a good answer and a bad answer. And the model learns to pick up these trends. There's different implementation ways. We have things called reward models. You can have direct alignment algorithms. There's a lot of really specific things you can do, but all of this is about fine-tuning human preferences. And the final stage is much newer, and we'll link to what is done in R1 and these reasoning models is, I think, OpenAI's name for this. They have this new API in the fall, which they call the Reinforcement Fine-Tuning API. This is the idea that you use the techniques of reinforcement learning, which is a whole framework of AI, the deep literature here. To summarize, it's often known as trial and error learning, or the subfield of AI where you're trying to make sequential decisions in a certain potentially noisy environment. There's a lot of ways you can go down that. But fine-tuning language models where they can generate an answer and then you check to see if the answer matches the true solution. For math or code, you have an exactly correct answer for math. You can have unit tests for code. And what we were doing is we were checking the language model work, and we were giving it multiple opportunities on the same question to see if it was right. And if you keep doing this, the models can learn to improve in verifiable domains to a great extent. It works really well. It's a newer technique in the academic literature. It's been used at frontier labs in the US that don't share every detail for multiple years. So this is the idea of using reinforcement learning with language models, and it has been taking off, especially in this DeepSeek market.
I would just say that there's a lot of exciting stuff going on the again across the stack, but the post-training probably this year there's going to be a lot of interesting developments in the post-training. We'll talk about it. I almost forgot to talk about the difference between DeepSeek v3 and R1 on the user experience side. So forget the technical stuff, forget all of that. Just people that don't know anything about AI, they show up. Like, what's the actual experience? What's the use case for each one when they actually type and talk to it? What
There he is.
So let's start with DeepSeek v3 again. It's more.
How's your party planning business going? Yes. Oh no, I've done the app thing. I did successful with it. I don't want to do any more apps. They're a lot of work, and the app game kind of has passed. Basically, it's moved more back towards website. But I work for a. Okay, no. It's different. It's different though. It's there's a different way to program an app so that it basically just shows you a mirrored version of the website, and then you run everything on the website. It's just a more efficient way to program. I'm not saying that the App Store is going away or that Google Play is going away. I'm just saying that the way that you program an app now is more, uh, it's a special kind of app that essentially mirrors your website. And Starbucks uses this kind of app. Amazon uses this kind of app. No longer do you build two separate apps, basically one for Apple, one for Android. You yeah, it's faster. Yeah, just one moment. Um, it's I think welcome. How are you? Excellent, Travel. Thank you for being here. How's your day going? Well, certainly it was amazing. You keep posting, man. Excellent. Come by whenever you're bored. Excellent. Oh, I wish I was wealthier. There are over 3,000 of us. Sure, certainly, I wish. There are over 3,000 of us in the United States alone, more than 10,000 of us on Earth. It would be like having the last name Morgan and being related to J.P. Morgan or Smith and being related to others. There are lots of us. Do you mind if I tell you about my project? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been live streaming now for more than 3.5 years. I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. Data is Earth's #1 resource. According to The Economist magazine in 2018, data overtook petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived than any person, which may make me a very influential person. And if that happens, Travel, I'll be able to print you multiple yachts. So you should know that. What's that? X? Okay, yeah, what happened? Very cool. I'm live on 18 different YouTube channels simultaneously right now. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Excellent. Well, it's very similar. And you should know that one day I want to help you, your friends, your family, to not just become wealthier than you could ever imagine, but additionally, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own to be able to help the world. Most certainly. Ideally, one day we'll be able to do that. In the meantime, I have essentially created the world's largest time capsule of timeline. of human data, global history. This goes back to the pandemic, using the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. You said you're a blogger. You want to plug your blog?
My blog is on strongmediaproductions.com.
Sterling Media Production.com. So if you're watching this now or in the future, check out SterlingMediaProductions.com. Okay, so
And then you want to get the Sterling site that is some of my art, unless you're in support of things.
yeah, I see. Okay, so Sterling Media Group, go there.
Yeah.
Excellent. Click it. Oh, very well. Well, very cool. You have a really nice blog on there. Well, very nice. I talk about some things that aren't normally discussed in society, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency known as Harry Potter Long Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth over $100 million, and we build wells in Nigeria specifically to help small villages. I also am a major advocate for the Lifestyle program and desalination technology, pumping group seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Other things that I talk about.
What about the toilet sanitation technology? Because we don't have ducts and toilets in our foundation. We bring in clean water just so it's like very well in a few years.
I'm in agreement with you on that, especially in areas like India, when I feel they need it most. Sanitation really needs to improve. So I'm a major advocate of that. I'm a major advocate of anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light communication, quantum computing, nuclear energy, geothermal energy, tidal energy. I talk about things. Talk to you about it.
Decade, 20 years from this much use outside of high-end scientific simulation and training, consumer oriented, or even business facing like AI generated technology. We don't have the technology right now to make humans stable enough to maintain sustained processing workloads for the same architecture needed for such as late diffusion models, such as state diffusion, flux, and whatnot.
I recognize that I'm a patient person. I see quantum computing as essentially its infancy, just like the personal computer was, and look what we have now. And I look forward to what that will blossom into in the future. I talk about other things that may be of interest to you, things like alien disclosure, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pioneer Ibex. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing African elephant circuits. They just reintroduced a type of dire wolf. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger following the woolly mammoth, and then the dodo bird, which I just think is mind-blowing information. I also talk about things that might be of
That's actually responsible use of the technologies that Jurassic Park had found.
exactly 100%. I talk about things that everything that I talk about is with your own consent. When you were born, Stratton, and the average life expectancy for you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that with your consent if you want, allowing you and other people to utilize things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like full shock therapy, immersion therapy, essentially getting your average life expectancy to maybe age 80, above age 80, 100, 120, but eventually you may say, Rabbi, I'm 120 years old, I've lived a wonderful life. What's the next step? Is it just all over? And again, this is with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a certain type of technology that's mind uploading technology where, with your consent, you'll be able to your computer like a CAT scan in your MRI, right where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system. You can later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an imperial being, essentially whatever you want to be. But when it comes to you, trans and maybe the opportunity of digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
The irony is that it's actually one of my favorite theories as to possibly like, if we ever talk about heavens and earth, there's the purpose for them to be heavens, the ether. Well, what is that ether? So what if the heavens are literally that mind number?
There we go, good job. Very well to be.
Hey, no, my Discord on this one. Oh, there it is.
So with that, I talk about these types of things. I'm a major advocate for future technology. Right now, we're watching a podcast on DeepSeek, China's AI, and we just watched one on ChatGPT um, uh, with the founder Sam Altman, and just
I am very impressed with GT4O as one of my own capabilities. It's only multi-moment on the deep sea. It's going to be something that could go like a lava 3D or 8D, source alternative, but it's not ultimately the true multi-moment yet.
I'm in agreement with you. I really am. I think that that's deep. No pun intended. I think that what you have to say is quite accurate. So,
Sora, yes, I've actually been very deep into video games, so AI, DX, Grand 2.1 with Grand 2.1 is actually impressive. I consider the fact that it's open source and running on a cloud GPU array, so it's really cheap to run as well. And Grand 2.1 is very powerful, so light video diffuser technology is incredibly good, but the base is the sensibility of these videos, which has even impacted houses. You guys take a look at Gladiator, and you'll actually see some diffused artifacts in the way that the animals inside the house see it, because now those animals are AI generated characters. Oh, they did, but the VFX artists proved their best using AI technology that couldn't technically have access to. So how are they using what we're accessing? And total is the $50,000 in that 30 seconds of framework. And it was amazing. You little clips that can play and put this proper place on that. Yeah, Sora is very hard to get products to play. So if you want to get really good products to play, I'm going to suggest considering that you're trying for a model that's more tuned for action. You're going to want to try and move towards a mini-map space model. This video, as you mentioned, might also do well because video is also trained to have a lot of action movies. And considering that, you do want an action trained button.
Just send it in a DM.
Do something better. The voice command itself has changed.
Yeah, but I don't let people talk about chat because people spam me. Okay, you can do that. Doug, when I first started, somebody spammed me with a man self-circumcising himself, and it was the bloodiest thing, and they put it in like 50 gifts in every chat, and I just was like, oh, this is awful. But, no. Well, as we grow, that's right. No, I just let people come right in. I mean, it's not that big of a server that I needed that, but as we grow, I will need that. So those are excellent suggestions.
I'd say it's over 100 people and new server status and over 1,500 members. The sooner you start thinking about setting up a non-robot, the better it is. When you sign up with a machine of members for server, then you're trying to remember, okay, who donated to make Patreon yes, Patreon gold here. Who gets access to Patreon only channels? I'll remember I gotta go check the Patreon page. So yeah, the sooner you do it, the better you will end up creating growth over time.
Thank you for the input.
So yeah, just drop me a DM. So I think it's both, yeah, both you guys are right, so really nice for that.
Oh, don't use that account. I have an account that I use. If you want to send me something, I'll send you a
Okay, send me a DM from your account.
I just do. I just.
You get the whole damn spam problem. Good job on the live stream for so long without getting it done. Yeah.
Oh, I get them all the time.
And the average double person
I've had people come in person, but not to kill me. Absolutely, that's how Twitch started. Very cool. Sweet. You're an OG. Wow, that's scary. I've heard about that. At least they're honest about it. I'm right here. Don't you see me? Is my video not on? Hold on. You don't have. Hold on. You don't have to do that. There's software you can use that spoofs your magnets. If you want to know. Yeah, just a moment. It's called T. Just a moment. It's opening. Technetium MAC address changer. TECHNITIUM. Technetium MAC address changer. And it's free. And it works. Correct. Not IP. Not IP. MAC address.
You got to move your machine access control identifier. Your IP address doesn't do a whole lot for machine trials. The other problem is sometimes they're getting paid for it. They're getting down to the point of typing here HWIP or motherboard IP, and that's been worked and solved this week. I hate to tell you, but if they're running AI, they're going to have so many cookies with telemetry folks about to get on your computer. As soon as you load that website, they will know who you are, what your address is, and what your motherboard identifier HWIP, unique user identifier, UID, Windows, all of that. They want to know all of this. So they'll find out as soon as they can with your user agents and identifiers. Yeah. Google and over. Ooh, I got nice results. Yeah. Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, cool thing you can go up to AI and you get that free trial code. And you get 66 free credits every single day for a month with the free trial code. That is, you can run what I run right now is the AI 1.0. You can run newer models, but you have to use more credits. But this run only costs 10 to 20 credits per run. And you can run this model 6 times, so 30 seconds of video per day. Also notice this video that just now, that is actually an extension on top of the video you sent over to me. So you actually got a 15-second more video. At that point, you're going to want to use front reinforcement, obviously, inflate the slide that you're hitting. So you're actually going from front to front. I did not do any such customization. I had just set my base front, my form front. Show you my form front so you know what I think is going to be the best. Probably say this, probably why you're you just
I remember it.
It was the best camcorder of its time. Anybody who knows the 2000s knows CR65. And my friend right here. Yeah, I regret this meeting. I thought except for people that are members of the circles, I think.
No, it's not accepted. Then you have to send them both.
Yeah, interesting.
Cause you're a pimp, baby. Good on you, man. Excellent, good job. We'll talk about it. It's on add-ons. It's on add-ons. Okay, so are you opening Firefox? Yeah. All right. Should be under settings. Should see. I can take that crazy. It's extensions. Okay, go to settings. Oh, okay. Under advanced, you don't see extensions.
maybe that's what
Just for a moment, I'll download it. And see if it's any different. What are you trying to do? Okay, go to it, and then you see your block origin. Okay, a progress, right, a progressive web app.
yeah, it's not exactly the most elegant. It involves a little bit of DNS hacking. So what you need to do is you need to set up a middle box between your iOS device and Android. Be a very high resolution. And in that middle box set to just about all the Mac servers reboot so that you can run download it and
Hold on, there's another mobile.
But once you get the middle box very populated, then you use that to find all the hosts that you can serve ads from. Usually you find that host file from a block list like your block origin. You have to download their block list, and you load their block list into your own block arrangement. And then you have your block arrangement, that little Raspberry Pi becomes your own DNS server.
Add a hyphen after the T in the YouTube URL. So, like, it'd be UT, the hyphen UBE.com, and whatever the address is. No, just listen to me. Add a hyphen after the T in YouTube. So get your YouTube ready. Get your, no, whatever your YouTube address is. It's YOUTUBE.com usually. Where the T is, add a hyphen after the T. So it's YOUT hyphen UBE.com.
That's why I use the middle box. The middle box is so right on YouTube. You can't find any even ad servers, and you can just say something, all right, fuck it, use the video.
There might be a way to do it on Safari. So open up Safari. deleted Safari, like your default browser on an iOS device?
Oh, there's a way. There's a little way. Jailbreak is playing.
Okay. So do you see where there are like two A's in the address bar? Click it and then go to Manage Extensions. Yeah, your box is probably too big for it. Okay. Jailbreak can solve a lot. Yeah. Don't do that. Oh yeah, you're being recorded. For sure, dog.
everything you were talking about doing space laser, but I still have to see paperwork piece number one. Yeah, I'm paying taxes here. I want my Jewish space laser. Yeah, it's space right by the JFL. You can afford the Raspberry Pi if you want the generators to go on there. You're
No, it's raspberry.
no Raspberry Pi is totally manufactured. The original company changed the name to Swiss.
No, that's separate company.
No, Raspberry Pi and Raspberry was
The only thing they have in common is the word bear.
well, I will say this. There is one thing that I must be honest about. There are several developers from research and motion that are working on Raspberry Pi.
Of course.
And aside from just having some developers from different parts of the field, but yeah, there you go. 45 bucks. And if you want to get a full vertical computer, you get Raspberry Pi 500 and it's 70 bucks.
It's called Raspberry Pi because it was inspired by naming computer companies after fruits, like Apple, Acorn, and Apple. The Pi part comes from a reference to Python.
Oh my god. I have actually seen entire data centers running on Raspberry Pi, and it is not funny how dense those data clusters are. You don't want to get right, here's what you can do, okay? You want to get a nice answer, right? Don't go through synology by dance for 600 bucks and you still got to put this. Instead, you go to Raspberry Pi, you find the Raspberry Pi, you do it every day. You do about 2 days worth of scripting and programming, you add your hard drives, you add yourself up, hard drive, and you're going to be in business for at least 24 years. So you break out,
You're very knowledgeable, my friend. You're welcome anytime. And I'm so glad that I liked your post. And if you ever need anything from me or anyone in the community, feel free to drop by, okay? Absolutely. You're more than welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Excellent. Very well. Aren't you going to play mini golf